host. So basically, clearly not from your fraternity, but I'm here to learn a lot of insights from all of you over here. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural season of the BW Businessworld Chief Data and AI Officer Summit and Awards 2025. First of all, for being over here in large numbers, beating the, I would say, horrendous Mumbai traffic and being over here on time. Can I have a big round of applause for yourselves, please, for being the fantastic audience that you are? And just a quick request, because we are going to be having some incredible panel discussions and chats. So we want our speakers to feel absolutely engaged and positive right from the very beginning. So a lot of you who are already occupying the seats over here at the front, very grateful to you. Can I also request the people at the back to maybe come a little forward so that we can occupy the chairs over here at the front first? And I'm pretty sure, I hope that people will be cooperating with me. Thank you so much. All the chairs over here at the front, you're more than welcome to please take the seats over here. Because the people who will be joining us later, we want them to have a seamless flow in terms of taking the seats at the back. So all of you at the back, sir, ma'am, if I may please request, aap log please aa jaiye. Every speaker feels very charged up when they see a powerhouse audience in front of them, right? So I'm pretty sure everybody agrees with that fact. So just to be like the community that we are, can I please request everybody, all the front chairs over here, to please kindly occupy them over here. I think we're pretty sorted that way in terms of the seating arrangement, so thank you. And you know, all of you over here are experts from the AI and data fraternity, and सुन के बहुत डर लगता है, like, you know, when you hear data and numbers and all that stuff, but I'm sure it's going to be an incredible experience today. Before we actually start the event, may I request all of you, because it's not every day that we get all you experts all under one roof, right? So can I please request all of you to stand up and take an interesting pledge with me for the data and AI community? So can I please request all of you to stand up kindly? Thank you so much. Very easy peasy stuff. Whatever I'm saying regarding the pledge, please kindly repeat after me. And so that everybody can hear us loudly and clearly. All right, so here we go. Today, we, the experts and stalwarts of the data and AI fraternity, have joined hands to collaborate, grow, and ensure that the community hits new milestones in the years moving forward. We strive to do our best and grow not just ourselves, but also our peers, so that together, with our expertise, knowledge, and all the wisdom that we have gained, we empower Bharat towards new heights. Bharat Mata ki Jai. Jai Hind, everybody. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for yourselves for this incredible, incredible pledge. Thank you so much. And we will continue that momentum throughout the day. And now, just to get into that very formal zone with the beginning. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning. My name is Shubhojit Ghosh. Once again, introducing myself, an anchor, MC, and YouTube talk show host. And it's my absolute honor and privilege to be amongst all of you over here. Thank you so much. This is the BW Chief Data and AI Officers Summit and Awards 2025. I promise all of you that this grand day-long summit serves as a platform to discuss, celebrate, and illuminate the remarkable journeys of organizations and pioneers who have been absolutely championing data and AI strategies. Today's theme, ladies and gentlemen, BW Chief Data and AI Officer Summit is evolving data leaders and business enablers in an AI-first economy. AI has been the subject of discussion for a long time, and it's you all who has actually kind of got a grip before all others, so we are looking forward to learning from all of you. The panelists today, ladies and gentlemen, will be focusing on collaborative relationships, data, AI, and the future of work, compliance versus innovation, the evergreen battle, data, tech agenda, and India's AI vision. The days-long proceeding will start with a keen look at evolving role of data and AI leaders in the country. And we are absolutely thrilled to welcome masterminds of data and AI, the enthusiastic audience, all of you that you have gathered over here, and invaluable content that enriches the entire day's proceedings. Following a series of enthralling sessions and thought provoking discussions, we'll also venture into the realm of recognition with the BW Chief Data and AI Officers Awards for the leaders and pioneers in the data and AI space. What I'm going to do right now is I've already said a lot about the AV and the event, but then anything that you visually see is always more pleasing than what you hear, right? So can I please request the console to play today's event AV for all our esteemed audience over here?
Leadership demands spine and a spreadsheet. Recommendations are deepfakes are going to be a big thing. It's going to come again and again and again. Where was the threat vector there? It wasn't the algorithm, it was the attention. And whether we have a compliance team, branch staff, anybody, front, back, center, doesn't matter. Everybody has to be data literate. I think the times in the past when we said this is a department task. Now, everybody needs to be trained on data. There is very little doubt about it. And everybody is looking at something different. Now, it's just a pictorial representation, but you can look at it. Every department has something. You need to get to a number, and it's very unstructured. All over the place. Moving on. ethical and responsible AI is something that I'm about. Can you give me the details of what it costs, etc.? Funnily enough, guess what the chatbot would have done? It used all its knowledge, it hallucinated and gave it something. And guess what the guy did? He then sued the airline. And then guess what the airline said? It's not my responsibility, it's the chatbot's responsibility. And the judge was laughing. And this is not a joke, this happened with the airline in North America. Now, whatever it is, we need to start with studying. I mean, I'm sure everybody who has seen the 2001 pattern from NIST, the Indian controls, whatever it is, he was being quite at the forefront. If somebody uses a deep fake of anybody, any damage system, they need to take permission. So, last when I looked at it, there were some 48 lawsuits going in different parts of the world on data sniffing and WhatsApp. But it just can't be that we can survive without getting into AI. And we need to make sure we are responsible. And some laws, whether they happen, they will happen. And we need to scale trust. If our algorithm cannot explain our decision, we don't have AI. We just have an assistant who we are complaining about like the bot. And if we are not able to catch deepfakes, all of us would have been with video KYC, video X, video Y, video Z. Deepfakes are a real thing. And if the deepfakes go, then it's just going to be a challenge. So moving on, and before I go on, I just wanted to share four incidents that happened.
And this
And
is just
just
to catch the theme. I spoke about an 820 crore wrong credit that happened due to AI.
now we need to test controls that before it moves. On an episode, S3 public bucket, which means anybody could access. People found 20,000 PDFs with all the personally identifiable PII information available. And
There was a broker who was breached in India due to third party, and third party validation is as important as we validate, say, a borrower, and it impacted 8 million accounts. So, where do we go? So, there was something that I got through from a source. So, it says if Mahabharata had a data chapter, Arjuna would focus only on the fish's eye. And for us, that eye is trust, earned through daily value, vigilance, and verifiability. So, here are some suggestions for the next few months for us. Model risk and responsible AI should be almost like a product line. We wouldn't put finance in the hands of anybody. Data is almost at that point. We need to have very clear policy. We need to put risk tiers. Obviously, a decision on a client or a regulatory submission is very different to a recommendation engine. We need to make sure our model incidents, our audits should be squeaky clean. And where are the manual touch points as the data is moving? Have we seen that? The second thing is, as I said, data sense is more important than data science. Data literacy should be mandatory and fun. We should gamify this across the organization, give bragging rights. gamification is what will actually make a difference, or at least will take things towards the positive front. There are people who are clearly afraid of some of these things, but that won't take us anywhere. Then the next thing is we need to operationalize all our act and put all the consents through our pipelines, whether it is a flow, the data flow that we are doing, how we are tagging things, everything should be baked in. The checkpoints, the recovery through breaches should be very clearly auditable, and the recovery has to be super, super quick. In fact, one of the things that we do with a lot of systems is recovery time. Now we might have to see what happens, how do we recover, not just when the system goes down, but when the system is hacked or there's a data point. I mean, the Amazon incident very recently was a quick reminder of where we stand in the world. Moving on. And of course, the talent gap is there, whether we have a person with 20-year experience or a 20-year-old coming in. We need to make sure there are tracks and everybody gets that data sense. And we need to start measuring productivity, how quickly we are deploying our models. And finally, we do know at the end of it, the chances, the weakest link is what is the strongest point of entry for any breach. So whether it is deepfake defense, any test that we do with our runbooks, what do we do? How do we measure? How do we audit? Becomes really, really something that is of utmost importance. And as I end this, I'll like to read from what I have prepared. India's digital rails, and I would say the world's digital rails, are like a Himalayan river. Whether we build a dam or whether it floods, probably is a choice. We can build turbines or we can let it flood. And the turbines can be with governance, talents, and ethics. All the best to everybody. Lead like strategists, learn like startups, govern like banks, and hire like universities. And finally, build and treat AI like a doctor and a surgeon. Precise, traceable, and very accountable. May your models be humble, your data be clean, and most importantly, may your audits be very, very boring and nothing to be found in that. All the best, good luck, and Jai Hind. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll request you to wait and please come over here for a photograph. Can I have a photographer over here, please, to click a nice photograph of sir? And ladies and gentlemen, please, can we have a bigger round of applause for sir? Because I think not just a pursuit for knowledge, he was also engaging and humorous throughout. That kept the audience engaged. So thank you so much, sir. If I can request you to please come over here. Sir, आप आगे आके ले लीजिए, so that you get the perfect photo. And if I may request the audience to please cheer up and hype up the moment when sir's photo is being taken. Thank you so much for being with us over here and making our event so special. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move on to the second keynote address of the day. And this is going to be about cooling and refrigeration solutions for India's growing data industry. I'll quickly repeat the topic once again for you all. This is about cooling and refrigeration solutions for India's growing data industry. We have with us the esteemed presence of the Honorable Deputy General Manager, Sales and Marketing, Scroll and Screw Chillers, Blue Star, the one and only Srinivasan Mani. Can I please have Srinivasan ji over here on stage? Thank you so much, representing Blue Star, absolutely built on trust. Thank you so much, sir. Pleasure to have you. Thank you. And I just want to know which mic you would want to use this. Okay. Is this working? Is this working? I don't know if it's my own voice. Mujhe samajh nahi aa raha. It's clear, right? Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Whatever that you prefer. And you have the clicker in case you have.
Good morning. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It was indeed a pleasure to be part of this event. and we had a very impressive session from Mr. Ganesh. So before we begin, so the buzzword we hear now is the AI. So we're slowly changing the way we live, correct? And slowly getting to our each and every day of activity. So how Blue Star, geared up for this change? So I will take you to some of the slides and our cooling solutions for data center industry. Next slide. Yeah. So India's data center industry, so which drives the growth? So we all know this is the penetration of the internet penetration. So we are the second highest globally in terms of internet penetration. It's about some 55%. And adoption of AI, generative AI and digital transformation, and some of the government initiatives, it is propelling the growth for data center industry. So we know different type of data centers, right? We have edge data center, we have co-locations, hyperscale. So we have different type of data centers. So which type of data centers we need to use? It's all depends upon the type of usage and application. And finally, there's a buzzword we spoke is AI, which decides the right balance, and then who is the AI race. So the data center ecosystem is slightly complex. It's like human body. So the first and foremost thing is the power and utilities. Okay, because without power, nothing is there. And CPUs, GPUs, this is again most system in the complete data center ecosystem. And third one is the storage, right? And we have the network, connecting all these elements. And last but not the least is the cooling solutions that Blue Star provides. So who we are? We have close to 8 decades of experience in the cooling. So we do understand cooling better than anyone in this industry. We provide the complete cooling solutions for data centers. Not only data centers, we have the complete cooling solutions for the complete industry. So we have close to 7 manufacturing state-of-the-art facilities in India and almost 4,000 channel partners. And we have close to 1,251 service associates. So this is the strategic asset of Blue Star. Apart from this, we have global presence. We have presence in Middle East and Asia, Africa, and Europe. So we started in 1943, and we slowly migrated to overseas. So we have now close to 20 countries we have presence. So these are some of our manufacturing facilities. We have Dadra, we manufacture the variable revision flow warehouse systems. And Wada, which is close to some 45 kilometers from here, we manufacture the data center chillers from 3 tons to 1,000 tons. So we manufacture the chillers from this facility. And we have one of the best in R&D facilities. We have close to 46 patents for innovations. So, and 6 patents granted during financial 24. So this is some of our capabilities. Data center cooling. So what are the current challenges? When you look at the data centers, there are multiple challenges we have. The first challenge is how do we integrate the different, disciplines like plumbing, electrical, mechanical. So this is one of the challenges, we currently have, how to integrate the complete system. The second thing is reliable cooling challenges. How do we provide the reliable cooling? Because the data center demands round-the-clock cooling needs. So we cannot afford, any interruption in the cooling. The third one is the service challenges. We need to have the service team. If in case of breakdown, we need to rectify quickly, so to avoid the data loss. So these are some of the challenges. And what facility requires in terms for data center is, one is the mechanical system and electrical system, ELV services, plumbing, civil and interior solutions, but not the least is the testing and commissioning. So we need to integrate everything and provide, seamless solutions. So in mechanical systems, typically we will have temperature and humidity control because we need to maintain the temperature and humidity around the clock. Second thing is airflow management, because we will have the servers. So we need to create the cold air and hot air so that the cold air comes and picks up the heat from the server and provide the, complete cooling. And the third one is the fire suppression systems, because we cannot use the traditional fire suppression system here. Water-based we cannot use. So we need to use the innovative, fire suppression systems. And second is electrical. Because here also you need redundancy, because we cannot have taking chance in the electrical systems. So we need to have the power distribution system, robust power distribution systems, and backup, solutions, and efficient power management. So these are some of the, things, we need to take care in the electrical systems. The third one is ELV services, security and access control, that also we provide. And then monitoring, surveillance monitoring, fire safety and fire alarm, and environment control and building management systems. So also we have the communication and emergency. And to monitor all this, we need to have the operation efficiency system, remote monitoring. So these are, it comes under part of ELV services. And fourth one is the plumbing system, because the data center facilities needs the plumbing. So the plumbing system also is part of the data center's requirements. And finally, testing and commissioning. So with all this, we also need the robust civil and interiors to give the, the robust data centers facility. So what is Blue Star capabilities in data center? So what we can do as expertise with 8 decades of experience. So we can do the site study. We can also do the design and engineering solutions. So we can also take the complete civil and structure solutions, electrical, mechanical. So we can give the complete MVP solutions for data center solutions. Apart from this, we also manufacture products which tailor-made for data centers. We have the American AHRI certified chillers from 300 tons to 560 tons, which is tailor-made for data center applications with rapid start, because in data center, if the power goes, chiller cannot wait. We need to start immediately to provide the cooling solutions. So we have the best-in-class, rapid start within 15 seconds. Also the capacity recovery, because once you switch on the chillers, the cooling system, you need to give the cooling immediately, rapidly. So we have, with rapid cooling solution, we can give with 60 seconds. And apart from this, we use state-of-the-art permanent magnet motors for our wave drives. At the end of the day, whatever system you use, it should be sustainable, right? So we give the VFD-driven screw chillers with adiabatic cooling to improve the efficiency of the chillers. And also we have the quality and easy installations setup. So once power goes, we need to give the power supply immediately, and we cannot wait for genset to come in on. So we have the dual power mode chillers. So it is whichever power we give, it's the chiller will take the power and then kickstart. So data centers typically requires the stable power supply, because since we are using the VFD driven chillers, the harmonics is the one of the things it may disturb the entire power systems. So we have one of the compact harmonic filters with inbuilt chillers and hydraulic module. So this is one of the system we manufacture from our Vada factory. So apart from this data center chillers, we also have other cooling solutions. We manufacture one of the state-of-art variable refrigerant flow systems for the complete facility. And we provide end-to-end solution from pre-tested equipments to site installation. So all these equipments are made in India, engineered in India, and made for India. Apart from this, we also have technical and excellent integration for cooling data halls with real-time remote monitoring facility, which is available in Vada facility. And we have one of the proven efficiency chiller with, which gives the ROI within less than 18 plus hours, if you say, and less than 1 year. So apart from these cooling solutions, we also have robust setup for services. So we do regular HVAC maintenance, and we also do the testing and adjustment tab. We call it tab. We also do the indoor air quality audits, and energy audits also we do. And also thermography with the support of AI and tools. We also do the thermal imaging. So these are some of the things we do for data centers. So the typical data centers needs some of the key things. One is the air conditioning solutions and MEP, integrated MEP solutions, and after-sales service support. So to give the uninterrupted operations for data centers, you need all these three. So Blue Star, we are geared up for all this. So this is the advantage of Blue Star. We started in 1943 with 8 decades of experience in cooling and refrigeration solutions. We recently moved to global. So we have global presence. And we have innovative product range from residential application to data centers. So with this, we also comply to the regulatory requirements, the global regulatory requirements and local regulatory requirements. So most of our chillers is certified by BE and IGBC certified. So this will give you the peace of mind for the end user and operators. So this is some of our client base. We supplied our data center solutions. So with this, let's embrace the change, and we are completely geared up for the data center solutions. Thank you for this opportunity. Good luck.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Srinivasan, sir? And I'll request our photographer to please kindly click a photo of sir. I'll request you to be on the center stage, sir. And when the photo is being taken, ladies and gentlemen, in order to pump things up, can I please request you to clap and appreciate sir's presence over here? Thank you so much, sir. We are very grateful for your presence over here. What I'll need help right now is regarding the chairs on stage as we gear up for our first discussion hub, the first panel discussion of the day. I'll request for 5 chairs on stage, please, for this. So what I'm going to do is, in the meantime, when the chairs are being fixed, I'm going to be introducing the topic for the discussion right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be about synergy in action, collaborative relationships for AI-driven growth. I'll quickly repeat the topic for everybody present over here. This is going to be about synergy in action, collaborative relationships for AI-driven growth. This is the first discussion hub, ladies and gentlemen, for today's conclave at the Chief Data and AI Officers Conclave 2025. Yes, if needed, can we have more helping hands to do this a little quickly, please? And I'll request our videographer to check if the framing is correct. और split करना है, थोड़ा और split करके please लगाइए. आप थोड़ा guide कीजिए please if you can. Thank you. Just split it a little, थोड़ा gap करके रखिए. थोड़ा gap करके रखिए. Yeah. As soon as we are done arranging the chairs on stage, I'm going to be introducing our speakers. Thank you. And I'll also request for the mics. Yes, I can see them. And just a bit of a request, I will be announcing officially, but you all can see the speakers over here. So as per the photo alignment, I'll request everybody to please take their seats as per the photo alignment, just to maintain the aesthetics in place. So the moderator sits here, and all the speakers, as per the photo order, sit and take the chairs exactly in that order. Thank you so much. 5 chairs done and dusted on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we gear up for the first discussion hub. It's about synergy in action, collaborative relationships for AI-driven growth. I'm going to be introducing our honorable moderator first. This session is going to be moderated on stage by Saugata Basu, Group Chief Digital and Information Officer at Kalpataru Group. A big round of applause for Saugata, sir, please. Thank you so much, sir. I'm going to be introducing our honorable speakers right now. We have with us today for this session, ladies and gentlemen, Bineet Jha, Chief Data Officer, CDO at IDBI Bank. Thank you so much, Bineet ji, for being with us over here. My next speaker over here, may I please call upon stage Varun Saxena, Director, AI and Analytics, Anurag Property Consultants. Varun ji, thank you so much for being with us over here. I would now like to call upon stage Shweta Mehta, Executive Director, JP Morgan Chase. Can I please have Shweta ji over here on stage? A big round of applause for her, please. Thank you so much. And my next speaker, Abhishek Bose, EVP and Head Data Science at Tata Capital. Thank you so much, sir, Abhishek ji, for being with us over here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, first season, first panel as well. Can I have a thunderous round of applause for all of them, please, to kickstart and get things going? So you have the mics over here. The timer, can we quickly update the timer for the reference of our moderator and speakers for the session? The timer is not updated. Yeah. I don't think it's a 15-minute session. You need to check the timing. It's definitely not a 15-minute session. Set it up for 35 minutes, please. Hanji, perfect. Thank you. And sir, over to you.
Morning, folks. Welcome to the session, and thank you for the great appreciation at the beginning of the session. I think we are lucky we have a very homogeneous panel, largely BFSI, it would appear. The only non-BFSI guy is the moderator, so pardon me if I make some slip-ups in the questions. Well, we are connected real estate, yeah, fair enough. And I think it was a very interesting start to the session, both the pledge at the beginning, which Shubhajit made us take. I think that was a new one for me, so it was very interesting. And the session from both the opening speakers, I think Ganesh made some very interesting points. I have made a few notes of that, so I'll throw some questions to you folks around that. And then again, I'm from the construction industry, so it was good to hear terms like MEP, etc. during the Blue Star presentation, something I can relate to as a part of Kalpataru's daily discussions, which we have. So I think I'll start off with a common question, if you don't mind, and then maybe we pick up specific ones for each of you. Your industry, BFSI, is probably right at the center of this AI revolution. You are very large transaction-driven, technology-driven, heavily regulated industry. So if I look at AI making a visible difference in the organization, which pockets do you see heavy AI adoption, and where do you see a lot of work yet to happen in your particular organizations? Maybe we can start off with you, Vinit.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. See, I agree. Bank and pharma, we also discussed about it. So these are the two industry which has most of the data generated for obvious reason. When it comes to AI, see, AI is based out of what data. So the moment you have data from the business, from whichever side, within the bank, not every side generates so much of data, right? So there are transaction, so there are business side. Within that, there are different type of transaction which UPI coming in. There are immense growth in that transaction volume also. Similarly, there are different type of data sets generated for different businesses. So depending on the type of data you are generating, structured, unstructured, and how curated those data are, the AI use case will be, satisfying those data and getting some value out of it. Now, to be very specific, it would be very difficult to share, but as a low-hanging fruit, some of the very key area are governance. The other could be very interactive, agentic AI type of activity where you do not have any regulatory impact, you don't have any access customer impact, but you have something very similar. For example, a lot of documents, which at least in PSU banks, a lot of documents comes in a size of 40, 50 GB, some is 500 pages, 800 document, 1000 pages document. It becomes really difficult to even read and go through. It takes days to read. So putting those documents, getting a summary of it, that's a very, very basic use cases, but something similar in governance, something similar in search criteria, something similar in customer. So I have, let's say, website having different product, but nobody is aware what are the product offering we have in bank. Nobody is, I mean, it's not nobody is aware, but it's very, very difficult for everybody to know all the product and the product which is suitable. Earlier it used to be a call. Now it is simple AI which helps. So we are implementing these in this area to be very low-hanging fruit currently.
Thanks, Vinit.
Thanks for having me here. And I'll give in context in the real estate industry since Anurag is in that space. So our focus or where we've seen maximum traction is where we are focusing on increasing our sales and business and hence revenues, because that's where logically there is a buy-in across the organization, across the functions. For example, the efforts have been more on the sales, marketing, that piece. So it is right from, say, AI-based lead scoring to studying the behavior of customers to figure out customers who failed, who should have bought, reviving them, and hence having more residential bookings or real estate bookings. Or, for example, on the generative AI side, we see a lot of traction where during the night time we have leads which get generated. So a lot of social media leads actually get generated post, say, 9 p.m. where you really can't call them, right? And by the time it's morning, you are too late to call them. So there you have agents, AI agents who kind of interact with the customers and schedule site visits for them. Just to throw, we've started this about a year ago, and across the projects we work on, we've actually seen a 28% increase in site visits. If I look at leads to site visit ratio, which for us is before leads to booking, leads to site visit is where technology or AI can play a part. In India, even today, site visit to booking is human. People visit, understand, and then book. So lead to site visit, which typically used to be about 10%, has gone up to close to 13%. So that while it's 3%, but overall on it's about 28% in absolute terms. So that is where we've seen a huge impact.
Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Before I start, like Mr. Ganesha said, all opinions are my own, not my employer's. So I think one thing to remember is that AI is not new. It has always existed. I think what has changed between before and now is the LLM aspect of it. So the natural language processing is a lot more easier now than it was before. Like earlier, if I had a chatbot, it would have to be a rule-based chatbot. If the user asks this, this is the answer you give. But now the natural language processing makes it a lot easier. From an AI standpoint, like I think what we are seeing, obviously the models that are used in fraud space and other marketing personalization, they've existed for a long time. The areas where we are seeing new foray is our employers are as much a bank financial industry as they are a tech company. I think we have a lot of technologists with us. The code writing itself, with the Copilot and things, other such tools, that is becoming very, very fast. So the turnaround time on these aspects are very, very fast. Then it is basically touching everything, it is very soon going to be like electricity. You wouldn't even know that you are interacting with an AI. So we launched something called an LLM suite, which is nothing but a secure platform for most of our employees to access large language models. And you would interact with an LLM suite the way you interact with ChatGPT on your phone. So for example, I am due to write my self-assessment, by tomorrow end of day, and I've just noted down my pointers, and I have a prompt which is ready there, which I can input and say, okay, these are my accomplishments. Go and write me a write-up which is balanced, and it identifies the 3-4 pillars that I have, and it just gets done. But before, if this was not there, it was at least a 2-hour job that I would have to put forward and make sure it happens. Similarly, on the operational side, there is going to be impacts on call centers. There is back office optimization, as Varun said, the bot doesn't stop. It's not like a bot doesn't need a break, right? So once you've figured out what are the aspects that you can put in bot, those processings, that they keep happening per se.
Thanks, Veda.
So firstly, thanks for having me here. So two things, Shobha, I must say before I get into the direct answer processes or AI. I think AI as a concept will impact every process, every function. It's just that in some places we have thought about the use cases first, in some we are yet to think of it. There are two things that has happened in the Indian market and that we need to be cognizant about. One is that the digital evolution that has come to hit us, especially post-COVID, is immense. Like now sitting here, I can tell how many people are sitting here, somebody is noting down which app, some app is noting down where you are and all that thing is happening. The India stack story is a story which the world has recognized. So this has happened. The second thing is fantastic work over a period of time. The data, a couple of people who spoke before us spoke about how the data storage has become easy. So this huge volume of transaction data 5 or 10 years back in a bank environment, I would be asked, do you really want to save 5 years data, 2 years data? I don't get this question now. Nobody asked about this question. It is assumed it is there. So now coming to these two things, and so there is something like where the AI is really making a difference is to find a needle out of this haystack. Now, all processes are changing, whether we like it or not. Some of it we can see, some of it we haven't seen. Like to give you an example, many of the banks have a bank statement, will have forget the bank statement, since both of us are from Bihar, at some point in time, we'll have an electricity bill from Bihar, which was not, maybe written in Hindi 15 years back, but now that can be brought, read, understood. You look at how the data models are happening. So the data model gets an impact that it's at a particular place in Patna, in Rajendra Nagar, where the average income, which is secondary data. So the primary data, secondary data, all of this is coming together. And that's why it's impacting a lot of processes. The other thing that has happened is your data models somewhere are changing hugely changing from a BFSI world. How is it changing? Earlier, we used to look at what has happened in the past. it should happen. So I will have a metric saying that, why is a bad guy? And I find a bad guy in the population and start modeling it. But now with this digital evolution, that bad guy, that scenario would happen once in a lifetime. Means suddenly you will have a spike in volume coming from somewhere, some IP which is trying to do. These are things that your models have not been seen, or it's an event, it's a rare event. And this is where your anomaly model detections, these things are coming in. And whether we like it or not, maybe we talk more about the marketing cases, maybe we talk more about the operations cases, but every single thing is going through a transformation, and how we as professionals keep ourselves abreast and the team below us is the thing. Whether who thinks first is the critical piece. Whether he's sitting over there thinks it first, or I think it, or somebody else is thinking for us, we don't know. But it's an ongoing thing.
So yeah, I think good points. I think if I summarize what you guys have highlighted, I think a lot of focus on public customer facing transactions where AI is enabling us to do things faster and better. I think you touched upon that it allows us to start off with a base and then build on top of that. That's increasing productivity across departments. I think Abhishek, you highlighted the fact that we can look at large volumes of data and pinpoint certain specific anomalies and build strategies around that. So I think that's where probably the growth in infrastructure, the growth in compute power has really allowed us to unlock the AI value in the last few years. So thank you for that. I think if you look at the topic and maybe some of the things Ganesh highlighted, collaboration is a big part of AI. So I have largely worked in manufacturing and maybe in infrastructure where, the tech team still is very much focused on coding and efficiency around the responses, etc. Whereas the business team is very much focused on results. And sometimes there is a dichotomy in that because the understanding of the 2, 3 players in the game is different. Probably it's easier for you in financial services where technology is a part of the business, but how do you drive collaboration across different functions? Maybe the data scientists, the tech guys, maybe your partners. How does that happen in your ecosystem? Maybe Shweta, we can start with you.
Sure. So I think we have to recognize that we can no longer work in silos. I cannot be in a data organization and keep refining this data product, which is going to be awesome. I have to be sitting. I have to be sitting in a place where I have business. I can fail fast if I have come up with if I have a new product, I can test it with the business. I can get results, quickly pivot with the new incoming information. So it is very, very important for uh, organizations to create common platforms where technology, data, business, and design, they can come together and sit together. Every new feature that you're going to launch, it goes through a review of all of this. It's not just about launching a new feature on the credit card. There has to be data pipelines that get built so that operations has easy access to data from day one. They're not scampering to service those customers. So one is common platforms, that is very, very important. Second, I think, is that for data programs specifically, it is very important to have metrics which are tied to a business OKR. What is my lead generation model helping me achieve? As Varun said, there has to be an uptick that I tried. My metric that I track as a data lead cannot be that I generated 100 leads. What did those leads help the business to accomplish? I think there has to be a strong tying up between this. And then thirdly, I think, there has to be a cross navigation of talent. People who have been who have been leading operations, they have to come in technology and understand how does technology work, and vice versa. People who have been leading technology, they have to come and lead operations so that they understand some of those pains firsthand. Cross navigation of talent at a senior level, that really, really helps drive collaboration, drive more empathy and understanding of how can we solve this faster, better, cheaper, sooner.
Fantastic. So I'll just pick up one term and maybe put it to you, Abhishek. You're a part of a very large conglomerate. Cross navigation of talent, especially at a senior level. Indian corporates have not really been much into that, over the time. Is that changing now? Do you see that happening much more now?
I think again, like Shweta mentioned, personal opinions here, but I think yes, there is a change. And how is it changing? Let me reflect back on what happens. Like Shweta, just taking in from where Shweta left, you have an overall organizational goals, and below those goals, you kind of match it, because the other option is, which a number of organizations I see doing, is to have large teams, innovation labs, where when people come in, they say, oh, these guys are working in those silos. I don't know what's happening. These guys are doing something. Something will come up in 2 years, 3 years time. Maybe the very senior management knows, nobody else. Whereas the other thing is, like she mentioned, you have a set of goals and you kind of have AI data, everything coming in. Now, once you do that, what happens is there's a business buy-in, because it's going to solve a live business problem. Once it does, what works very well, and what over the years I've seen work well, and where this cross-pollination comes in, is you have data champions in various business teams also. Not only in business teams, support functions also, HR being one, finance being the other, because it is again going back to the first comment, there are processes there in finance which can be automated. There are processes in HR that can be automated. Nobody has spoken to them. Now, what happens is when you have these smaller data champions across, they kind of are the key drivers of whatever the central team or the so-called analytics team is doing in their respective function. They become accountable. There's a KRA for them to work towards that goal. In that sense, they backward integrate and understand, say, what my team is doing or what the analytics team is doing. So they have some understanding. Overall, what tends to happen is, over a period of time, what I'm seeing now is that you may not get into a coding role, because that's something you either you do it in the first 10 years, I might be wrong, but my personal opinion is either you do it in the first 5, 6 years, or you can't do it. But where you can add value is the business analyst role. When you come in and do a business analyst role, or somebody from the analytics team crosses over to the product team and develops a product calculator, then there is a thing. The third thing that tends to work very well is have regular conversations on what is going on in the organization, which helps not only at a very senior level, I would say at a mid-management level also. And that becomes a part of town halls, that becomes a part of your monthly meetings, that what's happening on the data side. These are the 3 objectives that we had. Here are we on it. And if there's somebody who wants to come forward and come for this project, you do it. And believe me, what happens now is youngsters cross over and they are willing to do it. And finally, last but not the least, is there is a certain, somebody mentioned it, a friend, that you cannot escape it. Now, everybody, earlier, if I used to not like a meeting, I would say it's an API call, and nobody would question that, okay, something he knows more than me kind of thing. But now forget the API. I think most of the models, they will come back and say that, okay, what is the area under curve? So people have picked up. And I can see the transformation. Business leaders are asking for numbers from the models. Can it be fine-tuned? Can it be more optimized? These are the conversations happening. So literacy is going up.
So maybe again on the very similar line, Vineet, if you look at competition, I think in your industry, especially if there is an innovation which happens leveraging technology, the replicability of that is very, very quick. So how do you use AI as a strategy to differentiate yourself from others? When in the market today, everybody sees something and wants everybody else to provide that. How does AI help you become different to your competition?
That's a very fair question. See, I just to tell you, so I've come from private sector, from GCC world, and now just recently I've joined IDBI. So I've worked in Morgan Stanley, I've worked in UBS, Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, Lehman Brothers before joining. So it's the first time. So I can for sure tell you what has happened in past in other areas, GCCs, global companies versus what we are trying to do here. There is a difference. The difference is not only in terms of what you are trying to do. Of course, what you are trying to do is the reflection of what kind of customer you have, what industry you are in, what are the regulator, and what are the compliance you have to face it. right? So if you see the journey of Indian bank, especially PSUs, and especially in our bank, to be very specific, the PSU to becoming private, so kind of customer and kind of services also changes, right? So the way you see competition at maybe 10 years from now versus today versus 10 years backward are different. Your competitor bank is different, your competition to technology is different, your competition to product is also changing. So when you are a PSU, probably you have to push for some particular, amount or numbers to be catered for a particular set of people, which is not there in a private sector. But when you become a private, you have an option to choose or whether yes or no. So accordingly, product and accordingly services and technology changes. That happens. That's very common. So in our area, in this area, what I see is competition is definitely there. And one of the good thing I can tell you is at a very high level, not only in our bank, in most of the Indian bank, they have the management board has very clear and concise understanding about AI. They are highly focused on getting this implemented. RBI, I mean, regulator, all the regulators, along with all the banks participant are in sync. Now, the competition is just in terms of tools, utility, and services, what you are consuming. It's also in terms of what data you have. You have to understand this bit. So the kind of data which you have versus kind of services you can choose. I may choose, as most of us were talking about, I may choose X, a kind of services, for example, call center one. But do I have that system or data in place to even utilize it? Right. So depending on this, our competition is also changing. However, for us, what we are trying to do is we have got much ahead. In fact, we are also trying to build in-house models. Right? We are also integrating with regulators model. We are among the one of the top 5 bank which has implemented hourly basis mule, hunting live, and one of the model which has come from regulator. So among the rest of the bank, we are among the top 5. So that is naturally helping us to identify what the mule and what we should do. So to secure ourselves. The similar area where we do in terms of competition is there are a lot of customer interaction. There are a lot of customer base activity, which we are pioneering. For example, call center piece, we are almost there where the calls from private sector, which we get, even now, I was getting a couple of calls saying, you're this, do you want this? And then that gets connected. So we are in the process of getting this. We are in the process of naturally transforming the way chat happens, the way email gets, replied back, analytics of email which comes from customer. So competition is not only in terms of product launch, competition is also in terms of services, what kind of services we are giving. And
Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. So Varun, if I come to you, I think property is a very physical business by nature. I think while others are more into products and services, I think in your business, it is not just Chat GPT, which is relevant from an AI or tech perspective. It is also how you leverage AI to give better experience to the customer. I think I'm from the same industry and a lot of focus in that. Could you highlight what you are doing in the customer experience side of things, leveraging AI maybe?
So a couple of things. One, of course, is at the site where we are, has been there for quite some time, now become hygiene. But even within that, now you have VR, which is Gen AI based. So you have agents who are talking to you, guiding you, answering your questions while you are at the site. So those products have kind of started coming in. Even from a customer experience perspective, I would slightly go back to what I also mentioned earlier. We now have generative AI interacting with the client at different times. What do I mean by different times is I gave an example of night leads, because a lot of customers or prospects rather today don't want to speak to a human. They are more comfortable replying on a chat. So that is a lever we are using very effectively. It is not just night leads. It could be leads where customers or prospects are not responding. So after a couple of tries by either the pre-sales or the sales team, then they move into the chat mode. There is referral which is being used a lot. Matlab, we are generating a lot of business through referrals using the bot. It's all generative AI. We've started but not seen a lot of success in voice calling, frankly, AI voice calling as yet. But on the bot side, various use cases where we are seeing, since we are from the same industry, a lot of channel partner engagement, we are seeing a lot of benefit using the chatbot, where channel partners are kind of even giving in leads because their experience is very different. There is a lot of transparency where I might be giving a lead as a channel partner right now. I will be told that the lead is already in the system. It's a duplicate lead. If not, I'll get a lead ID right there and then. So we are seeing a lot of traction from the channel partners, where contribution of channel partners has gone up because of the trust, transparency, and experience they are seeing. Earlier, they had to possibly call a sales human agent. He would enter their details into the system, then give them a lead ID and tag the lead to them. Today, it's at the click of their button. Not there's no human involved. So those places is where.
Thanks, Varun. I'm conscious of the time, so maybe I'll just have one last question. I'll open it up, whoever wants to pick it up. I think Ganesh used the words ethical and guardrails, and the government is putting in a lot of structure around, how you manage AI, especially when you're interacting with people. So regulations like data privacy or bodies like certain, they are going to be big players in this particular space now. What are the thought process around the impact of these regulations on your industry? I mean, because in many cases you will have structural changes in terms of how you do business. If I look at property, we do a lot of cold calling, we do a lot of third party, like you mentioned, calling, or in your case, people source a lot of data, right, wrong, I don't know, but that's how the industry works today. So structurally, do you see impact of these changes in government policies impacting your business? It's open to anyone.
I think that's a fair question. And I think, especially if I link it to what the DPDP Act is also coming across, there will be, it's bound to change. So one of the things that I think most organizations have started talking about is that when you're doing that, going back to the first principles, and when you're setting down what are your AI objectives for the year or for the next 3 years, you do a data discovery after that, and that's where you start breaking silos, because somebody has some source of data in their laptop, in some database somewhere, and people are coming together, putting it all together. And then you're baking it into a data layer, and you're building a data architecture and saying, look, these are the 5 things. And it's very important from a senior management perspective, and many people in this room, to call out what we won't do and what we should not do, and that's where the red line needs to be drawn up. Keeping in mind that that there is going to be this act that comes in, and there will be a lot of difference in the way we do our business today and what we'll do it in 6 months. The other thing that needs to change is the whole philosophy of the business also, because many people are using what has also happened is, other than the India stack, a lot of alternate data has come in. Now, in the alternate data space, I don't know whether somebody who's giving me that alternate data has actually taken the customer consent or not.
Correct.
People have built it in their models. Now, either that models get revised. If it's maybe outside the model, it's much more easier. Second, the larger question is, will that company survive or not? If you are taking it from the India stack and it's from the source, it's a government-backed thing, you have the permission, so somebody has given a clear consent. But wherever there is no clear consent, there is a gray area that all of us are struggling with. Do we have the perfect answer? Yes. Maybe not today. As we go on, because even some of the clauses are getting, are worked upon by various partners, various consultants are looking into it, drawing the fine line, but definitely there will be some sort of a change. And mind you, these regulations are quite stricter than many of the European norms also. So it's not something that's not going to change. It's going to change the way our databases look like, and especially with what Varun was mentioning, the whole piece around, the social media data. It's a complete, forget the unstructured data that we have all created.
Yeah.
How do we go about it? How do we, put this all together as a challenge that all of us, both from a data and the data modeling part of it.
Thanks, Abhishek. You want to add something, Vinay?
So if you remember, when we were a kid, right? Kid as in just college pass out. So we would. So we would go and we'd develop anything. Anything what we see, let's develop it. So we start coding. That was the first practice. Start coding, develop it, done. So that's how initially we have learned throughout initial couple of years. It continued for many years. If you relate this now, it's no. How this is going to impact is you cannot simply take any use case and go in the market. You cannot simply take any product and go in market. You cannot simply take anybody's data and go in market or use it. So that's how it's going to change. So the regulator, so I'm building a data, AI COE also for the bank. And one of the key direction I have is governance first.
Correct.
You do rest of the things as an use case naturally, but governance first. Do not have hallucination, do not have biasness. How to make sure that you do not cross the line in getting this done.
Very.
So that's very, very important for now.
I think two things which will obviously things will change. One is the first thing all of us need to focus in on is that whatever data we are capturing is captured cleanly, is captured and used in the proper manner, because that is the only thing you will end up having as your own going forward to build models or to use it. So that is the first. A lot of times we don't even catch hold of that data cleanly or store it properly. Second, going forward, synthetic data is what will gain importance, if I may, because as and when there is a regulation or there is a limitation, regulation could be one of the things, but limitation to use data, you will need to look at other avenues. And while synthetic data people use, don't use, not sure, but going forward in the coming years, that is what I think will be slightly a game changer, still to reach levels where we get results close to real, but that's where things will move, I feel.
I just want to add that, like what Abhishek and Vineet pointed out, like ethics is something which has to be embedded in the organization's culture. It just does not have to be AI specific, I think, we have a strong code of conduct that JP Morgan lives by, and all initiatives, including AI initiatives, are under that remit. The second is, I think there is going to be standing up of governance organizations. Like you have to understand, this is new for the government as well as organizations to put forward. But there has to be an effort, and there has to be, and those organizations have to be independent. That independence is very important. They have to be directly reporting into the chairman or the CEO that you have, or the board of directors. Not they cannot they should not be influenced by the business outcomes that are at stake if you tweak it a little bit here. And thirdly, I think from a model standpoint, there is a very strong governance in terms of paperwork that goes inside of that model, and the explainability of the models. Like there is going to be a lot of focus on that documentation.
So I think we'll end here. I think the message is very clear that I think the leadership has to spell out what are the boundaries within which the business has to operate, and probably what allowed us to get here may not be the way forward. We'll really have to look at how we plan our business forward. I don't know if you have time for questions, Shubhajit.
No, sir.
No worries. Thank you so much, audience. You've been very patient. Thank you, panelists. We had a great conversation.
Thank you so much, sir, for conducting such a wonderful session. Thank you so much to all our speakers as well. We look forward to having all of you the next year as well. Can I have a bigger round of applause, please, for all of them? I'll request all of you to please kindly come forward for a nice group photograph. We don't want the tables to photobomb, so I'll request all of you to come forward. Thank you. And a big round of applause as the photos are being taken, ladies and gentlemen. And unfortunately, in the best interest of time, we cannot accommodate questions, but I'm sure they're around, and in the networking area, anybody wants to ask questions, please feel free to ask. We'll quickly move on to the next session. As we are pressed for time, this is going to be the second discussion, ladies and gentlemen, the discussion hub 2. The topic for the moment that we're going to be deliberating on right now is AI and future of work, building India's next-gen AI and data workforce. I'll repeat the topic once again for you all. This is about AI and future of work, building India's next-gen AI and data workforce. I'm going to be quickly introducing our honorable moderator and our honorable speakers as I welcome them on stage. To moderate this session, we have with us the esteemed presence of Mukesh Jain, CTO and EVP, leading AI-driven innovation globally, Capgemini. And we also have with us as speakers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. A big round of applause for sir, please. Thank you. To join him on stage, we have with us today Ram Gopal Prajapat, Senior Vice President, Data Science and AI, All Cargo Logistics. Can I have sir over here on stage? Thank you so much. Give him a big round of applause as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. My next speaker over here, Mr. Sameer Sankhe, Chief Digital Officer, Genesis International Corporation Limited. A big round of applause for sir as well, please. I hope I got the pronunciation right of Sankhe. Okay, thank you. Superb. My next speaker is Sundaram Ganapati, GDS Consulting, AI and Data Leader, USLI, FS and AI and Automation Leader from EY. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We have our honorable representative from EI, our knowledge partner for the program. And my next speaker over here, we have with us today, Girish Hatkar, Chief Information and Digital Officer, Tata Realty and Infra Limited. A big round of applause for Girish ji as well, please. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. What a pleasure to have all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic we are going to be talking about right now, AI and the future of work. A lot of conversations regarding AI. Almost everybody is talking, but we need to bifurcate what is important, what is not important. Talking about importance, we have the experts talking about it. So, sir, over to you. And can we quickly update the timer? I'll tell you what, since we are running a little late, we have to shorten a little bit. We'll make it 35 minutes, please. So just reduce 10 minutes, please. I'm so sorry, but then for the time that we are kind of running late. So I'll request all of you to accommodate with the time. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
So good afternoon, all. It's a privilege for me to be here and moderating with some of the experts here. A very interesting topic, right? And we talk about AI and future of work, right? So AI is there to work for us, right? But at the same time, when we talk about it and humans coming into picture, how human and AI collaborate and all. As mentioned in the previous session also, AI is not new. Personally, I've been using AI for 33 years, including when I was working at Microsoft, building the junk filter. So I'm sure all of you are using Outlook. So if you're getting less junk in Outlook, you can thank me for that. 1999 was the AI, Microsoft's first AI I wrote there to be able to catch junk, especially for Bill Gates at that time. So things have evolved over a period of time, coming from the data focus, then going for machine learning, and then AI part of it, predictive, natural language processing. Now in the era for last 3 years, talking about generative AI, and now with agentic AI, bringing them as humans, as close to as possible. So the expert panel I have will be talking about some of those and sharing personal stories about how to do it. With a crunch of time, we'll try to manage as much as possible questions. So Ram, let's start with you. So when you're talking about AI, so there's always a lot of learnings, a lot of retraining, reskilling, considering the workforce may not be as ready, right? How do you embed AI? How would you embed learning in AI initiative? What exactly is your mantra or success mantra? Or how do you make it happen at your organization at All Cargo?
So So I represent All Cargo, and All Cargo is logistics company. We have operations across 180 countries and directly in 120 countries. Now, being logistics company, of course, the skill set and awareness and the expectations are very different. If you look at some people who are in the corporate office, the way they understand is significantly different from the way the people who are working in CFS, which is container freight stations or warehouses and all of that, right? And a lot of use cases and applications have to be going at that level for us to really make sense of it, right? Where AI getting adopted and getting used and it start contributing and deliver business impact. So first, and I think good thing has happened over the last possibly decade or so is awareness of what is AI and what AI can do is significantly higher. But in my view, I think what we started facing is people has to understand and develop AI aptitude, right? And what I mean is people need to understand that where it can be applied, uh, what kind of use cases it can or cannot solve. If we try to, put on all the things, AI, it can be, really, really challenging for organizations. And the other also important is how to mitigate the risk, right? So what we are trying to do is some of things are very, very, possibly standard everywhere, right? So we started sharing some of the success stories within our company in terms of where we have seen the good result and because they are able to relate. For example, in our industry, some people were highlighted in previous sessions that for them voice wasn't working, website and conversations through the chatbot was working. For us, even one level possibly different, where most of our customers are sending us emails because we are mostly in B2B, and we get, just to give you one number, for one country or large country, every month we get 500,000 emails, right? So it's kind of volume you can imagine. All these are business emails, right? So one of the category of emails is customers asking us for quotation, and sound like very simple, but if you think about, they will be saying, we want to strip a cargo from India, one locations to somewhere in the US at another locations, right? That they need to give you the dimensions, they need to give you the how many packages it's there, what's volume, what's weight, and what kind of content it has. And so it's quite a lot of nuances are there, right? So all of those used to be done by a human, right? So now we leverage AI to do end to end from picking up the emails till the generating quotation and sending back quotation. Now some of these success story when implemented for one country and then sharing with other people on the various different forms. Some format is just like global leaders coming on the stage where we start sharing and showcasing those stories. Some places because they are able to relate. Important thing here, the message is that they need to relate back that how it can be applied in their area. Typically when I speak to multiple people, they are aware about their AI is there, but they don't know how it can be applied in their area. So some of those examples has helped us. Now we have been able to create a pull effect where the people are asking us, I have something similar problem, can you really solve? Right? So that part is important. Second part is how we can then really conduct various different workshops for them to literally know little bit, and that of course has to be very, very different across the hierarchy what we have, right? Not everybody should be taught how to do coding, and that's not the right thing for most of the people, right? So conducting workshop, sharing those examples, and creating some of the gamified platform, right, where they can just play around, not necessarily to solve a business problem. These are some of things are really helpful.
Interesting. One thing I caught your attention was, AI aptitude, right? Just because somebody knows how to use ChatGPT or Gemini or Copilot doesn't mean that they are AI literate or AI aptitude. But at the same time, what AI can do, what AI cannot do. I think we need to get out of the mode where we're thinking AI as a super god. Super god, right? We can come and solve all of our problem and take all of our jobs, right? Definitely not a super god. So let me jump to Girish. Girish, what do you think as a CDO, as a Chief Data Officer, right? how are we enabling business leaders? How are we empowering business leader wherein we can enable them to take better decisions? Maybe you can throw some light on that.
Yeah, definitely. So, uh, like you said, with the advent of AI now, I think one major difference. I think we have all gone through an era where we were initially dealing with static websites, and then we went to dynamic websites, and then the app economy, and then you have conversational platforms that came in, and now AI has come in. Now, there is one fundamental difference. Now, what uh, in all these previous technologies, there was an element of human intervention required. Now, AI brings in autonomy. And so while it brings autonomy at one end, it's such an strategic assets that it has the power of augmenting human intelligence and help in your everyday activities, and at the same time drive transformation through creation of new models. Now that's the gamut where we are operating in. And when we started this journey, we said, okay, now if that's what is the expectation from the business teams? I mean, where do business team wants to operate in this entire thing? Where do they really want AI? Where is the in the entire journey, where is a genuine need for AI intervention required? And I think that's where we started. And to give you example, see, like the fellow panelists rightly meant, we have to first convince people that it is going to help. And how do you convince them? It is through implementation of simple solutions. I think two simple use cases that we implemented first. One is the expense management. Now we all do expense management, and you have although we have tried to simplify it a lot, there is a lot of data points so that we need to input. Now what we have done is simple. Today on your phone, you go scan the bill and tell the agent, submit my bill. That's all. Now, if you have eaten something, if it's a paneer tikka and a roti, why do you have to go and select food category over there? I mean, obviously, you're foodie. I mean, why? Also, what information about the individual you don't have today, which you want him to input? So everything. So it goes directly, gets submitted into SAP, and if it's within the limit, the money gets transferred to your account. I mean, it's life has become so simple for the employees, and they saw this benefit. They saw this benefit, and that's where they said, okay, so this is one example. And then they came out with ideas and said, okay, help us take more proactive decisions, derive insights. So we went ahead and so currently we are on Microsoft Fabric. We were anyway on the Azure stack. So we have gone to Fabric on F64, and we have deployed the Microsoft Copilot. And we have trained Copilot. So Copilot is now giving insights to the business teams, and that has worked as wonders. So it's a journey, obviously. I mean, your AI is as good as your data, and that's a journey. We are building that data, but this is the steps that we have taken to reach there.
That's very good. Girish, thank you very much. One thing definitely is very clear is the human in the loop, right? You cannot just blindly say AI can do everything for us, but the human in the loop is very important. But like, I would like to add one element. See, I've been doing AI at Capgemini also for several clients in the last 7 years. One thing I found a difference, push versus pull. I don't know if you have observed this. Push, right? I have all the dashboard in the world. I have all the chatbots in the world, but somebody have to come there compared to delivering that in their mailbox at automatically. I call it breakfast report. Morning 9 a.m., the report is delivered to you with the breakfast, because that is a different story. But you get the report and you know what's happening, and that triggers anxiety. That triggers interest for them to come and check what it is compared to you have the chatbot. You can ask any question. Are they ready for asking question? Do they even know what question they want to ask? Right? The problem need to be pushed. Okay, and then yes, insights can be done. And I think the balance comes out wherein we are talking about top line or the bottom line. My experience, 80% of the project today in AI are for bottom line. Cost reduction, cost reduction, cost reduction. Very few people even talk about top line. I know, can we increase the business? Can we do predictive? Can we nudge Mukesh at that moment of time because he think we might get a more business from Mukesh at that moment of time? I think that part need to still come out. I think we're not there yet from the generative AI part of it, but that slowly we can, if we understand the human behavior, probably we can get there. Okay? With that, coming to Sundaram, right? So now, if you look at it, Ram talked about it, Girish talked about it, some of this element, how do we enable decision making? But what is that unique blend? Talking about strategy, talking about tech, domain knowledge and everything. Are you expecting Mr. Know-it-all, people to know everything? What's your take on that?
Thanks, Mukesh. I mean, thanks for being here. Thanks, Businessworld. I think very valid point. There is a change in the mix of talent which we need. I come from a consulting background, and prior to this, I've helped build large data and AI organizations across. So we work with varied set of folks, and typically earlier the mix was, if you put a Scrum team, you have a product owner, Scrum master, business analyst. But now what's happening is the roles might be the same, but the expectation from the individuals is significantly different. Like if you look at it, the developer needs to know a little bit more of the business context. I mean, because AI disruption is different from what we had before, right? If you were to look at mainframe to client server to big data to AI, the previous one were more siloed in the respective tech stack. But whereas AI is like end to end in terms of the entire value chain it is impacting. So if the developer does not have a view of the business domain or the context, he or she is not able to write it the right way. The second one is if you look at it with today vibe coding and other aspects coming into play, the tech depth which is required is significantly different in the sense you are getting a code which is 80% there. And this is going back to what Ganesh and the previous panel also mentioned in terms of guardrails. Like you need a developer who knows the stuff well, that you are defining the guardrails and enhance the code for the last mile, because how much ever you do AI, I mean, it's as good as how you give the inputs, right? I mean, we are starting SIT and requirements change happen still, right? So at that point in time, you can't feed to AI, right? It can't rewrite the whole code. And I think you were mentioning earlier, right? I mean, having bots talk to each other and accuracy. And one of the key aspects is the tuning part, which is left as an afterthought. So a lot of these skills which were part has come into the forefront. And one more aspect which is there is the domain depth, because this is very important from a guardrail standpoint, because one part is on the tech side, the other part is in terms of how do you prevent the application, whatever you're writing for, doesn't hallucinate and doesn't go rogue. So how do you bring in the interventions? Now, unless and until the person has a deep domain depth, he or she cannot write the guardrails, because right now with AI, I can, based on business requirements, what I put, I can easily get the test plans, everything. But for this aspect, since the maker checker concept we keep, right, we need a checker for the AI, if AI is a maker. So the domain depth and the tech depth needs to be a little bit more. And now we are looking, one of the things which is coming up more clearly is that a lot of folks, I think we touched upon, is we need to unlearn a lot of stuff what we are doing. And one way to complement is we are looking at a lot of people who do not come from a tech background. Like we have started hiring a lot of people from liberal arts, because their approach to problem solving, the way you tell stories, and how do you try to resolve a solution, I mean, how to give a solution to a problem, is much different from a structured mindset, which most of the folks who are coming from an engineering background have. So we need to have that flavor also in play, which we are adding more and more to the team. Yeah.
That's a very good point. Thank you for that. And think, in fact, we are facing that challenge about, when we get all these engineers, right? Computer engineers, IT engineers and all, they are good at writing programs and all. Now we have agents to write the programs, right? But it's hard to find out that, how can this person, like a mechanical engineer probably required for automotive project, period, right? A computer engineer cannot do that work, right? So these parts are there. At the same time, the fresher out of the college, how can they have domain knowledge? But one thing which I've observed, if you ask this question about, simple question, right? How does e-commerce, how does Zepto deliver same thing and all? Surprisingly, even now, a lot of people don't even know. I order, I click, and I get an order. I say, come on, if you're not walk the process, how would you even know those parts? And that's what I promote this word called how things work. There are a lot of websites in the world where they talk about how things work. And depending on the interview I'm taking, I ask this question, and you can make out whether the person at least ready to learn. I think that part is very, very important. Walking the process about, what, this is how we can work. Because today, day one, I cannot expect people to have domain knowledge, right? But yeah, the business analyst, is it enough? Is the engineer enough and all? But yes, when you're training the agents, you can train the agents with business knowledge. I think that part probably is a differentiator. And that's what I was referring to when I'm having the two bots talking to each other and then writing the code. It's very interesting, but it's very funny as well. Yeah. Let me come to you, Samir. I know you have written a book on this, and you also read a book author, right? So Samir, you've written a book on AI and digital transformation, right? So based on your observation, how is India Inc. reacting to it? How is India Inc. Trying to adopt AI part of it? What is their overall feeling about it? Can you throw some light on that?
Sure. Yeah. Let me first share my journey. So I come from a company called Genesis. So we create AI powered maps. So we are a geospatial company, services company for a very long time, 25 years. And this journey is very important to bring out the point. 3 years back, I joined this company to transition ourselves to the product business. And we created AI powered maps, and we have tremendous amount of data, very unique data set. For example, we map India in 5 centimeter accurate 3D. We have street views of entire India. So we used heavy AI to extract the attributions from this imagery and the data points that we have. So 3 years back, we started the journey. I chose a certain area to focus our maps on, and probably I may not want to share right now which area is that, but the competition has been there for decades together. What AI enabled us to do is to dream big. It is like the sixer boundary. If you bring it closer, suddenly you will see that people are hitting a lot of big sixes, which they were otherwise not hitting when the boundary was long, but they are hitting the sixes which are crossing the earlier boundary also, right? So AI actually enabled me to dream very big and set very ambitious target. So this industry, I was told, is going to take us 10 years to create maps for a certain specific area. And it's going to take me 2 years to sell them to the client. Last week, 3 years after I started my journey, we actually closed a big deal with a top 3 companies in a given space in India. And this happened because we could dream bigger, we could move faster. And as Sundaram said that, although you have Anthropic giving you great AI code, I mean, only the coders know the truth about how much it actually reduces your work. It may not reduce your work. However, what has happened is that it has enabled us to try. So I sold AI maps to a specific industry. We use AI a lot to extract very unique features from very unique data. And I think that is what is important for all of us. All of us have unique data, and we need to learn to extract that. Secondly, automate the process, squeeze the efficiency, reduce the cost. Now, reduce the cost is a big thing, because for us, the big cost is map update cost. If I reduce the cost of map update, my business model changes. And I'm going to come to that. And then secondly, create features which are very customer driven. For example, we have a feature of AI conversation where you can talk to the map and get something which you were not able to get earlier. And they are trained on our map data. Okay, so these are the 3 different things we did, and we sold this thing. Okay, now what next? Now, what next is something which is something which I'm putting a lot of effort on right now. And I'll give you an example. Kodak, 1975, they created first digital camera. In 2000, they put all their attention to create the best digital cameras. You know what they didn't do? Do you remember how Kodak used to earn money? You actually not only sell cameras, but you sell consumables also, the films. The problem with Kodak is that although they did digital transformation, their mindset didn't change. And in this case, what was the mindset? That I'm going to earn my money by selling consumables. So they created a digital version of selling films. That is, their whole focus was on selling the tools which will help people print the digital photos. And where did market go? Market go to Instagram, where people were not sharing photographs in digital print, but they were sharing it on digital media. Now, this is, according to me, a biggest problem that all of us are going to face. And that is India Inc. You mentioned about. That is one thing which I'm struggling. I'm making myself learn, and I want everybody to learn this mindset change. AI is going to do a lot of things. The biggest thing which I see a lot of us don't pay attention to is a business model change, which I talked about in case of Kodak. And in my case, same thing happens. I sold it for a particular price to my client. Can I actually sell my map for free and make some money from something else? One. Secondly, okay, I've sold something to my client, and whilst the process of sale, I realize, and when I started actually implementing it, it's a big ecosystem play, and I realized my maps had been used by someone else, and that person doesn't know anything about the map. So can I actually be bold enough to create what he's creating and increase my TAM tremendously? And because AI is there, I can now think about doing that. Okay, because speed is the key, and I know nobody can beat me on speed. So this mindset shift is something which is extremely important in the changing, high-paced changing business environment. So what I did actually is that I've actually stopped a lot of efficiency gain measures, because I know that I could be the next BlackBerry, where I will create a great phone, but there will come an iPhone who will just change the game and take away the entire. It's like what happened to GE. GE was Six Sigma, right? They created the most efficient, really amazing organization, the biggest organization at the turn of the century. $500 billion market capitalization, Fortune #1 company. They are not even there in Fortune 500 today. Best run company, most efficient company. So in the fast business, technological changing environment, mindset shift is extremely important. The business model change is extremely important.
Definitely, that reminds me of a model called Kano, Kano. Things which are calling people delight right now will no longer be delight. It will become must-have in few months or few years. Thank you for sharing the story, Samir. And definitely, there's a lot of learnings around those. One thing I would like to highlight here, when you're talking about it, I mentioned that a few minutes back as well, right? It's not, if you just keep focusing on optimization, cost part and all, you will remain there. It's the revenue which are the new opportunities and all, and getting into those part. And map is near dear to my heart because I've seen that journey from using Microsoft Map Point in the year 2000 to start using Google Maps 2003 onwards. And of course, the whole journey is there. Looking forward for Genesis Maps as well. So coming back to you, Ram. So when we talk about all this part, right, a bigger portion comes into the AI literacy piece. AI literacy for some of us, yeah, techie. What about non-techie? But these are the real people who are bringing real money, right? What about the non-techie? How do you make them ready with AI?
So I think I'm just going to my previous examples and what I mentioned about. It's about involving them, right, in the project life cycle, because that's the best way. And I think mentioned about in the previous session is how the collaboration, right? The one person knowing, let's say data scientist knowing everything about business, possibly very difficult, right? Because data scientists might be working in our organizations with the operations team, and I will talk about a little bit more, and very, very complex, and logistics from operations perspective, pretty complex. The pricing, the procurement, and the rest of the support functions, pretty, the complex. So for one person or the team of data scientists to know all of the businesses are, pretty complex, right? So the having a collaborations and showcasing some of the success examples help us to connect and get the pull effect, what you mentioned, pull and push. So getting pull of and then it is about a collaborations and helping them know how these things are working. So not only just giving on the superficial level, but getting into details and making the details coming out, how these all different component of the solutions are working through are important for there, right? So as I mentioned, in our organizations, we are doing 3-4 things, right? First thing is the the awareness of AI is important, but for people to really start sensing that I need to learn, right? And for that, generally our top management, they start, saying, or they start referring in almost any of the form in terms of saying the how AI is important for us to be relevant to the customers in the new game, what mind shift, and how we can think about the business model, how can we identify new opportunities, how we can transform some of the processes. If we don't do, somebody else will do. And I will give some example about the revenue growth and from that perspective as well. So the coming signals from top creates the interest, saying that I need to learn, right? And I need to invest in that. And then rest of the things into us and HR coming together, how we can create some of those platform for them to know and learn about it, right? That's because otherwise in outside also there are a lot of contents are there, but they might get lost in a lot of information. It's as an organization, it our responsibility as well. So we create those workshops. We simply understanding, especially for non-technical people, talking about in their languages and giving the examples and giving details on the regular basis, not one of the scenario. So we, I think some of you mentioned about when we were saying what different good things you are doing in terms of engaging the peoples in various different ways, GAN session and some of those things. So what we do in our organization, we share the AI newsletter, right? Those newsletters have, one is the success stories. Second one is also some part of in their language, how they can relate back to the AI. And I think sometimes, it gives happiness then when people start referring and say, oh, Ram, oh, that AI newsletter, right? So that's kind of the effect it can create, small bits and pieces. It's hardly nothing, transformative, but that's how the people start relating back and start, be positive in terms of, yes, it can be. And just one last piece, right? So we are taking, some of the key initiative in terms of how we can penetrate AI for the revenue growth. And I think, so what we are doing is basically salesperson, of course, they are the last one to, be interested in AI in typically in our sales, right? It's not selling a AI software or, the chat GPT or the Copilot, right? So those people, what we try to do is AI agents running, and we know that which client they are meeting to. So we know the client they are, planning to meet. We AI agent doing the analysis that what that customer they are meeting, what kind of business they are giving, what trade lanes they are giving business, their business has gone down or not, right? So that the AI does the analysis part of it, which was not possible if you think about few years back, right? But Copilot, ChatGPT, and this technology allow us to do. So then send the report out to the customer saying that, sorry, not customer, salespeople, saying that you are meeting these customers, you might want to, refer some of those report, one pager summary. So that's
Interesting.
One way.
That's a good one.
Relating back to your example around.
Sure. So thanks. I think this example about the newsletter part is very important. I don't know if you are doing that part. On average, every day I get 37 newsletters. 37. Yeah, I know it might be too much of this, right? Glancing through those, finding out one or two important news is what I care about. Delete everything else, right? And that's the way I learn. And that's why when somebody asks me, my daughter asked me, how do you keep yourself updated? That's how I keep myself updated. Very interesting part, the AI newsletter wala, right? The person tagging you this one. Recently, I was at a Jain community event and I was shaking hands with the, are you Mukesh Jain? Yeah, the AI wale. Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. But enabling non-tech people, I'll tell you, I do a lot of leadership workshop, AI leadership workshop within Capgemini outside as well. And one of the things which I always do is ask them, how much data Uber generates when you're just attempting to book? 34 data point. How much data Uber generates when you are booking and then completing a ride? 87 data points. And wow. And if you start with that point, now list down this point, right? you will be able to train them faster without writing a single line of code. Just knowing that this data is generated, because every activity or inactivity generates data. That mindset change is what is important. I think that part is good. Thanks, Ram, for sharing that. Coming to, I know we are slightly almost out of time, but let me just touch. Sundaram, just want to hear from you. We want to get this part, but how do you push it back? How do you do left shift to make collaborate with universities, collaborate with startups, and also that we can get better ecosystem in terms of talent and skills and all, so that we are more ready for the skills going forward? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I know we are running out of time. I'll just take a quick stab. See, if you look at it with universities, two parts, right? One is the curriculum, and the second is how we are delivering. I mean, because right now, about few years back, I'm sure many of the organizations work with universities to make a curriculum which is aligned, and we started working on AI. But that was more targeted only at tech population and very specifically Python programming, ML models, standard stuff, right? But now if you're looking at it, that is par for the course because half of that is anyways being generated. So I just need somebody who's deep scientist to kind but what we are looking at, like specifically domain-based, right? Like if somebody's doing a finance course, AI, responsible AI, ML models for fraud detection, or like AI for supply chain. So more context-based, domain-based, either a function or a business line, it aligns very well. And second is not just typically, to a large extent, we are only targeting the tech audience, right? People are doing engineering, but now if you look at it, how do you get it into mainstream, like within, if somebody's doing a MBA or even liberal arts, in terms of whatever they do, how do you bring in AI as a way? So which is like, which what I said, that one is what you teach, and second is how you teach also. Like we still, in many places, I mean, I think some of the schools still have blackboards, and the way you deliver and how do you use, I mean, can the teacher, like simple example, right? The students just listen to the lecture, the teacher does, and end of the day, before the student reaches home or in college, if they are there, they get the summarized version of it using a copilot, transcribed, everything done. So the focus is more on hearing, understanding, and asking questions rather than sitting and writing notes, right? So these are small things which you can do. And second is, I would say, is like, if you look at it, how can you create a ecosystem for startups, like a broader policy framework, having a shared compute infrastructure? Because what are the limiting factors? Idea generation, idea generation is not limiting. It's just that the surrounding ecosystem, the infra and all those things where they get challenged, and how can we create environment for that? And one more point, last point I would say is that the schools, colleges, and startup is all fine, but we should start looking at tier 2, tier 3 cities also, in the sense, how can you reach out more? Because somehow most of the things is like, I mean, concentrated in only smaller places. Smaller, not smaller places, big cities in smaller pockets. How can you expand it more? Because, I mean, this generation is far more savvy using tech from day one. I mean, swiping is like a natural art for a 3-year-old kid. I mean, you go to any restaurant, you see kids are, what is going in their mouth, they don't know. In front, the screen is just being swiped, right? So they are far more savvy to pick up newer things. So I think tier 2, tier 3 cities is, that's how you're going to increase your talent pool.
Thank you. I think we're out of time. Just closing on this topic. See, a lot of these colleges and all, right, they definitely, if each one of us can even contribute to one college, I think that will make a big deal out of it, especially product management. Product management with AI. I think that's the least good skill in India, I would say, the least skill in India. Maybe that is something which we all can do. As you know, I've been involved with some of the university, and I agree. Tier 2 and tier 3 is where they really require us. With that, sorry, the short of time, we could not cover more questions. We had a lot of them in my list. But thank you very much. Thank you, panelists, for your great answers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to you, sir, for moderating this so well. Give him a big round of applause, please. I'll request our speakers as well to maybe clap for our moderator. Thank you so much. And give them all a big round of applause. I'll request all of you to come forward for a nice group photograph. Thank you. This was all about AI and the future of work, building India's next gen AI and data workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, they deserve a bigger round of applause, please. Thank you. Bahut bahut shukriya. Thank you. I'll request just one chair, please kindly take away, and maybe get the tables a little closer. Yeah. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be moving on to the third discussion hub before we break for lunch post that. So yeah, this is going to be, I spoke in the introduction itself about the compliance versus innovation battle. And this is exactly that we are going to be talking about right now. The compliance versus innovation battle, data leaders navigating AI governance in the year 2025. Like always, I'm going to be first calling up our moderator, then I'm going to be calling up our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this session, we have with us the esteemed presence of Mr. Amar Kaul, Chief Data Officer, India, Barclays. Can we please have Amarji on stage, please? Thank you so much, sir. What a pleasure to have you. Thank you. To join him on stage, we have a fascinating lineup of speakers, the incredible trio, as I announced, Nishant Pradhan, Chief AI Officer, Mirai Asset. May I please have Nishantji on stage, please? I hope I pronounced it correct, Mirai Asset. Pleasure to have you, sir. Thank you. My next esteemed speaker, give a big round of applause for Mr. Manish Bararia, SVP and Global Head of Platform Engineering, First Source. Give a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Manish ji ke liye, thank you. The applause need to continue when once he's walking up to the stage, right? Thank you, sir. Pleasure. And last, but definitely not the least, I would now like to call upon stage Priyanka Sharma, who's the head Technology Laws and Data Privacy Group, Legal and Compliance, Aditya Birla Group. Big round of applause for Priyanka ji, please. Thank you so much. Welcome. Pleasure to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take the energy a notch higher, please, with the clapping and appreciation. And I promise you, after this, we are breaking for lunch. We'll be rejuvenating ourselves, re-energizing ourselves before we move forward to the second half. So thank you so much. And over to you. And just let me quickly update the time. Yeah, timing is perfect. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. And I did get the cue word that we are between lunch against all of us. So we will try to stay on time. Apologies. This is always a tough session coming after such a great session on workforce. I think aren't we all struggling to either upskill ourselves or get the right workforce on AI? So it's definitely a fact. Really privileged and humbled to be moderating this session. We've got a very diverse group out here and would love to pose some questions. But before that, just quickly wanted to kind of share a fun fact. While I represent Barclays, I don't know how many of you know, but in terms of standard financial services, Barclays does claim to be a 350-year-old bank. We probably, if we really count data, we might have a lot that we can't even find. The other fun fact that I would share is, speaking of innovation, right? Who all use ATM? Just a raise of hands, quickly want to check. Who all still use ATM? That's bad. Do you see ATM on the road back home? Yeah, that's a shift. That's a shift. Now, ATM, which used to be called cash teller machine, was actually invented by Barclays. I'm not trying to be bullish about it. 1967, you can Google it, ChatGPT, your favorite browser, but this is what innovation leads to. While the machine is still out there, the usage primarily has changed. It used to generate vouchers and only one particular currency notes. It has changed, obviously, its motive, and I think so is what AI is doing, and we're going to touch upon it a lot. Let me move on, right? It's a tough one. It's a battle of innovation versus compliance, always a hard topic for leaders. Maybe I'll start with you. You work for a buy-side firm, always trying to meet the alpha, and your role as AI officer, it's really a new CXO position. So I'm sure there's a lot of demand to deliver. What's your philosophy? What's your approach to keep the innovation alive while at the same time, you know, there's a very fast changing regulatory landscape out there to keep eye for?
Yeah, thanks, Aman. And Good afternoon, everyone. So we'll make it quick, and we want to add value in every line that we say because there's lunchtime coming up. So today, every firm and I think every individual has to innovate. So innovation is non-negotiable. But at the same time, even the fraudsters are innovating. So your criminals also are innovating, and hence compliance comes into the picture. So what do you do? So to innovate as a firm, like whether you are in say mutual fund or for any firm, it's really the question of like how do you handle it systematically. So there is a rush towards AI, Gen AI. So every CTO is coming out with a chat bot. People are saying that there are vendors like coming out with solutions very quickly, and that is where the role of your AI head or a chief data officer comes in, where like how do you build your say your principles, philosophies, and your systems. Now, I would take a few examples on the data front and a few examples on the AI front, and these are not all and sufficient, but like this would give at least a necessary takeaway to all of you in terms of what needs to be done. So first is like AI is all about data. So a good understanding of data is very important in terms of data classification. What data is sensitive, critical, and PII. And this is not just domain knowledge, because you may have business people with very good understanding of the domain, but then if you break it down into data or the business process, that's a different skill, and hence, there are so the topics that I'll talk about will require skills which is just beyond your technology and domain. The way we divide within our industry and media, like either you're a coder or you're a business SME, but there are a lot of skills in between where like how do you classify your data, how do you understand like what is your golden source or say the single source of truth for your data. Like within a firm you have the same data stored at multiple places. Who is the owner of your data? That's very important. Do you want your data to be lying at multiple places? So if it's customer data, that's the biggest risk. So your risks to compliance starts from there in terms of understanding that do you need a data lake, so that you can control access and you can also control AI on top of it. So these are 3 or 4 things in terms of data classification, your data ownership, your single source of truth, your data lake, which are very important, which we skip and we overlook. Now, when you come to AI and Gen AI, the question is like AI also needs document, which is also data. So we have data engineers, but we don't have document engineers. Like as a discipline that needs to be established, it's a totally different industry of its own. How do you get say what is your like raw store of documents? What is your transformed stores? Because these documents would lead to all your Gen AI solution. Like where do you store your documents? And your data is not just financial data, it is also your document data, which probably we overlook. So that's the part. And then what are the tools? Like say, for example, like you need to have some principles that you're not going to use a free license. So we don't use free license of say Chat GPT because there like you have no control in terms of if your data is being used for model training. So we only look for say enterprise solutions. We pay for it. At the same time, like don't give it to all. These days I see people say that I've given 400 Gemini license to my firm. Everybody is using Copilot. We have a chat bot. Don't go for those like short wins, because you overlook your foundation in terms of data and AI. You also have to look into that whether you're going to build your AI in-house or like you're going to build it say, along with a partner which is going to give you some accelerators, or you're going to leverage a partner solution. So there are many levels in which you can engage AI like within your organization. And today everybody is selling AI. You have like IT service vendors with their accelerators. You have a data lake like Snowflake, Databricks, which have AI. You have CDP and like CRM solutions which have AI. Now, you don't want your customer PI information to lying in multiple data stores and that too in your vendor managed data source. That's a very big risk, which probably people overlook. So look at your data, look at your AI, say your strategy for the organization, have control over, over your AI roadmap. And I think this is very important. So if you build this, you are automatically prepared for any compliance, any law, DPDP, consent architecture, everything is taken care. If you go back to your data principles and then go back to your AI principles.
No, that's very good. Anything, Manish, you want to add on this one, or Priyanka?
Yeah, so that's a very good point actually that you're making. If you look at, you know, the liability that most LLMs, put on organizations. Now, LLMs mostly are still black boxes. Even if you are talking about an enterprise version, like we were speaking about this earlier as well. Even if it is an enterprise version, do you really know what kind of, controls they have in place? As a chief data officer, an AI officer, where does the accountability really lie? If your AI cannot explain its decisions to the regulators, to the auditors, or even to your board, then it is not intelligence, it's really a liability for you. So I think that is very important, to understand whatever data goes into your AI has to be kosher, has to be, there has to be lineage tracking, and all of those things have to be in place.
Very true, very true. I was with JP Morgan prior to this, and we used to run a secret program called Know Your Data, just like we run Know Your Client. So I think it's just becoming more front. If you can't trace your data, especially which is authoritative, Nishant, to your point, you can't track the quality and you can't track the model review. So terrific, terrific. Maybe let's shift gears. I think from the front buy side, let's maybe get a perspective from our software service and product providers. Manish, you represent First Source. Big shift happening. If we follow media, looks like the everything is falling apart. But wanted to kind of hear from you, how are you keeping pace, not just with the innovation and compliance and other roadblocks, but also the changing business expectation? Because I'm sure whoever are your sectoral clients, they want to ride this hype cycle. So how are you keeping up with it, with the boundary conditions out there? Your view.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Amar. And it's great to be here with all the esteemed audience. So on your question, you're right. I think, see, the key thing from changing business expectations perspective is business wants speed. Today, with the advent of all LLMs, like Priyanka was speaking about, everything is at your fingertips. Business assumes that if I can write a prompt to generate something, you as the technology guy should be able to do it faster than me, right? The problem with that is that, of course, compliance, the regulations, the data privacy, all that comes into picture. Fortunately, in my view at least, see, still speed, agility, and compliance are not really competing forces, to be honest, in this world. In my experience, at least, organizations that do well in terms of speed with AI, they are not the ones that are, cutting corners on the regulations or compliance stuff. They are the ones who are using governance to bring clarity, and that clarity essentially ensures that we have speed and innovation both. So for that, how do we achieve that as a vendor or as a software product? How we do that is that typically all the compliance or the regulations or the governance pieces need to be factored in early at the product design or software design phase, during the life cycle, during CI/CD pipelines, like data lineage checks that Priyanka mentioned a little while back, capturing data lineage details during initial phases itself at each step of the development, automating metadata collection, or having lineage audits at every step, essentially. Having bias testing, or adversarial testing, so that we ensure that data is protected. So as I was saying, that while speed is of this, data is even more important from a privacy as well as a security perspective. You have policy as a code concept, where when we use that, the regulatory constraints, they travel with the code. That does not mean that it is, so to say, hardwired into the project or in the software, but it has to be as part of a framework that can take, global and regional regulations like DPDP or GDPR into configurable framework so that it can be deployed at various locations without having to change too much. Or you have, fairness testing aspects where you get into all of this. Net, the overall factor here is that compliance now, as part of software development, is obviously not a checkbox, right? Organizations that do well will take this as part of their life. They will take this as part of their initial design, and only then it will succeed, because customers today trust only those vendors who have built trust by having all these measures in place of data security as well as privacy. So yeah,
that's interesting. I think there's a big, what we call sometimes shift left. Earlier, when whoever were in software development, we used to have a very linear way of build out, testing, compliance, audit used to show up at the party very late. I think there's a huge shift happening that they are more proactively engaged, so they can challenge, check based on compliance regulations. So you're absolutely right. Thank you for that note. Yeah.
So actually, like you're right. See, it's not, I mean, many, I've seen in some organizations that, see, compliance or security checks are a post-launch or a near-to-launch add-ons. That cannot happen now. It is part of the life cycle. In fact, it is possibly one step before the life cycle of writing code also, to be honest. Right? So yeah.
No, so just want to add, I think what happens is, so in some organization, see, the real problem is in the mess that you have created over many years. You have like different stores, you have data, you have documents, some contract document lying somewhere, and that mess needs to be cleared. And so for you to model your business like into a data model, like, it's not easy. And hence I said at the beginning, you may understand your domain, you can code well, but to create your business model, and I think someone spoke about your business model, and how do you model your business in terms of data modeling, and your business model is not easy. It requires plural skills. So it requires skills of both humanity and engineering. So I would again, there was a mention of we need more humanitarian, we need more engineers. I say you need plural skills, because that is why there is a gap today. So today in the fund management, we have fund managers who are like very excellent with their Excel skills, like knowing what's happening in the industry. Then you have tech people who understand like how to create an app. Yeah, but the challenge lies is the sweet spot in the middle. Like when you get into a systemic way of like, how do you create a system? Like, how do you model your database? If you go back to your like traditional data modeling skills in terms of star schema, like dimensional model, like what is your facts and dimension? Now that requires both business and tech skills, which we lack. And then now you bring in data science, where so you have data scientists like who create features for their model. Now those features, like who owns those features? So there is a gap like between someone who has risen up being a data scientist but not a data modeler, and then someone who has done data modeling but doesn't understand data science. And then there is a tech person who has built an app but doesn't like understand modeling. So as you see, there are various roles within an organization, and you have to map your organization, your domain, model your database, which includes even your features that your data scientists will create. That is where today people are not able to do it, because you have singular skills. The way we have defined within our industry, you are a CA, you get into fund management, you are not taught to think systematically, or you're an engineer, you get into coding, but you're not taught to model your business. So you don't have those people in the middle. Where you need someone to declutter the noise within your organization, get rid of data which is not required, have relevant data at one place, you are able to control, manage, you will stay compliant. So that's the skill gap.
When you were saying mess, I was hearing data mesh. I don't know how many of people have built data mesh architecture in their platforms, but that was definitely a term we were using for data products. All right. I think we talked a lot about product. We talked a lot about compliance. Looks like it's all trending towards moving with caution, which is where the regulation, data leakage, privacy, and the more global franchise you are, the bigger the risk, right? Because you are not just complying with one or two countries or one or two regulators. Predominantly, it's a multifaceted. So maybe this is the perfect time, Priyanka, moving over to you. We have a lawyer in the panel, so I'll try to be good with my words. How is Aditya Birla or your perspective when it comes to these very fast changing regulations? I think regulators are also getting very conscious and careful about data, especially customer privacy, breach, which leads to trust based on which industry you are. How are you looking at as a data privacy protection officer? What's your perspective?
So, like we've heard before in the sessions before ours as well, AI is no longer experimental now. It is fully operational and being adopted by all organizations. It is used for making decisions in finance, HR, customer experience, and so on. But what is important is that the data that goes in. So today we talk about data as in AI data being oil, but oil spills are still messy affairs. So we have to ensure that that is taken care of. For that, now we look at governance frameworks. So the conversation is now moving from technology towards technology governance more. We look at governance frameworks. There are varied laws, around the world, especially for global organizations who have to comply with, EU Data Act, and there are certain sectoral laws in the US as well. India is predominantly sectoral. So the approach that we like to take is more of a principle-based approach rather than a prescriptive approach. You need to have a harmonized mechanism by which you can, comply with these regulations on the principle-based approach. It cannot be a country checklist that, you are complying with certain provisions in a certain country, especially given that AI is cross border, it is cross jurisdictional. You cannot restrict it to certain geographies. It is very important to have a harmonized approach towards compliance. You look at bias mitigation. This is not even an ethical issue anymore. It is more of a regulatory issue. When you look at employment laws, labor laws, you look at antitrust. Recently, Amazon had an issue with the FTC because of the antitrust implications of the algorithms that they were using. Also, there were, some, AI used for employment related purposes where the AI was actually downgrading certain applicants because of the word women used in the application. It could be, women's chess club, women's, women's clubs in their colleges and all of those. So those applications were downgraded because the data that was used was predominantly male. So these kind of issues give rise to real regulatory concerns which can have action on the organization. At the end of the day, what do we want? No matter how much data we crunch, the business wants to know what is the bottom line, right? So it is not only about creating value, it is also about notional savings in terms of the cost of compliance versus the cost of non-compliance. And I think that is how we like to pitch AI governance and compliance to our board, our leadership. It is not just about being a driver in terms of a market USP. Like he also mentioned earlier today, it is not so much considered as a USP in the market, but the cost of non-compliance can really hit a lot of bottom lines in the process. So I think a harmonized approach towards compliance is very important. And ensuring that we follow principle-based approach rather than waiting for a regulation in India to come in.
Thank you. Anything, Manish,
So
on this?
just one thing, I think what Priyanka mentioned, and that brings one key aspect here is that, see, for the regulatory pieces, bias detection and all, see, the explainability in anything that we do becomes very critical, especially from legal regulatory perspective also. So explainability audits at every step, every run, every model version is becoming critical. It is critical essentially. See how, where, what data was used, to derive what, at which step it took what decision, multi-step SOPs, kind of derivations of how it arrived at a decision that the model actually finally did, right? So that explainability is possibly one of the key factors that will drive how we survive in the regulatory world today. Yeah.
Just to add one point, I think while we are looking at risks, there are also a lot of opportunities that AI brings in terms of compliance. Also, you have a lot of risk, predictive risk analysis that can be done using AI. So these are also some avenues that a lot of companies are exploring, where AI can be used as an opportunity to ensure you're compliant, to ensure you have horizon mapping for compliance and things like that. So I think it, as much as it is a risk, it is also an opportunity that a lot of organizations can pick up.
Yeah. So one point that I would like to add is, as an AI team or as a CTO or a chief data officer, like you have to drive AI use cases, show innovation. But if you're not sure of the risk or regulation, like for example, with DPD Act coming in and with the consent architecture and with the kind of fines, we are hearing that, one legal case against like a firm from a customer, and the fines from SEBI I'm hearing is 250 crores.
That's right.
For one case. And so if you're not sure of like what may happen, don't take that use case. So it's also very important to like break down your organization and understand your strategic goals in terms of like, are you looking at some, alpha? Are you looking at like cost optimization, non-linear growth? So pick use cases where you have public data. Like for example, in our industry, market news is public data, and there is a need, like every fund manager, equity research person like needs on a daily basis a very summarized news content in bullet points, and which is public information on their Teams or WhatsApp, for education purpose. That is something where no customer is going to come and sue you. There is no DPDP Act. It is just information on the web, being provided to you in a summarized manner. Uh, so those are the use cases which are, you stay away from like issues early on, like let other firms fight the battle and like let them get hurt and you do it next year. But what happens is, like being in the AI world, see, sometimes we want to like become heroes. We want to come out with a chatbot and say we launched this, we are doing marketing use case. So we want to pick the use case which is which is yet not yet solved by the industry. And we don't like use cases with public data or a customer complaint data. Now that complaint is also a public complaint on the web. You can mine the complaint, you can come out with sentiments, you can do a lot of things with public data, which unfortunately none of the startups and firms in India are going ahead. They're all looking at customer data, and then they are thinking about PII, and then I mean, look at public data. There are hundreds of use cases. As she mentioned, there are use cases around compliance itself. Like, how do you build a system which is like trustworthy system? In terms of phishing attacks, in terms of like someone can actually emulate your CEO tomorrow and start giving portfolio advice. How do you track them on the web? How do you like protect your brand, your reputation? Now, those are use cases with public data. Unfortunately, no startup today has built a GenAI solution on public data. They're all building solutions on customer data, and that is where somewhere we are going wrong in terms of picking the use cases in your industry and domain. If you look at healthcare, there's a lot of public data about hospitals, your doctors, their ratings, so there can be some firm which just like prepares that as a summarized tool. Or in our world, we are looking at like summarized like information for stocks, equity market, gold, so there is a lot of like, the fortune is there in public data, but unfortunately, we are chasing, customer data, and somewhere I think we're not making the right choices.
I think if you still want to be heroes and look at customer data and all of that, you need to keep in mind. I've seen in a lot of places the AI officers or the data officers, they all work in their own environment, in their own silos. So what is important is cross-functional collaboration. You need to bring in your legal, your compliance, because not everybody, like you mentioned earlier, data science. So not everybody has all the expertise. You need to have a cross-functional team that can help you analyze these risks and mitigate them, and so that you can innovate with compliance by design, like privacy by design, you can have security by design, you can have compliance by design as well. So that is something, you need to keep in mind if you are, exploring restricted databases or customer data and other such confidential information.
Awesome. Thank you. I think this war of innovation versus compliance, the convergence can possibly continue to the lunch also. But with the limited time we have, maybe a last closing remark from every one of you with regards to, and maybe a more practical advice to the broader sort of audience or a thinking in terms of, if you were to put a particular budget, whatever budget you manage, how are you distributing that between, do you want to be first extremely compliant, or do you want to first innovate, have that bit of risk, and then allow the compliance to catch up? Because both are sort of moving targets. I know this is off script, but I thought it's, if you have time, so I'll ask.
No. So in the world where we are in and in the industry that I am in, see, we are all looking at quick wins. I mean, I spoke about compliance all along, but I will end with, see, you need quick wins. I cannot, tell my leadership or my board that, I'm building a foundation, I'm building a compliant architecture. There's no budget, there's no patience, there's no room. So you need to show the quick win, and the quick win has to be shown every month. There needs to be a launch, some product launch. The only choice we can make as, like, probably the only person in the firm, I think all of us who understand all the disciplines of data, tech, AI, business. So the only choice we have is that we can build a very systemic architecture while, like, delivering the quick wins for your board and customer. That's the trick. I mean, if you're able to do that, you will stay compliant. But if you're not able to build a very long-term systemic architecture and you're just like playing around with quick wins, you will have a 250 crore fine, like, sooner than later.
So incremental trust and then build a resilient infrastructure.
So my take is slightly different. I mean, while we do go for quick wins, but especially in my industry where we are dealing with customers more than for our own needs. See, as I was saying earlier, the frameworks that we use to define or design our software, they need to be in parallel at least, if not ahead of the curve. In fact, and it has yielded good results, to be honest. For example, in one of our large, I was speaking about it earlier, healthcare customers, for example, we were actually able to cut down almost 3 times the effort that an individual spends on each document processing, simply by not improving the AI model accuracy or anything, simply by providing a reasoning section in the same page. What now it happens is that now the human, whenever it comes to human for review, the human in the loop piece, he is able to see why AI model is predicting what it is predicting. And it has cut down the time that he needs to spend on each document by a third. It has become a third. So sometimes these quick wins, or rather the framework, the compliance issues or the compliance pieces, it may look like a lot of work, but the results that they yield, sometimes even in the short term, they far outweigh what we actually spend ahead. So in my view, yes, at least parallel or before.
Thank you. Priyanka?
So I think for me, the key is proportionality over paralysis. You look at the government, why do you think in India we don't have an AI law? We took 5 years after the EU to have a data privacy law in place. It is because we want to promote innovation. And I think we should take the same approach as organizations in India, principle-based approach instead of a prescriptive approach. We see the government has released guidelines, for most of the industries. Some highly regulated industries definitely have, some regulations in place. But the general approach that the government has taken is of a principle-based approach instead of a prescriptive approach. So I think that balance has to be struck even as organizations, instead of looking for 100% compliance. So in the compliance world, they say there's nothing like 100% compliance. So instead of going that way, we should take it on a risk-based, approach. where you should look at the kind of data that you're evaluating. If you are looking at publicly available data, there's a different approach you take. If there's something that is more sensitive in nature, there's a different approach that you take. So this proportionality is very important when we look at compliance with regulations or in general AI governance in the industry.
Thank you. Awesome. Great views. I would just like to sum it up by using an analogy from maybe F1, Formula One. Any takers? So if you don't follow Formula One, but Formula One has been out there for almost 30 plus years, the average speed of the race cars has gone from 200 miles to probably 350, what's on the track. And that's clearly innovation at its best when it comes to engineering. And I think the reason I'm picking that up is while that innovation was happening, the only reason, one of the big reasons we believe, and there are articles about it, that could happen was the brake technology was amazing. So people had the trust that you can brake when needed, which is what compliance and regulations allow us to. So thank you on that note for being a very, very awake crowd. I'll see you guys at lunch with this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I think what I
you.
can say is that they have been awake because you have kept them awake with the kind of energy that you have instilled. Thank you so much. Give them a big round of applause, please, everybody. I'll request all of you to please kindly come forward for a nice group photograph. We don't want the tables to photobomb. Aesthetics matter. So I'll request all of you to come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the final session before lunch. Can I have a big round of applause for all of them, please? Our esteemed speakers. Like I mentioned in the very beginning, it's not every day that you get all these people all under one roof at the same time. So when we have them, let's make the most of it. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you very soon. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, the announcement has been made. We come to an end of the first half of the Chief Data and AI Officers Conclave 2025. We'll now be breaking for lunch. Let me quickly reiterate the fact that we are going to be having a break of 30 to 35 minutes for lunch. Suppose that we'll be seeing you in the second half. So thank you so much. See you all very soon.
You are listening to Cafe de Anatolia Music. Feel the touch of the Orient with Cafe de Anatolia. You are listening to Cafe de Anatolia Music. Feel the touch of the Orient with Cafe de Anatole.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to everybody. I can see the energized and smiling faces post lunch, of course, because food does make everyone happy. Sir does agree, right? So I think that that's exactly the case. Just quickly, kind of getting into a flashback mode in terms of where we started in the morning. Since a lot of chairs over here at the front are vacant, can I please request our esteemed guests to come forward and occupy the chairs at the front? Because we're going to be having a very engaging and special session right now. So we would ideally want our audience to please kindly come forward. So our esteemed guests at the back, can I please request you, sir, please, if you can come forward and take a seat. I'll request everybody to please come forward and take their seats. That would be highly encouraging for our next speaker and very, very appreciable from our end as well. So can I please request everybody to fill in the chairs over here at the front first, please? Thank you. We're just waiting for that to happen, and then we are all set to get going with the event. I'll request people at the back, please kindly come forward and occupy the empty chairs over here at the front. Ma'am, if you can please come forward and take the seats over here at the front. We want the front seats to be a little, I believe, filled to get things going. Thank you. And sir, thank you. Please feel comfortable to sit over there. Shukriya. Yeah, okay. I believe we are good to go right now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second half of the Chief Data and AI Officers Conclave and Awards 2025 over here. This is powered by Blue Star, knowledge partner EY. Thank you so much for being with us throughout. A lot of people have been here since morning. A lot of people have joined us right now. So thank you so much to all of you from the bottom of our hearts for making this event very special. We have had some interesting conversations, keynotes, and discussion hubs in the beginning before the lunch session. And now we are going to be going ahead with another special keynote. This is going to be about AI-generated synthetic information and legal compliance in India. And who better than the one, our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Advocate Dr. Prashant Mali, President and Founder, Cyber Law Consulting, Advocates and Attorneys over here. Thank you so much, sir. Please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. Your presentation, can we please have sir's presentation? And here is your clicker, so you can use that. And maybe you might want to use this mic, or whichever mic.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's a very difficult task to engage you post-lunch. And in a very good trance mood, I'm going to take you through a topic which can really put you in trance further. See, now the age is of synthetic data. Why synthetic data? Why it is a problem? Because if you right now see lot of LinkedIn posts and articles, 90% of them are written by AI. Now the same knowledge we are acquiring and building on the same knowledge is again used and trained, used to get other AI trained. So what is happening is the whole synthetic data per se maligns the future, result of the AI. Whatever you're asking to the AI, it may be result of a synthetic data. So reality checks are needed. Now what has happened now is, as I speak, just few days before, Government of India has amended Intermediary Rules 2025. That is Intermediary Rules of 2021, so 2023 and 2025. Now what is it? It is law. It has powers of under the IT Act. It has not amended it. It has put out for discussions. So it's the first time that India is defining what is synthetic data. So that is the most important change what is happening. So Gen AI has created this amount of, lot of synthetic data. Now, what should be the objective? Open, safe, trusted, and accountable internet through accountability in AI generate content. Now, these are the buzzwords which are constantly spoken in AI conference or in AI meet of different executives. Now, what is needed? What are the key frameworks which govern this whole synthetic data or data as such? So we have IT Act, the Principal Act, Section 66D is for impersonation, 67 is for obscenity, safe harbor, Now, why these sections are there? Because using synthetic data, something can be created which could harm someone's reputation. Okay, so this section, that's what I'm saying. So then we have IT rules of 2021, 2022 it was amended, 2023 it was amended, and 2025 it will be amended. It was just now amended, and there could be one more amendment till the year ends. So now I want to give you one academic question. So suppose someone asks you, when was the last IT Act amended? Now you have an answer to it, 2025. Why I'm saying this specifically, you go on the internet right now also and ask your AI, it will say 2008. You can check. Okay. Why? Because 2008 was major amendment. And why does AI say so? Now let me give you a real life incident. Because majority of the time about IT Act, who are writing? The IT professionals are writing. And IT professionals are not lawyer. They are never aware about how law behaves because they are not, by training, they are not lawyers. And majority of this data has come from them. And AI has learned on them because a lot of websites were carrying their articles, CISO, CIO, CTO magazines, and collation of that has lead to training of AI, which talks like this. So if you ask me day before yesterday also, when this 2025 amendment came, when was the last IT Act amended? It was 2023 and still not 2020, 2008. Okay, so this kind of issues will happen first because of synthetic data and second because of wrong data as the first data. So, the synthetic data based on synthetic data, training itself goes wrong. Then you have BNS sections. BNS is Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita sections, about 336, 356 about forgery and defamation. So, you change somebody's facts, change somebody's financial facts, etc. Forgery can be added. DPDPA is the buzzword. We are going to have this privacy panels in the evening. A lot of discussions there where there are obligations of data fiduciary and user consent. Lot was talked before also about the consent management fatigue, which organizations are going to have when they are using personal data. So issue there also. Second is Evidence Act. Majority of the time, people don't speak about what happens when an AI-based data comes to before the court. AI-generated data comes before the court. The day before yesterday, I was addressing judges and lawyers. My point to them was, are you going to take AI as legal advisor or lawyer itself? When are you going to do this? Where is the wakalatnama? Is AI capable of taking wakalatnama? That is, the document you sign for your lawyer. These all cases would be there. So admissibility of AI generated evidence is yet to come. So the law is yet to come. We still have to adjudicate on it. Digital India Act, my dear friends, we don't anticipate AI Act like thing, EU AI Act like thing in India, but we are anticipating Digital India Act, which will be an umbrella law, which will have IT Act, DPDP Act, AI related regulations, gaming related regulations, etc. Everything which governs the Digital India initiative of Government of India. So this is, which is what been getting drafted, and you may have this and you have AI regulations under this. So these are the key frameworks. Now, what is synthetically generated information? In the normal parlance, we keep saying synthetic data. But what has law taken into account? Law is using this word called synthetically generated information. So if you look at the rule 21WA, now these are for the uninitiated in the law, these are the rules which are framed under the IT Act. So they have same power of the law, same power of the IT Act. So this is the first time India is trying to define what is synthetically generated information. What did it say? Very simple. Information artificially or algorithmically created, generated, or altered using a computer resource that appears reasonably authentic. I mean, people may, have the issue about what is computer resource. For that, again, you go to the definition section of the IT Act, and it computer resource means includes your mobile phones. So anything which has a processor which processes capable of processing is your computer resource. Now it covers, why was government of India so proactive in bringing this definition of synthetically generated information. Most important thing was deep fakes. The issue of deep fakes. See, issue of deep fakes with common man, people may not, government may not be that concerned. But now there are elections going on, and deep fakes are being used of politicians doing something, talking something, appealing something, creating some narratives. This pinches the governance or the governing sarkar the most. So they want to bring in, they want to take a control of this. So cloned voices, I think everybody must be aware. All the celebrities now, almost all the celebrities are protected for their personality rights and for their voices. Excellent cases, Jackie Shroff. Jackie Shroff has a way of saying this. Like he says, Bhidu and all, and in his voice. Nobody can imitate him. No AI can imitate him. Obviously, Amitabh Bachchan, Aishwarya Rai, Abhishek Bachchan, everybody has gone and tried to got some or other protection from courts. So these are protected. Their personality rights are protected. You would say, will there be any exclusion? Coming back to Jackie Shroff, there is an exclusion. Krishna Abhishek is an actor. He can do his mimicry. That's allowed. He has taken that. He's the only person they have allowed that he has allowed that this person can do it. So now it's not protecting the personality rights or voice, but also selling them or creating an exception to it. That is the law paradigm which is happening. Okay, so algorithmically generated videos or text, these are also covering under this. So now we will have a new due diligence rule. Now this is a pain for chief AI officers, chief data officers under rule 3.3. Now what is this? Obligations. Intermediaries enabling creation of synthetic data content must label or embed metadata uniquely identifying such content. You're getting one where we are going? Suppose you're making a video or a picture which is synthetically created. The metadata should explicitly mention that this is synthetically created. If not, you are in non-compliant with law. And it is not, see, some people feel, people specifically who make this, kya hoga, fine lagayenge. It is not about fine lagayenge. If that AI synthetically generated deepfake video or synthetically generated video creates some ruckus, because of that, there is some law and order situation. Then other sections of BNS, IT Act, any sections, if you create some rift between two two languages, two religions, then those sections also will get applicable, and those will be real danger sections. So having this, abhi se hi, you need to start practicing of first, you have to align with how to provision for this. And second is start, rolling out a beta version of all this. Label or embed uniquely identifying such content. Ensure visible or audible notice, 10% surface duration. Visible or audible notice, you're understanding. Like suppose I have a video which is synthetically generated. 10% of the video should carry this notice. Disclaimer that this is AI generated video. See, the fun of that video only will get lost if this gets approved. Okay? कि 10% में अगर तुम लोग ये देखोगे कि this is AI generated video, people will just scroll through. In fact, people will generate some algorithm ऐसा बनाएगा जिसमें which will have metadata that will not be shown only. Tomorrow, Twitter is capable of doing that, right? You read the metadata, skip it. Don't bring it to the forefront. If you want to bring it to the forefront, pay to Twitter or Instagram. That scheme also can go on, because Indians are very clever, and this Meta and Twitter is very clever of the world. Prevent modification or suppression of identifiers. This is a very tough task, because in India, we are so clever, we have apps for this. Whenever we have some videos जिसमें header footer होता है, we find a app, remove the metadata, remove the header and footer, and paste it as our own videos. We're good at this. So how to do this? And who will be blamed? Whether the person who removes it or the person who allows to remove it. That is going to be another problem. Failure may lead to, now what is the biggest problem is, if you don't do this as an intermediary, your safe harbor provision under section 79, which is given to the intermediary, the marketplace or the significant intermediaries, will be lost. And once it is lost, FIR can be registered on you by the regulators. Enhanced obligations is for here is significant intermediaries is significant social media intermediaries is SSMI. Significant social media intermediaries about 20 lakh subscribers and kind of stuff. Must obtain user declaration on synthetic origin of uploaded content. Declaration लेगा. Deploy verification mechanism. Extra पैसा खर्च करने का to verify all this. Must clearly label or display synthetic content. Ensure why it is done so? It ensures traceability, accountability, and public transparency. See, they have taken all these golden words, which all AI people keep speaking here and there, that we want traceability, accountability, and public transparency, and they have bundled into a law and given back to you. अभी खेलो तुम लोग, है ना? मतलब बात करने के लिए easy है, regulation चाहिए, ये चाहिए, वो चाहिए. When it comes to you, it becomes really difficult to implement the thing. Yeah or not? So, what are the legal protection safe harbor is? Under 79(2), if we don't do proactive moderation of whatever AI content is, don't balance innovation and expression with user safety and trust, then 79(2) safe harbor provision goes away and you are no longer considered as an intermediary. You are being considered as a person who didn't do due diligence, and an FIR can be registered on you or a fine can be levied on you by Government of India. What are the compliance challenges? How to define what is reasonably authentic? Very difficult. You need to change you have to look at all AI related policies in your organization with the advent of this rule. On my LinkedIn, I have posted these rules, actual rules, and my interpretation also. You can go and have a look at it. This was 3-4 days before. How do you manage cross-border hosting and jurisdictional conflicts? Here they say you put AI ka label. Other people are not saying it. So how do you make in India and give it to the world? That becomes a problem. Handling encrypted platforms and ephemeral contents. Encrypted platforms, how do you handle those? Because the data will be encrypted. How do you decrypt? How do you manage this? Balancing freedom of speech versus misinformation control. In India, this is a big debate which is happening. Such kind of tools may lead to, blocking free speech. Ensure technical feasibility of watermarking and labeling. How do you do everything? How can you mark everything, watermark or label it? Becomes a difficulty. Lastly is the interplay between DP-DPA. Synthetic data may still continue constitute as personal data under DP-DPA. How are you going to address this? Inference data is not taken into account in DP-DPA, apart from synthetic data. So these are two types of data which could be personal data and yet not been taken in DP-DPA. AI developers must ensure data accuracy and lawful processing, definitely as per the DP-DPA. The rights of individual to correct or delete synthetic misinterpretations. Now suppose you synthetically misinterpret somebody, then right to data deletion is a part of DP-DPA. So you should allow them some scenario to delete. If you don't allow, they will go to DPB, that is Data Protection Board, and 250 crore tak ka aapko jurmana lag sakta hai. Okay, so you depict somebody wrongly also. So shared accountability between intermediaries and data fiduciaries. Now this needs to be discussed. The person who makes the synthetic contents and the person who hosts the synthetic contents, what could be the shared responsibility of these two people? How are they, if suppose, it's called indemnification. How do you indemnify each other? If you are charged 250 crores or more, then how do you take this into the parlance? The future of AI governance is lastly, India's regulatory trajectories under the IT rules, DP-DPA, AI Act, which is proposed of the Digital India Act. Trusted AI for Bharat is how do we balance innovation with legal responsibility? that is going to give us age. Sometimes late is latest. So in some things we are getting late. We keep shouting कि India is always late to the scene, AI के लिए latest. But the moment you come to know that India's AI being late could be really latest in terms of AI laws and AI compliance, you will be happy, because once you do things in AI, undoing or going backwards and complying that as per law is costly. So if you are little late to the party, you will be a complied party to a party. Thanks for that. I don't want to talk about this. Thank you very much listening to me. Thank you very much for calling me. Thank you.
Sir, I request you to please wait on stage. I request you to please come over here at the center for a nice photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that was the most interesting way material and information regarding law could be explained. Please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for keeping it very engaging throughout, sir. Shukriya. We will now be moving forward to our fourth discussion hub, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be on the topic of Data Tech Agenda 2025, maximizing data value with intelligent agents. Can we quickly have the chairs on stage? We need 6 chairs on stage, please. Yeah. Kindly update the timer for 35 minutes for the next session, please, console. थोड़ा बीच में gap space रख के please रखिएगा chairs. शुक्रिया. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we have been thanking everybody. Can I please thank them as well? Can I request all of you to applaud for them as well? They've been putting all the efforts from there and since morning to put up the chairs, tables, etc. on stage. So they deserve their moment of gratitude as well. So shukriya. Thank you. इसको ऐसे घुमाइए मत. तो तारीफ कर दिया तो फिर उल्टा सीधा हो गया ना तो. Just kidding. Thank you. Just keep it straight, yeah, and spaced out. 3 tables are enough. Just get 2 more tables, please. Videographer, sir, सही है पूरा? हाँ? Center नहीं है? हाँ तो you share your feedback then because we'll not understand. इसको और ऐसे करूं? और ऐसे? और? This is fine? हाँ, so अभी equally space out कर दीजिए please. इसको हटाइए मत, equally space out कर दीजिए. And keep the chair straight, please. Shukriya. Thank you. Thank you. Like I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 4th discussion hub. Topic that's going to be discussed right now is Data Tech Agenda 2025, maximizing data value with intelligent agents. Shukriya. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be first introducing our moderator. Please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Shiv Kumar, who's the Honorable Chief Data and Analytics Officer at L'Oreal India. Can we have Shivji over here on stage, please? Thank you so much. I believe the round of applause and appreciation can continue till sir makes his way to the stage. बहुत shukriya, sir. Thank you so much for being with us over here. I request you to take this seat, please. I'll quickly announce the lineup of speakers for this incredible session. This is going to be a session where our honorable speakers are Nishchay Nevrekar, who's the Chief Digital Initiatives at Pidilite Industries Limited. Can we please have Nishchay on stage, please? Thank you so much. And Nishchay ji, I hope I got the name pronunciation right. Thank you so much. My next speaker over here is Mr. Hardik Sanghvi, Chief Technology Officer, Institutional Broking, IIFL Capital Services Limited. Hardik ji ke liye zor se taali, please. Thank you so much for being with us. Pleasure. My next speaker is Sri Kripa Srinivasa, who's the Honorable Vice President at Dell Global Analytics, Dell. A huge round of applause for her as well, please. Thank you, ma'am. Pleasure. My next speaker is Dr. Biswajit Rath, Chief Data and AI Officer from Raymond Group. Can we please have sir on stage? Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. And my next speaker who's going to be joining us over here is Mr. Pranav Cholkar, who's the Territory Manager, Sales, Commercial Air Conditioners at Blue Star. Can we have him as well on stage? Thank you so much. This completes the very, very fascinating panel that we are joined here. Thank you so much. And don't go by that photograph. We have minor change over there, but then we very truly appreciate that. Thank you so much. Give him a big round of applause as well for joining us over here because we wanted somebody. So thank you so much, you and your entire team at Blue Star. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request all of you to please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Chief Data and AI Officers Conclave 2025, powered by Blue Star Knowledge Partner EY. Discussion Hub 4, all set to begin. Over to you, sir. The timer is right over there. Thank you.
So much. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. And I think definitely the topic is very interesting. And I'm pretty sure that everybody, all of us are sailing in this boat, that how we maximize the value with the autonomous AI and agentic AI. So you have the panel member introduction a bit. So definitely this panel comprises very great mix of the diversified talent. So one, we have the Nishya who is heading the digital initiative, and Hardik from the technology side we have, and Sri Kripa from the analytics side. So it's a pretty mix of the different digital technology analytics. And then Bishwajit, who is a chief data and AI officer from the Remen, which is a very diversified industries and definitely doing a lot of cutting edge work there. And very interestingly, Pranav has joined us from the business side of the thing. So it's a mix of the panel, which represents a very much enabling functions coming from data, technology, AI, and the applications. So our periphery is going to be around understanding where we stand in terms of playing with the intelligent autonomous AI, and also what are the different value levers that we can pull to maximize the value creation for the organization. And also we are going to learn and understand from the practical applications that what are the cultural shifts happening in the industry, and definitely understanding how the empowerment to the business users are going to be done. And very well, this calls for the lot of ethical grounds that we are required to address while we leverage the data, AI, and intelligent agents. So starting from a very much, I think, let me have a quick audience poll where you can just raise your hand in case you feel that your organization has started seeing high value of the intelligent and autonomous AI. Or you can just think of that you have started some of the initiatives towards augmenting the intelligent AI in your ecosystem. So in case some of you can raise the hand, that can give me a sense of understanding that, okay, it is in action. It's not just the theory that we are discussing on. So I can see some of the hands here. And so pretty much, I would say, by seeing the hand, it's a good 40%. So which means that this is a topic which is going across the table, and many of the CXOs we are debating that, how much we invest right now in automating our workflows and leveraging the intelligent agents. So just to start with our panel member, possibly I'm going to take their understanding, and they represent finance, diversified industries, technology, and we have Blue Star, which is again in the very much the cooling industry. So understanding their functionalities and operations. So if you need to rate on the scale of 1 to 10, so possibly you can tell where you stand in leveraging the autonomous or intelligent AI into your ecosystem. So there's just a one quick, maybe the number that you can represent your functions or action, possibly starting from Nishit.
Probably I'll rate us maybe a 2 or a 3. I think there's a long way to go. We just started.
Very realistic, yeah.
Yeah, similar numbers from my side as well. It's very early days and we have just started the journey.
Sure, Sri.
Okay, I hope I'm not sounding abnormal. We are completely head on. I won't take 1 to 10, I'll take 12.
Wow, that's a very outlier effect, I would say that. How about you, Vishwajit?
Yeah, for me, it is 2.
Okay, and how about you, Pranav?
Similar for us, only 3, 2 to 3, because we are still in the very starting stage.
Perfectly. So the idea is to just to have a level ground in terms of where we are, what is stopping us, and how really we are going to crack this puzzle. And I can tell you, like with my role, I had before L'Oreal, I worked with Schlumberger, which is an energy industry. And before that, I had a role with Mahindra Group. So similar to, I would say, a mix of Indian firms and then European and then US firm, which is very heavily in tech, at least for Schlumberger, I can say that. So it's a mix of my feeling as well. Even I can rate somewhere 4 and 5. So let me just have a quick, again, the check with them. So around the people, process, and technology, possibly I would like to take your quick 1 minute bite on it, that what is really enabling you or stopping you in terms of leveraging this autonomous and agentic form of AI. So maybe again, on your quick 1 minute oversight, you can give me Nishan, maybe starting from here.
So, I think the biggest barrier, I wouldn't say, but the flux that's there for us is we don't know where to start because the technology is evolving so fast. So at Pidlite, we built our first RAG model or RAG stack. It's retrieval augmented generation for getting questions from various documents around 2.5 years back. It's very early days. And it was getting obsolete every 6 months. So every 6 months we had a new model coming in. It was ideally either getting cheaper or there were stacks that were actually much better performing, and we had to continuously keep changing maybe the core architecture that was overall built. So I think because it's early days now, it's very important for us to be very agile and adapt to what's changing in the market. And I think that's the most biggest thing, because people and processes for now are going to keep changing. It's very important for an organization to understand that whatever they are investing in AI now has a big risk, and they might have to reinvest or re-implement something that they've already done, because things are going to change.
Sure. Perfect. Nishay. So I think we add a little layer that definitely when we discuss people, process, and technology, possibly Nishay, Hardik, you can add what is the frame of your little prioritization along with what is your enabler or stopper while you rated on the scale of 1 to 10. So when you look at people, process, technology, what is enabling you, what is stopping you, and possibly you can help us a little bit understand what is your decision frame to do the prioritization of automation and intelligent agents there?
Yeah. So while see the concerns raised by Nishchay are very valid in terms of model changing, output behavior and all. But say if we keep that aside, that's configurable, like model can be changed at the back end. And if we decide on a platform, like if we take last 1 year journey, now we have platforms in place which are stable enough, which can be integrated. So the next bottleneck that I see now that we're facing is integrating with our internal system. So while the external ecosystem is being developed, so like connection with Jira or connection with Outlook connection, so those systems which are there for the productivity, for that connectors are very easily available. For internal proprietary systems, connectors have to be built in. So not all systems are enabled now. So that's where the challenge is, that internal integration is the most important, because that's what will form the layer or a foundation for the agentic agents going forward.
Sure, perfect. So, Sri, I'm going to come back after Vishwajit because you're at a pretty advanced stage. So let me just have understanding from Vishwajit as well, that how can AI and machine learning integration, Vishwajit, is going to accelerate this data-driven decision making. So if you can just shed some light on this, and possibly you can touch upon the part of the question while you rated what is your enabling or stopping factors there. So you may add a little bit layer around that.
Thank you so much for this question and wonderful panel, and good afternoon to everybody here. So this year we are celebrating our centenary year, 100 years for Raymond, right? So we started in 1925 and we are at 2025. So we have roughly around so many SKUs. For us, blue is not blue. We have 10 shades of blue. So for us, stripe is not stripe, multiple layer of stripes. So I'm just closing my eyes the day I joined Raymond. For me, when I entered, the Ajay CXO, they said, sir, blazer. I said, okay, any blue blazer works. He said, sir, what type of blue blazer you want, right? So that's the first impression of Raymond, right? Taking that clue, so for us, feel, experience, color, design, pattern. So there are roughly around 72 odd parameters, right? And for us, each customer is different. When I say each customer is different, their buying pattern, recency, frequency, the way he bought, whether it's a discount buyer, non-discount buyer, he buys so many products. So I have roughly around 6, 7 different brands. So for us, it's a voluminous of work. At the same time, my customer doesn't come to me daily basis, right? And there are customers who come, buy, and they leave. Next year they will come. So this is the dimensions and the degree of complexity that we have. So this cannot be done either by human engineering or Hanuman engineering. That can only be done by machine learning and AI, right? We started with machine learning. There are a lot of models that we built in-house. And then we transform those models into now a lot of AI models, right? We are keep on evolving those models. There are a lot of predictive models that we have built in the system, whether it is for my customer preferences, whether it is for my supply chain, for my inventory, because I have around 1,500 odd stores available and some 5,000 different MBOs available, right? So this is the space, right? When you come off this, the only thing that comes to me, do I have to be there for 100 years? For what reason? It's all about quality, right? And for me, this 1 crore of customers, I have zero complaint because I don't have a customer care. Zero complaint, nobody is there. So for me, the only thing that I can play around with the data, spend a lot of time on the data, ensure that the data is democratized at the bottom level, zero level, at the soft flow. That is the pyramid, and that can only happen through AI ML. Thank you so much.
Perfect. I think you've laid out very clearly, Vishwajit, that how you're really playing with the integration of the different systems around it. So now moving next, Pranav is very special to this panel. The reason is that while all of us sitting on the data, AI, and tech side, he's the one running on the ground, seeing what is happening and why people are using, not using. So Pranav, help us understand in your experience, what is happening with these intelligent agents. What are the different nuances you are seeing which is helping you to either accelerate or sense the hindrance around it? So you can share some of your inputs around.
So, being from a service industry, we are running one step behind because we are not innovating in terms of AI and data, but we are supporting the whole uh, continuation of that activity. So when it comes to application, we are the end users for this particular application. And again, we are talking about points of hindrance and point which are actually accelerators. As you said earlier, people are maybe major hindrance because of they lag. So change management needs to happen at human level. Otherwise, the rest of the two pillars, which are technology and process, with right amount of investment, they can be easily manageable. But people need to be in alignment with that sort of acceleration as well.
Very beautiful. So I think Pranav raised that no matter what technology you bring in, but you have to mobilize people. Now, Sri, coming to you. Now you've heard, the around 80% of the panel was just below 5, and you were ahead of this. So help us learn that what is happening in your scenario. And Dell, definitely a global brand, leverage. I remember year 2012 around, you launched your own websites, understanding the customer performance, browsing behavior, integrating data with their firmographics, and so on. So please help us, the panel and the audience, to understand that how you're doing this magic, which is keeping you ahead in this automation and leveraging the intelligent agents. Yeah.
Wonderful. Shiv, first of all, thank you for having me here. Second, I thoroughly enjoyed whatever Nischay and Hardik and what we had from a friend from I forgot your name, from Pranav and from Raymond's what we heard. It thoroughly enjoyed the whole sort of input. You know, one thing you and from a from a company perspective, when I said 12, you know, there used to be this ad which is "Sare ghar ka badalna hai." So that's what we're doing right now. So in the entire company, pin to helicopter, we are on this journey right now, no exceptions. So that the culture is that way. But I just want to take a little step back, saying, you know, it's been a few years that we've been seeing this data grow in this pace at which it's going. I'm talking right now, somebody's recording something, it's going to be there in some place, and you know, and we've got social media, so data multiplies with that. So data is just multiplying, and somebody said 180 zettabytes by the end of this year. I don't know what's going to be next year. I hear that India data itself is going to you know, increase sixfold, and all of it is going to be in some cloud and 5G sort of devices and stuff. So this is not stopping. So data is going to continue to multiply. So so what do we do? What do we really want? You know, when you were talking about the air conditioners or whatever products that you're selling, the good old days, you had to go out there and check it out, and you know, possibly look in and back, and will it fit into my window and stuff like that. A bunch of us today go online to different e-commerce websites and get it delivered. COVID taught us a lot of that, saying, you know, it's really hot, I can't go out there, please deliver this and stuff like that. A lot of the online purchase behavior without actually going out and using that data on e-commerce website happened there. On the example you gave in terms of you know, the colors of blue and stuff like that, what I'm wearing right now, mauve maybe it is called, I don't know, but I can actually put it up onto some websites and say, does this combination look good on a stage? And I tried this yesterday. Does this combination look good on a stage? I'm not even trying it on, I'm just saying this. So we've become so much of sort of what you can do with data in terms of without physically being out there. I'm in a technology company, so I have to be ahead, otherwise competition will kill us. So we have to be ahead of this. And whose competition? It's not the big names, you know, out there. It's the startups. It's the younger folks who are fresh out of college who gets funding from, you know, second round, third round, and so they are competing and saying, okay, now this is what your. I have textile available on Instagram. I have devices available on Instagram. So what is it that from the generation I come from, we were reactive. Competition did something. I'm a chartered accountant. Competition did something. My CFO would come and ask me something. I will quickly go and get something. That's my reactive behavior. To that, from there, we've moved to saying, can you be more predictive? So Diwali season, something's going to happen. So can I just have some data ready saying Christmas is coming, sales are going to spike and stuff. Can I start becoming more predictive? Now, if I had to do that, I need a data set which is more, you know, autonomous, self-learning, and that's what Hardik was talking about, platforms. So we've made big investment, really, really big investment, saying that pin to helicopter, everybody is going to be on that platform. And that doesn't come easily.
Perfect.
I'm sitting in a country like where we are right now, you'll say, no, India is not like that. Please don't compare me to UK and US. And I need this because, you know, the zip code of India, pin code of this behaves differently from pin code. And that's true. Bombay behaves different from, in terms of clothing and stuff, from where I come from in Bangalore, which is true. But that's true for all, across the world. But we still said platform across the board same. Perfect. Which means processes across the board same. You know, I don't want to get into the details. We have a couple of storage products, power store, power, you know, and power scale and stuff like that, which is only meant to do this. So what does the customer want? At the end of it, customer wants to realize the full potential of all the data they have and then go and benefit out of it. So how do you gather that data into one place and then churn out the reporting and analytics? And then, of course, the right people. That's the
Fantastic. So I think with the audience now, I'm just concluding a part that you've heard the companies which are, you know, fighting very hard with the dynamic environment of technology, and then at a technology front, how you're really making the magic of leveraging the data and AI and autonomous agents there. So now coming a little bit on the, you know, the augmented analytics, Nishchay, if you can help us understand how the data and AI is really helping you to prepare and build model while you need to do on scale, then what is the next best thing that the companies or the technology can leverage using the augmented analytics to integrate data as well as the algorithms around it? And then possibly the one area which is very much emerging from the discussion that something to do with the culture is going to help us accelerate or make value out of it. So Nisha, if you can just make a quick pointer around the augmented analytics, which is helping you to leverage data and AI.
Sure. So, uh, keeping in mind how much time we have, I'll keep it short. So, uh, Pidlite as a company, we are very focused on, we're a distributor-led company. We sell Fevicol, we sell Dr. Fixit, we sell ROF. It's primarily through distributors, dealers, and then contractors finally make the buying decision. When I look at augmented analytics, there are two parts of it. One is creating the analytics stack, the recommendations, all that. And second is administering it on the applications. So what we realized is that, let's talk about the front end part first. So what we realized is that throughout the field, you know, especially the frontliners, data discovery doesn't make sense. They just want to see what their targets are for the day. They want to know how they're going to get maximum incentives, and they don't need data discovery. As soon as I come up the value chain, that's where augmented analysis is actually making a lot of sense for us. So we want branch managers, we want zonal managers, sales heads, wanting to do data discovery through natural language query. And now we're able to give them those tools thanks to LLMs and a lot of these stacks evolving on Databricks, Azure, various other platforms, where now they're able to actually discover insights from the data. They're able to ask it questions. I think that's been a really big paradigm shift for us, because every time they had a certain analytics to be done, it took us time for us to actually plumb that data, get it, and put it into some form of a report and give them that. Now with NLQ, I think we've really shortened that life cycle. So that's one. Second is, in terms of augmented analytics, the whole data preparation and data glossary piece, or the data dictionary creation piece, has been really fast tracked. So earlier we used to take a huge amount of time identifying various columns in the and labeling them, and then making them readable by various models, or even making them syndicatable. All of these things have become very simple because we're able to automate all of that, and that allows us to create a lot of augmented analytics on top of this.
So I think that's the magic, and when we see the brands like Pidilite, how closer they are getting to the consumers as well as the enabling stakeholders. So I think the data is really doing the real magic. Hardik, now if we little bit switch the gear, and if you can really reflect on what is the preparatory angle required when you really need to make the mass movement where people have to understand the value of autonomous agents and agentic AI, how you really prepare, what is the role of the little bit empowerment and education that you impart within the company, either with the institutions, either partnering with your non-tech and data AI kind of people, and bringing them back for the value creation for yourself. So what's the role of education and little bit knowledge sharing there?
Yeah. See, earlier it was only about tools that we thought people like, how to use AI. But with this agentic AI coming in place, it's now how people should deal with the systems that are thinking. So that's very important in that area. Like, people still have to be told that, okay, we are deploying this agent, but still you are accountable for this process. So while the accountability still relies with the human, but a agent is being placed there, which needs to be monitored, checked properly, and then act upon it. So, and plus the person who is monitoring it should know, like, okay, if agent has taken some decision, then why it has taken that decision. So that's very important. And this overall communication becomes very important. So in terms of education, if I would say, so definitely they need to learn to interact with these systems that are thinking. I think cross-disciplinary learning, like, coding along with ethics, along with governance, to see how the overall AI ecosystem is working, that will help them interact more with these agents coming in. Yeah.
Perfect. So I think coming from the very much implementation point, Pranav, if you can add your two interventions that you're doing to make people more aware and adaptable to these agentic AI usage. And I'm pretty sure by now half of the organizations are very smart in writing the prompts better and better in today's time. So you can just share from the Blue Star perspective, what is happening? What are the 2 interventions you're doing to make people more actionable around it?
First of all, it's all about doing the right prompts, like asking the right amount, right type of questions. And on the other end, the training should be on the right kind of data. There should not be any falsification, or there should not be a repetitive data who is false. And again, that model trains on the same data, and it keeps on going in the loops. And at the end, the result is completely fabricated. So first would be to educate everyone on that perspective, that this may happen. You have to keep that in mind and then take actions accordingly. I think that would be the first.
Perfect. So now coming back again, when you're leading your different teams and organizations. So in my journey, while I led one of the Indian conglomerate and very much, when Vishwajit, I was with Mahindra's, it was the 2015, and they started investing in data and AI. And I think it was the first time they had a role like head of data science, which I happened to take up with that in year 2015. So I would love to understand the cultural perspective, and Nishchay, from you as well, and Sri, you can help us. What are the more enabling factor there? What are the cultural setup which you are, creating with the respect to the leadership and with the respect to the creator of the agentic AI solutions, and as well as the user of the solutions as well? So what are the interventions? How you really manage the transformation in a big way, where bringing the technology is the easier part, but how you really change the mindset? So what are the few blocks that you have put in your journey, and possibly starting with you, Siri, and then possibly Bishwajit and Nishay, you can comment on this.
Yeah, so I think culture is the most important. Any transformation you're doing will fail if you don't have a proper culture in it. So the cultural setup, saying that we really want to improve, is very, very important. And at Dell and even the earlier organizations that I've been, I think a conscious effort has been made, saying that, I think you called it out, saying, bad garbage in, garbage out. So bad data, bad output, bad process, bad output. So the first thing that you need to set in place, I think, Hardik, I'm going to pick on what you said again. You put something into a platform. If it's a bad process, AI is going to be bad. So I think the first thing is that set your processes right, is the first thing you do. Second is we have data stewards in the company whose job is to see that these kind of outliers that Pranav was calling out is taken care of. We have a good mix of people in terms of youngsters and the tenured people. So the teams are mixed that way, so that the fresher ideas which are coming out, college kids are very, very intelligent right now in terms of solutioning, in terms of coding and stuff like that, but they may not understand outliers in terms of data sets. So the data stewards who are there in the team are very, very critical. Third is that there is a vision. It's not a forever thing. You've got to get to a point saying, what are the milestones? When do you want to get the process right? When do you want to get the platform right? And when do you what is the end vision that you are envisaging for the company? The most important thing is that don't kill ideas. We've got people with ideas across the board. So regularly we run these hackathons, and we partner with NVIDIA, and we've got a lot of joint activities happening with other companies that we're working with within our company. So those ideas need to keep coming, and between the stewards and the organization and the vision, get to saying what do you really want to do. So the flow of ideas is important. That's the culture which you need to have.
Yeah, so I think it's a lot around democratization of the all the AI capabilities. Now, I think, Vishwajit, I'm going to add a layer, and possibly for you as well, Nishya. So along with, when we talk culture, also the angle is there ROI, and I'm pretty sure across the globe, you don't invest until unless you see the ROI, and ROI can have tangible and intangible, sometime possibly immediately, some the dollar impact either the bottom line or the revenue levers, may not be the visible one, but what are the few elements of ROI framework that you design while you are talking about the cultural mindset? So I think this is a little bit from the Raymond perspective, and Nishay, you can think through what the Pidlite is and how you're driving there. So first, starting with you.
Okay, so wonderful. 2022, right? When company wants to invest in AI, they said, what is happening in AI, right? In every meeting, they will only ask what is happening in AI, because AI was a very fancy term for us, right? Now, if I'm entering to an office, People will not ask me in the meeting, what is happening in AI? Rather, they will ask, उसमें हुआ क्या? What is that you got out of this? So for me, when I look at this, it gives me four pillars. The first one is your platform, right? Everybody talks about platform. So you can have the data, you can have platform, the second is the connectivity, right? You can have API, you can have database, blah, blah, blah. We can do that. The third one, which is the most critical component, is that are what I call as the memory part. The fourth one is called the orchestration, which you still can do. The third one is the extremely critical, which is called as the reasoning part. In this reasoning, if you are not building the right context, then it's extremely difficult for you to generate ROI out of it. Now, here, many of us are here techies, right? This third layer is not only generate, because Gen AI, agentic AI go hand in hand. Now, the third layer requires a lot of business acumen, business domain, business views to generate, your ROI. I'll give a very live example. One example, when I thought of launching one product, AI product, agentic AI product, which still on, I'll say beta version or full load version because it's already there in the market, right? When I started launching the new product called InstaHeart, the objective of this agent is to identify right product for right customers, right? So what happened when initially we launched that product, the retail head, the CBO in that same meeting, he said, okay, you invest from your budget. Now, after seeing 14 crore of incremental revenue, he said, Dr. Biswa, can I add some more budget from my division to improve the ecosystems, right? This is what I call as a handshake between CXOs. So there are three components. One, transparency. Second, empathy. Sometimes what happens, no, techies feel, okay, I'm the guy. No, that's not, what the new technology era is, right? So transparency, empathy, and the last is with the extremely critical is called accountability. You cannot just launch a AI product and just say, hey, this is what. No, every day, because it's self-learning models, every day it will keep on learning. So you have to go back to your business guys again and again. That is how this loop.
Right.
Thank you.
I think it's a bringing very interesting point, that transparency, accountability, and ownership of the model. So, Nisha, I think you have to do a little bit that. How do you really communicate the success of investments around agentic AI, autonomous AI, and especially when you talk now culture, value creation, ROI measurement, and then communication of the value around the investment. So, in case you could just take a little stab on this and help us understand your
Sure.
framework around it. Yeah.
So the way we've looked at the AI framework is we've tried to build it in the prism for the AI use cases that we've created. So essentially, we have a prism for the AI use cases that we've filtered through. So when we started off, we did a lot of workshops with all the departments to find out what are the use cases that are there. And in each of these use cases, one point that we embedded is time to value or time to realization of benefits, and we've tried to pick those use cases where we see the maximum benefit. So feasibility was one of the lens for choosing the use cases, but ROI was one of the bigger lenses. Okay. And whenever we've implemented the use cases, like we've implemented a use case for our contact center where we've automated almost 50,000 calls that come every month just for the contractors asking to enroll through a generative AI powered bot. So now the bot is able to speak in 7 languages to the contractors. Contractors are people who want to enroll into our loyalty. They're able to speak with the bot and they're able to enroll it. We had 50 agents sitting and doing this. So I'm saving a couple of crores just by doing this. And these are the low hanging fruits that we're trying to realize out of this. In terms of a larger framework to look at what we're doing with AI, we are actually working with the board to create this business outcome driven drivers, because we have something for digital. Now we're trying to juxtapose it for AI also. But the way I'm seeing it is that the AI landscape and the way that we are driving the use cases are a lot of point use cases for now. And I think as we grow, as we start talking to each other, we'll be able to crystallize this better.
Very interesting. So Hardik, and then I'm going to have Pranav. Pranav, I think my question to you, and I'll come back after Hardik answers. So, what are the few recommendations you will give to the data, AI, and tech people while you sit at the more action side? But a question before I come to you, possibly you can help us, Hardik. How do you take the use cases from pilot to the scale? So, how you really make the magic happen there? You can really start something small, but it can become an org-wide initiative for you.
Yeah. The idea is always to start small with the minimal impact and then scale it gradually. So that way you also know its usage, and also in specifically in terms of AI initiatives where you know that token counting becomes important, like how many tokens are being used, how infrastructure is being scaled up, so what GPU requirements are. So all that becomes very easy once you deploy it, use it on a very smaller level, and then try and scale up gradually so that you know what's the incremental usage that's happening, how to scale up. And then once you reach a certain threshold, then it's time to give a boost, saying that okay, now that we know what will be the differences in terms of the use, what is the usage pattern, how is it going all along, then is the time to make a decision, like is this now scalable? Yes. And then if it needs to be scaled, then what capacity do it start with, and take it to the next level altogether. So that really helps in this new age technology.
Fantastic. So coming back to you, Pranav. So when you work with the tech, data, AI, professionals, here they are very much crazy about their own world, right? Means writing best of the algorithms, creating the best of the technology. So as a user, what are your few recommendations which you would like to pass while working with these data and tech teams?
So, so basically, right now where the innovation is going on, and as an user, what we are using is a very little part of it. It is very customized part of whatever happening at the global scale. So my recommendation would be to know about the use cases in each and all industries, and then developing small models which cater to that particular application very effectively, rather than just going for a huge hyperscaler model or LLMs, which can do everything, but if you want to run them for a small application, they may incur higher costs. So probably I would request for the application point of view, it is better to go for that smaller niche application, which is very much customized to the end application.
Really fantastic point. And I think the business can appreciate the application only when it is solving their problem, no matter how best the technology is. And it's a fantastic input. We have covered across the where we stand, what are the value creation framework, how we scale from idea to scale, and bring the many of the real-time data analytics around it. So I'll leave a few minutes with the audience in case you have a question. The leaders from the Pidlite kind of the business, then finance, technology, conglomerate, and the cooling industry. So I'll just open the floor to the audience as well, in case you feel from the conversation something which is very much contrasting in your industry, and possibly you have a question to them. So I think happy to hear in case any questions around. Yeah. Anybody needs, yeah, please. I think there are two questions, yeah. Go ahead, please. Can we help with the mic?
My question is to Nischal. I would like to understand, you come from Pidilite. Just a couple of panels, the previous session spoke about, they have a lot of, emails, and they have, a system which has been designed, to take care of the, the queries or the quotations, which comes in. So from Pidilite point of view, you have large scale of, dealers, I recollect, I was a banker a long time back, and Pidilite was one of the client I was handling. 2005, I recall back, we used to buy as a bank, we used to sell a lot of gold coins. I used to get 10 to 12 crores of order for all the dealers, that probably Pidilite must be, sending gold coins, from
Sure.
the face of ICICI Bank. Now, from AI point of view, how do you manage your dealers, or maybe anything you have for your dealer network? Just trying to understand, at whatever level you can share the information.
Sure. That's a great, well understood, or I think well researched question, because this is something that we do for our dealers. So we do have a loyalty program for our dealers, and I think gold coins is something that is a hot flyer for us in part of the loyalty program. But see, we've done, and good you asked about dealers, but for Pidilite, there are three main stakeholders, external stakeholders, apart from the back of the value chain. In the front of the value chain, we have distributors, we have dealers, and for the uninitiated, we also have contractors. So basically, Pidlite's main decision maker for purchase are contractors. So if you want to do furniture work at home, he's going to buy Fevicol, or you want to do waterproofing, the waterproofer is going to buy the product, not you yourself. Rarely you go and buy it. Now, we've taken strides in two things. One is we have a dealer app called as Genie. So where they're able to place orders for products themselves. So we've put intelligent recommendations there based on their sales history, based on geographical clustering. They're able to recommend them. And we've used AI and traditional machine learning to actually create an integrated contact strategy for them. We did this project for over the last 2-3 years, where we're able to drive traction on a certain product across all the three means. So we push it through the app. The sales guy's pitch also includes it, which is again the AI powered, where we have all the videos and everything coming. And it also is a part of their beats, essentially their DRCP that they have. So we've had that integration strategy to push products. And the other part is that because we have highly technical products, okay, and for example, waterproofing is a 7-8 step process. So we've got a product discovery LLM that we've made, which is accessible to dealers and contractors, and it's almost in, I think, 6 or 7 languages in their apps, where they can find out the uses of products. They can understand how to use it without actually reaching out to a technical specialist. This should take almost 2-3 days for them to come back when the dealer says, "Arey sir, meko na mirror meko asbestos pe chapkana hai." So our bot is able to answer that now, and we're able to solve that.
So we can take one more question, I think, from that corner. Yeah.
So I'm just sharing some of my experience, and maybe Hardik can answer from the AI, the new generation stuff. So I sold out a hedge fund which was using enormous amount of data going back to 150 years, which was actually digitized. And on a real-time basis, it would look at sentiments and it would do its own crunch without human intervention, place orders and make money. Now from your industry, your broking and private wealth people, they say, you know what, we made a model portfolio on a chat GPT and we're selling that to investors. Come on, man. It took us millions of rupees and time to create an algorithm backtest and then, go into the market and de-risk things. Is this the way the future of maximizing data value comes in the financial world, or any other people are seeing? Is this the shortcut now of, and somebody told 10 on 12, maybe, that's from a tech perspective. Give me your perspective.
Yeah, so the answer is no. The answer is that, first of all, my request is in terms of all these names that you have out there in terms of agents which are available on the net, not all of them are something which you can put your money into for sure. So I speak for my company. In my company, none of these are really something which we can access and you put our own private data, company data into. We have our own chat boxes because it's our private information. It's information that we are sharing for our sales guys, for our operations guys, our customer care guys, and things like that. And you're right, it comes with a lot of history of information, a lot of history of that product, and has been carefully dealt with. So if anybody were to sort of say that they're going to replicate what you have done, compute power is much better for sure. Our machines, compute power is much better than what it was for sure. So things will happen faster. There will be better solutions, but I wouldn't take everything on the shelf and say it's going to be it's going to be much better than what you already have made with a lot of care.
Fantastic.
So,
I hope you can have more
Just a
conversation.
minute.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So as Dr. Vishwajit said, see, like whatever comes out from these GPTs and all can work once, even if some financial firm has to recommend. But see, ultimately it should benefit the client, right? So uh, it's the financial firm who is accountable ultimately for whatever advice that it has been given. Say at the hook it works once, but then if we are not explainable why it works and cannot be replicated by the firm again, then it's of no use, right? So it's just a fluke that it works by getting some idea off the shelf, but it can't sustain for longer. So it won't work that way.
Very true. Fantastic, everyone. I think a great round of applause for the all the panel member. I think it was fantastic to learn on the topic, and looking forward to more conversation in the break time. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And I'll request all of you to please kindly come forward for a nice group photograph to make this occasion all the way more memorable. Thank you. Zor se taaliyon ki gunj, please, everybody. They deserve every bit of it. Thank you so much. And this was the inaugural year of this new IP. We look forward to having you the next year as well when we do this. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you. Teen chair. And just let 3 be over there. 3 rakh dijiye. All right, so with that, we are done and dusted with the 4th discussion hub. It's now time to move to the 5th discussion hub, ladies and gentlemen. The topic that we are going to be touching base upon right now is data fabric and data mesh, the future of scalable AI architecture. Every topic at its very best. I think the amount of wisdom I have, kind of gathered regarding AI today is a lot more than I think whatever I've heard about on social media. Who else feels that way? Does everybody feel that way? If you may raise your hands, have a show of hands. Whoever feels that today's program has been a lot about cross exchange of information and knowledge regarding AI, please raise your hand. My hand is already raised. Wow, fantastic. So the turnout itself speaks volumes of the kind of feedback that we have for today. So amazing stuff. Thank you, sir, for arranging the chairs. Quickly moving on. I'll reiterate the topic. This is data fabric and data mesh, the future of scalable AI architecture. This is going to be a session where we have Mr. Narendra K. Saini, Chief Digital and Data Officer from Lupin, joining us alongside Zain Firdosh, Contractor, Vice President, Axis Securities Limited, and Dr. Saurabh Pramanik, Data Governance Officer, DGO, Data Governance Council, DGC, Bank Muscat. Can I please have all 3 of them over here on stage? And a big round of applause for them, please. Come on, Mumbai. This is not big, a round of applause. You can do a lot better. See it scale high and high and high. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'll request all of you to take your seats as per the photo order. Fabulous, fabulous. The fabulous trio is here to share their thoughts. Thank you, sir, and over to you. And we'll just update the timer to 30 minutes. Yeah. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Yep, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The packet has a lot of delay, and most of the packets are lost. Good afternoon, everyone. At least better response. Thank you. So I hope the lunch was not that heavy, and if it was, then I think you guys have digested major part of it already. So with me, I have Jane and Saurabh. Maybe a quick round of introduction. I look at data and AI initiative for Lupin Pharmaceutical.
So my name is Zen. I look at the engineering and the applications at Axis Securities. So that's Axis Direct. We're part of the Axis Bank group. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. I'm Dr. Saurabh Pramanik, and I'm currently working as the Data Governance and AI Governance Officer for Bank Mustard. Coming with almost like 17 to 18 years experience, primarily working with all the leading banks as a data practitioner. So we'll be glad to share my insights around the same. Thanks.
Okay, so we're going to talk about data fabric and data mesh. I believe most of you are aware of the topic. How many of you understand the difference between data fabric and data mesh? Show of hands. Very little. I think then what I'll do is I'll do a little bit of preamble between the two, the difference. So data fabric is largely centralized lakehouse kind of setup in which you have all the processes, policy framework, and everything implemented centrally. While data mesh is where you have a lot of distributed ecosystem for data, and then you can have a distributed control, and then a central system in between, right? And that's where data mesh works. And both kind of designs are there in enterprises. And over a period of time, I think both data fabric and data mesh and hybrid approach of both is also becoming more popular over a period of time. I think data mesh provides more room for local innovations, while data fabrics, everything has to be centrally driven. So there are different models which are existing. Somewhere data mesh is heavy, somewhere data fabric is heavy. But data fabric is more recent. I think over a period of time, we have seen a lot of data mesh kind of a network coming up, particularly for MNCs, which are in multi countries, because there are local regulations and local policies that are there. And I think banks do that fairly well. So would be companies like us, pharma or MNCs from India. We also deal with these kind of scenarios. So we're going to talk about it, how to scale and what are the things, what are the challenges, whether to go for data fabric, data mesh, or what. So with this, I open. I hope it was useful. Okay. Okay. So with this, I'll quickly open for a couple of questions to Jen and Saurabh. So Saurabh, how do you think for AI scalability, self-healing and all, which one do you prefer and why? What are the reasons why you prefer one over the other?
See, something which is coming from my as a thought and as a practice, which I also follow and I believe. And I have heard the other leaders also in previous sessions, in other conferences also, say data is the backbone, right? So any of your data initiatives that you want to drive or you want to take, since data is your backbone, so as part of your data architectures, now coming with your traditional architect or going a little back few years ahead, where we have the Lambda architectures, the Kappa architectures, where the streaming and the batch processing, how you want to have the data sets having. And now data mesh, which is more decentralized. Now the four foundation pillars of data mesh, which is more on your data as a self-service. You have domain-based ownership, where you need to identify the domain owners. You have your data stewards identified. You have your every business people involved in as part of it. At the same time, you have self-service analytics, where now you're giving a more of a self-service based platform, not only for your actual data users, but everyone in your organization. Like I was hearing yesterday, there was a use case which we also do it. Like, let's say, for example, the chief banking officer wants to know that, I myself want to do a lot of things rather than reaching out to a data team, centralized big data team and trying to get the data. If I have a self-service platform myself and I have an AI model built on top of it, where now the AI, I just write a prompt and say, can you please create a sales, year by year sales. So ultimately the prompt is going to take the data from your backend data store. It could be a lake house, it could be, it could be a data lake, but the data has to be there, right? So to build scalable architecture, your data foundations has to be there. And then you can always implement data mesh. For example, you can go with any of your microservice-based architectures. You can try to have them in place. Build on top. You have your Dockers, you have your containers where the data could be residing. So for each of the domains, when you identify your domains, you have your finance, you have your sales, you have the marketing domains. They could be all residing in different containers, but then you still have a centralized self-service platform sitting on top of it, which centralizes data and give the outputs to your AI models on which they can feed in and identify the relationships. Now, data fabric, if you see on the other hand, what it does, it doesn't believe in that concept of centralizing the data, where the data still remains in your disparate sources, but now you have something called as a semantic layer, where the challenges which organizations normally say that why are we replicating the data? Data is still there in your systems, and the old traditional school of thought where we had the data warehouses, we want to bring in the data into a central place. We want to, have to have those batches in place, and we are still replicating and creating the data. Now we have the entire data virtualization and data semantics part of it, where we are trying to still get the data from your respective sources. You have the connections, you have it. So what is more important is, while this school of thought is there, you have data fabric, you have data mesh, you have the core components have to be identified, where your business, your owners, the data owners has to be there. You start imagining that data is not like as a byproduct, but data is like a product for you to have. Just like you have a typical product life cycle in any product-based companies, where the entire concept of product from its ideation to its development, your design, to its the entire life cycle that product follows. Similarly, the same concepts of data should be now also be treated as a product. So that is very much essence. So unless and until you have these things, unless you embark and make people understand that data is gonna make wonders for you only, but you also have to start from your base. You have to embark, have your business in place. You have to get your business onboarded. You have to start creating your data journeys with respect to the quality, the cataloging, business glossaries I heard in the previous session also. That is very much important. Now, it might not be very much important for everyone. For example, the sales agents. For them, sales is still the prioritization. But then if I can identify and show them that as part of your entire sales life cycle, if you are able, we are basically giving you the power of data, you are able to use it, and you can write a prompt, you can identify the demographics, the other characteristics of the customer. That is where, you combine the power of your data, the data architectures, along with your data mesh and data fabrics components together. So different organizations are doing it in a different way. Banking organizations have been pretty much able to do it at a faster pace. The reason is their journeys with data have started quite well in advance, over the years, where they have started with data warehouses, data lakes and all. So the data side of things is quite mature. So for them, AI architectures and all has been quite easy, as because regulations also drive it. So that is a kind of my school of thought.
Yeah, thank you, Saurabh. The answer was a little long, and I saw half of the people actually looking into their phones. But let's keep it we'll keep it short and interesting at the same time. At least two people are still looking at the rooftop. I hope you found something interesting over there. Coming back to it, I think very important point that you made, right? Just to add that I think centralized provide a very good governance, simple and straightforward governance mechanism, while decentralized provides us agility and innovation, right? So Jane, coming back to you is if you to scale, right, enterprise-wide AI adoption, which kind of an architecture is preferred?
See, it's all about controlling the chaos, right? So the way I look at it is, you can have, I mean, if you look at what AI requires, you will say, okay, the data fabric is the way to go. But getting there, right, is the challenge, right? So we all know what is the ideal solution, or we all may know, okay, let's have a central governance, but then you have the challenges of actually, those guys will start becoming a bottleneck. Actually, enforcing it will become more difficult than actually, allowing others to keep growing. So it depends on what industry you're in, right? So industry like ours, for example, it's still on the forefront of tech, right? So we have to keep innovating to be able to keep up. So trading, so Axis Securities, as we do trading, right? It's trading in general, or investing in general, is still a very, very new field. Only 5%, 6% of India is penetrated in that field at the moment. So we have to keep innovating to be able to keep up. And if we follow a sort of a data fabric across, we just start putting, governance layers, it will start slowing us down, right? So it's all about hitting the balance on the chaos, right? So I think couple of examples I can give. I think that will, I think, liven up the discussion a bit as well. Um, One, I'll say we had, so I think here a lot of us are, I think, with a tech background or with at least a data background or whatever it is, right? So when I ask what is downtime, right? If I go across the room and I ask what is downtime, all of us will say, okay, a service was down and customer did not get the particular resource, right? That is a downtime, okay? But we went across and we tried to, now in a regulated industry, what is a downtime? Right? So as a bank or as a securities broker, right, there is a proper definition for a downtime, right? So downtime is something that, for example, NPCI defines as more than 50,000 failures within 5 minutes. That is a downtime, right? Whereas you look at broking, what is the downtime? Okay, 15 minutes if the customers are not able to place an order, that is a downtime. So across domains, if you go, right, you'll find that there are different definitions. And if we try to put a central governance layer to it, what will happen is that it will actually not go together, right? So that's one of the examples that I could think of, at least for, where to go with data mesh versus where to go with data fabric, right?
Interesting. New definitions of downtime.
Yeah. So if another example I can give you is that you talk about complaint, right? So you're taking any service from any company, right? You go to a bank and you put a complaint. If you look across the broking industry, right, each broker defines or categorizes complaint separately, right? To us, it may look like a complaint is a complaint, right? I wanted to do something, I could not do it, right? I wanted to place an order, I could not do it. That is a complaint, right? Whereas some brokers will say, no, no, you could not do it at this time. No, no, you could not do this particular feature, this particular thing. You could not look at your book. So that is not a complaint, it's a service, right? So getting to the crux of the data definitions, right, is actually what all this is about, right? AI is going to sit on top of all of these definitions, right? So if we're able to get clear definitions, we'll be able to get clear outputs from AI.
I think I would like to, if you allow me, I'll share one experience. I mean, with respect to data definitions, I think I totally agree. And what he's trying to say, see, in my experience also, I came up with this situation where the management had asked us to prepare a, report, right? Now, this request actually was raised with the finance team, but then we had a specific business intelligence teams who does the entire reporting aspects, and the data providers, the IT team does it. Now, each of us, they provided the same report, but you'll see the numbers were not matching. A very typical case it was. And then now the question is which of the report is the actual, report that needs to be considered. Now, this kind of a situation normally happens where your definitions are not very consistent and clear. Now, and obviously there would be things to it because finance might be thinking it from finance and knows what kind of adjustments needs to be done, what are the exclusions, inclusions needs to happen. BI might not think it from that business perspective. They will understand it, but they will not. And IT, as you know, they will purely do with the technical definitions. So it's very much important to have that consistent definitions, have those kind of things happening. But there will be times, as you rightly mentioned, where you cannot have those definitions, standardized and make the same definitions uniform across. So that's a typical case where you need to identify which of the definitions can be centrally done for the organization, which could be decentralized. Maybe at a department level, you might have to call it out differently. And then that is a kind of a journey that you will have to go.
Yeah, interesting. How many of you have seen this, that two different departments have been asked for one single report and they have different versions?
Many times. Many, many times.
At least. Wow, at least I see 5 or 6 show of hands. Rest of the people are not even aware that it happens, or actually it did not happen. Okay, that means you have not seen the report, or maybe you are not seeing the report detailed enough. Now coming back to a very interesting scenario in the AI world, I think going back to what you said, right? Definitions are not consistent and things like that. Can we use AI to govern the outcome?
Yeah.
So like we've seen scenarios when a candidate prepares a resume based on the job description, then it is screened by another AI agent at a different place. Then they actually it talks about whether it is the right candidate or not the right candidate. And then the third AI agent will basically be actually doing the video interview with
Yeah.
the candidate.
I'll share a very interesting example on this. We ran a entire journey and initiative purely on creating the data definitions, creating the glossaries, and doing the data cataloging and all. Now we heavily used AI for that. So I will say how we used AI. Now, if you see banking as a domain, if you understand what are the business banking terms or the business terms that are there, pretty much a banking data model doesn't change very much. Unlike for a specific bank, there could be different formats or different specific ways. Maybe the customer ID, the way the customer ID, what is the format in which the customer ID does. So what we have done is we have taken those banking definitions and the data models that exist, which is you can use a band framework, you can use an IBAN framework, and some of the data models which are very industry specific data models. You take that as a starting point, and we started with the journey. Then what we did is a lot of the definitions which we got from the standardized, data models and things was something we used it. But then we heavily used AI models. We used OpenAI models for creating the definitions of a lot of terms. The reason is because let's say we back in the days, 5 years or 6 years back, when I was doing a similar kind of an exercise with some of the other large banks, I used to literally sit with the business and the IT. You help me in defining what do you mean by customer ID, what do you mean by this, and we used to do this exercise manually. But now, if I go to business and teams, what I will do is rather than going them with a clean slate, I will go with definitions which are very much I'll say your standard, which is as per banking, and I'll go with them that this is a definition that is I am coming up with. Now, can you help me to fine tune and make it more specific for the bank? So half of the work, if you see, there is I'll say 50 to 60% of my work is already done. Now, a lot of the definitions might not have to be fine-tuned because it doesn't change from bank to bank, right? But there could be few terms, like for example, what is the customer ID, the format, the definitions, maybe I'll use an ISO 11179 standard, which tells me that the definition has to be very standard or very formalized. And then I say, when I explained it to the business knows, yes, this is the format and all. So these kind of, smaller initiatives, it could be a very small thing, but AI has definitely, because if you see banking terms, when I sat out and created my data model, I was having like 20,000 plus terms. And 20,000 plus terms, when I am going to create definitions manually, it will take me hell out of a year. But with AI models, when I'm just running it, it just creates it. And then the rest of the part is just a fraction of the time that the business has to just go and create those.
So what we've seen, right, is that even in banks especially, each business is a separate bank altogether. That's what we've kind of seen, right? So you look at retail banking is normally separate, corporate is separate, credit cards are separate. So they're all running their own bank within a bank.
True, true. In fact, we will see that they will have their own warehouses.
Exactly. So that's where we've seen definitions go haywire because some may have said customer ID, some may have said KIF ID, some may have said cust ID.
Right.
Getting those together, getting those formats together. Some may have, no, I will generate a customer ID only after this step. Some will say, no, anytime you take any service from me, you are a customer, right? So that's where it is. Yeah.
So I think that's a very important example. And also we talk about where do we really start utilizing the AI observability piece.
Yes.
Okay. Many times the semantic layer that we are talking about, the definitions that we talk about, I think they need an extra care. And I've seen many people look at using the AI for the outcomes and the reports and doing the unstructured data query. But one of the very important use or uses of AI is to look at the data quality and the definitions. So when you make an AI work for the AI outcome, this is one absolutely important example that I can talk about, and important because at observation data related observability, if you can fix the issues at the ingestion level itself, and if you can fix it over there, your output definitely will be much better. I think that's one thing I wanted to in fact check. So are you using any observability tool for the data observability, which is AI
We do not specifically on the data side of things. We have observability solutions we are using in-house, but I know like we have Datadog and you have Monte Carlo. Some of the data observability solutions they have been quite doing a lot of those things. But one of the key challenges is which I always say is like what is the output coming out from the data observability? How do you ensure that that is coming? Like you also know about data lineage solutions, right? Now, whatever the output that a data lineage solution might be giving out, who does validate and certify it? Can we just say that, okay, whether the solution has created is 100% correct? In my experience, I've seen that a lot of those things, because ultimately it's a technology. Sometimes what happens, it's all dependent on the capability of your scanners, your connectors that scans and creates code. That's the reason that is a step where your business and your technology together should be coming and trying to validate. In fact, we did an exercise which we call it as a data process flows, right? Ultimately, what is data process flow? You have the different business processes. All of it starts with your businesses. So you have your business processes. You identify all the business processes which are there. For each of the process, there would be multiple process steps. So you list down what are the process steps. You list down who are the actors or who are the people involved in each of the process steps. You also identify what are the sources or the systems that are involved. So you start with a high level view of the systems, but then you try to identify what are tables, the columns, what are the underlying logics which is there. And then you try to create this entire map, the data process flows. Now, when you create this, then when the solution starts creating out these outputs, you take your data fabrics, right? Your data fabrics will start giving out this kind of an end-to-end view. You would always be able to identify the traceability of your data, the correctness of the traceability. And in case if there is a gap where, the system, your business teams are defining that there is a things, because a lot of times you see that there would be sometimes manual processes or manual steps. There are files getting uploaded, which your solutions might not be able to capture. So the correctness of those outputs is also very important. That's a very important part of the entire process.
Yeah,
So what I would say, see, I would connect that even to, you were talking about observability, right? I mean, from an pure engineering standpoint, I think last 10, 15 years, we've seen monoliths moving to microservices, right? So I think now it's time for even those data monoliths to move into microservices. And a big part of that will be the observability piece. The reason we're able to run microservices at such large scale is because we have the observability tools and everything, which are giving us actually what's happening real time.
Exactly.
Right. So the conversion of, I mean, what has happened, I feel, last couple of years is the conversion of the data from data information to knowledge, right? That's what has crunched tremendously. Right. So that's what we see.
So maybe one more question. How many of you have used Copilots, Microsoft Copilots? Still not even half. They're around 40-45% people. But if not Microsoft Copilot, maybe any other Copilot if you have within your organization. How many of you put together? Okay. So one question that I have, in fact, let me get a view of the banking industry from Axis and from Muscat Bank is, a lot of co-pilots are being used, right? But how we look at that, which one is gonna survive more? It is going to be co-pilots. It is going to be products, dedicated products, specific domain-related products, or how do I see? I'm talking about more on the design aspects, right? Which one will survive more? What do you see?
So the good thing is, one is that these copilots that have come out, you spoke about Microsoft, we know Gemini, all of these guys have come up with their enterprise products, right?
Yeah.
So the good part is my data doesn't have to go out. It's all happening in my control, right? That's been one of the big pieces of how we've been able to utilize it. Like I said, data to information to knowledge, right? So if you ask me, for example, even 10 years, 15 years back, so in our industry, how many trades have happened today? Simple query and I'll take it out, right? Today, I need to not only know that, I need to know even real time is not enough. It has to be now predictive. And that is where all of this is coming actually. Prescriptive, predictive, exactly. So for example, if there's a news today that a particular stock, is there's some news in the stock, right? Now I know that tomorrow there is going to be these many amount of trades. I can scale up my infra for it. I can scale up my data infra for it, right? I know exactly. I can even prescribe a lot of calls to customers based on that, right? So that is where all of and these co-pilots, what has happened is we're able to give it even to customers, right? So customers don't have to be. It's completely demystifying now. So if I want to know whether my portfolio is doing well, not well, I just, what's wrong with the portfolio? And it literally, it's the same data, but it's crunched in a manner which I can consume quickly. So that's the way that we're seeing it's transforming it.
That's a near story, Saurabh. What about Muscat?
Um, See, my way of looking at it is, I feel all of it will coexist, as part of the ecosystem. The reason I'm saying is, like, for example, I take the scenario of transaction screening or payment screening for financial organizations like us, that's very much important. Eight transactions when you're doing, and that is where you have to identify at real time what's the customer behavior, what's the customer, the overall view, or I'll see a kind of a characteristic of the customer. Now, for that, while I will rely on my internal data, the past data, historical data, there will be times that I will also have to look at the customer. If it's an organizational customer, I also have to take in look at their financials, some of their secondary, and some of the data, secondary data as well. Now, that is a time where I might not rely purely on the in-house models which are there, which is only looking at my data, but I will not look or use those models for very specific use cases, which is used for my operational reporting, because I don't need to have those kind of things. So my in-house models, which will be hosting or relying on my internal data, can still exist. So this is one of the use case which came to my mind. Similarly, from the legal department, when we do a lot of contract reviews, when from the procurement department, when we are going into vendor registration, supply registration. So we try to take a lot of these. We want to try to take a kind of insights coming in of these kind of vendor suppliers to have a kind of a view of whether we want to have a kind of a relationship built with them. So in banking as an area, Vince, you take different department, customer communication or customer experience perspective. Each of these departments have their own set of use cases, and that's the beauty of it. So I feel it will be a combination of them, and you will see from a use case to perspective whether you can go with your custom models, whether you want to go with the proprietary models, open source models, or closed models. So and again, cost is one of the factor. The benefits, that cost benefit analysis also comes into.
Cost is always paid by the customer, so you don't worry about that. How many of you agree that cost is always paid by the customer? Yeah, it always goes from our pocket. But let me put a different perspective to what we were talking about. I think co-pilots, when we are talking about industry, largely when the end customer perspective, we understand, right? So that's a way, that's one of the views. But when you have to consume data internally for internal consumption, when you're looking at some of the operational excellence pieces to it, you start to look at the data in a different way than your customers see. Yeah. Customers largely look at probably only 10% of your data. It is customer focused. Internally, particularly for organizations like I come from a manufacturing one, from a pharma, and we also are heavily regulated industry, just like banks, or maybe different regulations in different parts of the world. But what I see that if my manufacturing team has to consume data and I have to make an AI product sit on top of it, right? The data is consumed differently altogether. And I think these are the areas where we have a bigger debate whether Copilot will be sufficient to do the job. When I talk about AI governance, AI is both traditional as well as generative, right? Now, traditional AI, I still believe, I think Gen AI or generative AI still take time to reach to the kind of accuracy and detailing that traditional AI has been. Largely, also, if there has to be a mix of both, and as a mix of both means I should be able to define what models I want to choose. Yeah. Right? Otherwise, every time you make a query and ask, give me a prescription about what will happen tomorrow, it will go through a different model. My repeatability gets gets a hit, right? And in industries like ours, when we are regulated, we cannot really afford those kind of scenarios. So repeatability of the results is very important, so that I can use, or probably we can use generative AI to generate the explainability pieces of what is there, but when it has to come to the utilization of traditional pieces of it or AI pieces of it for optimizations, global optimas for certain operations or activities, we probably need to rely on a better mix of the two. That's my opinion. But I would like to even understand from the users, how many of you as an enterprise user see that as a challenge or as a potential opportunity? So any show of hands? Or any questions that you have at this stage? Okay, I believe last half an hour we were only talking about, not everyone got it. Or maybe we talking about quite mundane topic, right? So coming back to our topic that we started with, is data mesh or a data fabric, right? We've seen certain examples. We have heard about the views. I think going forward, it is a hybrid approach that most of the people are taking, because I think while we want to deploy the governance principles centrally, we would also want to understand that locally we have agility and we have innovation adoption, certain pockets, right? So we have to give some federated governance on the AI side. Now, this federated governance is not very easy concept to really implement. Of course, things are evolving as we are talking about it. But the federated governance on the data governance principles, that means if you talk about responsible AI, it may be from domain to domain. Within one function, you will have a principle which is an org-wide principle, organization-wide principle, but for a certain domain, you may actually refine that logic further for that particular domain and have it over and above the organization, responsible AI layer that you have. So those kind of federated models are also evolving. I think hybrid is the way to go. That's where more evolution is happening at this stage. However, when it comes to AI governance and the responsible AI part, I think that is an evolving area that is happening, and it's very, very important. I've seen organization now setting up the governance bodies first upfront, then getting into the generative space of AI. I think traditionally a lot of organizations are already using it, right? So by far, I see that this area is evolving. Area is also evolving because I think a lot of serverless compute, microservices, and all those are being used. And on the technical side, on engineering side, like Jane said, that there's a lot of work that is happening on that side as well. Maybe if you want to talk about the engineering side part, of this one.
See, what has happened on the engineering side is that we've been able to go faster. That's what it is. So that's created more and more chaos. And like you said, you need, I think, federated chaos is the way I would put it, right? Setting up a framework, setting up governance guidelines so that we're able to move fast but in a responsible way, right? So from an engineering perspective also, you'll see we've had a lot of tools, your SaaS tools, DAS tools. We've been doing a shift left approach where security has started coming into, actual coding practices, right? Similar kind of stuff will start happening. A left shift will have to happen even on the data piece of it, right? On the data engineering piece, where you will actually have to have your governance principles actually within the data pipeline itself, right? So that's, I think, where we are going to move. I think, like you said, very, very evolving kind of a space, very raw space at the moment. I think maybe in the next couple of years, like what we've seen with microservices, this is what we'll see with even data coming up.
So as a data governance, expert, what do you think about it?
See, data governance doesn't work individually, and I totally agree what you were mentioning. So from the engineering side, there is a lot of things that we have been also doing. Like for example, OpenShift is something as a platform we have been trying to get it and integrating with the enterprise service bus, and API connectivity. API first is something that we have been trying with all the applications. One of the thing is data residency, data localization is our key prioritization. We cannot let the data go outside the country. So there have been steps that we have been trying to see that, if any kind of material data, if it exists, which is having any kind of confidential, if even if we have to have any of the cloud services, is being masked, it's being encrypted and going. So it's a kind of an overall, from a governance perspective, data governance perspective, as you rightly mentioned, federated governance is something that we are doing. What we did is we started with the basics. In fact, to go data centric, we started with the entire data organizational structures perspective. We started with that. We defined the operating model. We defined the policies, frameworks, and all. One of the key challenge which we faced was, unlike the likes of JP Morgans and all, where you can have dedicated data stewards, separate data stewards identified, data privacy leads identified, and all. We cannot have that liberty. So what we have to do is we have to identify the people within the organization and give them additional roles and responsibilities. So that kind of thing, it started with that. And then once you define that, when you define the organization structures and these kind of things, then your remaining journeys become start. So as a data governance, as a AI governance officer also, while I'll work very closely with the architecture teams in defining what is the technical architectures and all, I also have to make equal contributions and interact with the business and trying to make them understand why these kind of things are happening within the organization as part of the overall governance initiatives.
Thank you, Saurabh. Thank you, Jane. So the time shows that it's already up, but we can probably look at one question, or maybe we can entertain the questions later on. We have a couple of hands.
I'll come to the question, and since time is a bit of a constraint, so we can just keep one question for this session. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks for the wonderful insight. I just want to ask one question from Dr. Saurabh, and if Mr. Sahil can
please.
also contribute to that. You said that you do a lot of data masking. So we see a lot of organizations are using, and the employees are using, LLMs, open source LLMs and chat GPTs and Geminis. And because you said it's a confidential data. So what are the measures you are taking in that particular manner where people are not, for a quick set of answer from these LLMs, they are not sharing any confidential data because this is a public shared data and not residing in the country. So what are your options and what you are trying to do in that?
Yeah, so what we have done is we are partnering with some of these masking solution providers who basically ensures that the data is well masked and encrypted. Now, if I have to use a Gemini, or if I have to have the Copilot where the data is, we don't have any local data centers within the region, so we have to have the data moved outside the region, right? So we ensure that the data is well masked, encrypted, and a lot of those LLM use cases, it also depends on the use case, So like, for example, if I want to have a specific, an overall customer view and then want to find out insights, so which is not very much individual specific customer, then it doesn't have to rely on those customer specific or PII information so even if it is masked, it doesn't matter. But if it is that use case is very much specific for a customer. So what this masking solutions does is they mask it into, let's say, XYZ something, and they do all those insight generations about that customer, and it gives that results back in the form of XYZ. So that mapping of XYZ against which customer ID it is can still be, the data comes back and gives you the results in that form. So you have masking solutions that there are different masking algorithms that we have been using, some of the ones like AES and your key managements and those kind of masking solutions that we have been using. We have been partnering with other vendors also for doing that. But the essence is, again, what use case it is, what data has to be masked on it, and as part of the output that whether that post the masking, whether the results are coming, that is as per the expectations of the use case that I'm defining.
No, let me rephrase my question again. I think I've not been able to communicate to you.
Since the time is up, I'm sorry. We can take this question offline if that is okay.
Yeah, we can take it outside maybe.
We'll have catch up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks for bearing with us. I know it's a mundane topic, but really appreciate you staying engaged. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that question. Thank you so much to the speakers. And sir, nothing is mundane when knowledge is being shared. So give them a big, big, big round of applause, please, everybody. And I'll request our photographer to please kindly take their photos. And I think even I need to connect with all three of you offline, because me not being from the AI fraternity, I also couldn't understand much, but I'm very interested. So hopefully we'll get to know and figure out. Thank you. Thank you for being so lovely and sporting. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move on to the final discussion hub for the conclave. This is the sixth one. I'll request my friends over there to please put up some chairs. So we have 3 chairs, just testing my mathematics. We need in total 7, right? Yeah, 7. So we need to add 4 more. एक और चाहिए. Yeah, there's just these blank moments when you're just trying to count and you can't really figure out what is happening, right? So that's why I was like, let me test my mathematics once again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, perfect. So थोड़ा इसको evenly spread करके please रखिए so that वो frame में आए properly. Yeah. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, the topic that we are going to be talking about right now is India's AI vision, the role of chief data officers and AI leaders in shaping the future. I'll quickly repeat the topic for everybody. This is about India's AI vision, the role of chief data officers and AI leaders in shaping the future. We have 7 chairs on stage, or maybe not. We need one more. One more, Hanji. So I believe we have a massive turnout for this panel. We have 7 speakers. So the panel with the most number of speakers, I believe we wanted to save it for the last. So there's a lot of cross exchange of information and communication that's set to take place. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost coming to the fag end of the conclave. For being such a fabulous audience, I see so many faces over here who have been there since morning. A lot of you have joined since lunch. But then, like everybody mentioned, it's not easy to keep the energy alive. Can you please once again clap everybody for yourselves? Apne khud ke liye taali bajaye for being the fabulous audience that you all have been. And no, I understand you might be having work in your mind, all data analysts and people, but then the fact that you're still physically present, have taken time out of your busy schedule to be with us over here and make this event special, we truly value and acknowledge that effort. And I'm also very curious if the person has gone to some other city to get the 7th chair, or I'm trying to figure out. Hanji? Acha, one person late. Okay, so we have 6 people already. Okay, thank you for that information. So that certainly helps the cause जब तक वो 7वां chair लेके आते हैं. So the moderator for this session, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ranjan Bhattacharya, Managing Director, Head of Strategy, India and Middle East, Chief of Staff, India, HSBC. Thank you so much, sir, for that information. I'll request you to take your seat. I'm going to be introducing our other speakers, and like Sir mentioned, our esteemed speaker who's late will be joining us in the middle of the session. Thank you. My speakers, Devendra Sharnagat, Head AI and Chief Data and Analytics Officer, Finance Sector, Mahindra and Mahindra. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. What a pleasure. My next speaker over here, Balkrishna Singhania, Chief Data Officer, HDFC Life. Is he the one who's yet to be there? Okay, so he will be joining us very soon. Please stay patient with us. My next speaker over here, Mr. Nikesh Srivastav, Chief Analytics Officer, Bajaj Alliance General Insurance. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. What a pleasure. Give all our speakers a big round of applause, please. ये पूरा event, ये पूरा panel वापस अगले साल देखने को मिलेगा, because ये panel ये इसी के साथ हम लोग इसको खत्म करने वाले. So can I have a big round of applause for all our speakers, please, ladies and gentlemen. My next speaker, Siddharth Sureka, Chief AI Officer, Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited. Big round of applause, Siddharth ji ke liye. Thank you so much. My next speaker, Tarun Mathur, Head Strategy and Innovation, AI, Zuno General Insurance. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. It's Zuno or Zuno? Zuno. Okay. So Zuno General Insurance. You know it's Zuno. Wow, that rhymes. All right. My next speaker, Mr. Mahesh Agarwal, Head Core IT Application and Information Management, SBI General Insurance. A big round of applause for Mahesh ji as well. Thank you so much. And what I'll do is, once you guys start, then I'll request the hotel staff over there to keep the seventh chair, and then our guest can join in and continue. Thank you, sir. Over to you. And maybe we can set the timer to 40 minutes. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone, for the warm welcome. And we're a large panel. Hopefully, we will keep it energetic enough. We realize that we are the last panel and standing between the afternoon and the awards. So we will try our best to keep it fully engaging on a topic which is about the vision of India, vision of AI in India. And I love the fact that the word CDAO has been converted by you guys to Chief Data and AI Officers. I think in most organizations, it's still called Chief Data and Analytics Officers. And this is the future, right? So the word A in CDAO standing for AI. So, I mean, if we just roll back in time, and we are obviously in a middle of a transition, we are middle of change. But a good way to assess the impact of change in the future is always to go back in the past and to then see how that past is today the present. Okay, to just make this a little fun, and this is a community of people who are at the edge of tech, who love tech, hopefully, who've been reading throughout history. So the Apple phone is arguably one of the most foundational, transformational innovations. I think we all agree in the room, right? All of us were around when the iPhone came out, and it was something which was a game changer. A user interface on a mobile which you could touch. Can I have a show of hands? How many of us here actually bought an iPhone 1? Anyone in the audience? 0. Okay, 1. All right. We have a real innovator out there. iPhone 2, quick one. Conscious of time as well. 3. Okay, another one. So we have 2 people in. Okay. That's an interesting one. Okay, iPhone 4. Okay, another one. iPhone 5. 6. So I think this is when I see, and I've done this in a few audiences of people who are like-minded, who are professionals in the tech industry. It took typically 5 generations of iPhone before it caught wildfire. Okay, so there is an inertia of change. And when the change comes, I mean, similarly, UPI, as HSBC, we are a shareholder in NPCI, and we saw so much resistance to UPI when we were ideating it, because the first argument was that this is for smartphones, and smartphones in 2015, 2016 were still not there in the last mile. So they were like, this is dead before arrival. Now, that is the UPI today, which is 45% of the world's volumes, right? On that note, quick introduction, Ranjan Bhattacharya. I head up strategy for HSBC in India, deeply involved in our digital and transformation agenda. I'll just quickly pass around for a quick introduction by everyone on what you do in your.
Hi, I am Devendra. I work for Mahindra and Mahindra, look after the financial sector from the AI and data adoption objective. So I have been in banking for 2 decades.
Nikesh Srivastava, Chief Financial Officer with Bajaj General Insurance. 18 years of experience in analytics. And I have seen industry from high tech to consulting to the retail. And from last 7 years, I am with insurance industry.
Hi there, Siddharth Sureka, Chief AI Officer from Motilal Oswal. Key role is to play as a control tower for AI adoption in the organization.
Hi, this is Tarun Mathur. I head strategy and innovation for Zuno General Insurance, part of the Edelweiss Group. Yeah, excited to be here.
Hello, everyone. This is Mahesh Agrawal from SBI General. I had the IT applications and entire enterprise data warehouse and data, anything related to data. Thank you.
Okay, so let's open it up with some numbers. 10,000 crores is what the Indian AI mission has allocated. Niti Aayog has said rather than taking jobs, AI can actually create 4 million jobs in the near future, which is by 2030. Let's see how that happens. But the optimism around AI is palpable. So may I open it up on the vision for India and AI? And Siddharth, if I could request you to take a stab at it, and maybe Tarun thereafter from two different industries.
Sure. So if you take a step back, right, there's two tales of two different themes when it comes to India. One is of adoption and the other one is of R&D. And those were pretty divergent till more recently. Like right now, we just heard that 10,000 crore has been invested. From an adoption standpoint, right, Microsoft recently released a research which said 65% users use AI in India compared to global average of 31%. So very far ahead from an usage standpoint. And as far as knowledge workers are concerned, 90% of Indian knowledge workers use AI, again, very far ahead from rest of the world. But when you look at the R&D component of it, and that's why I say these two themes are very divergent, right? In 2024, about $100 billion was invested in private investments in US. And US, China, far leading the race in research and development. So it's great to see that the Indian government has put in 10,000 crore for India AI mission with the vision to make AI in India and make AI work in India with 4 core pillars, right? One being providing the compute. Compute is GPU is really expensive, and the government is trying to provide compute for less than 65 rupees per hour, and that's really very cheap when you think about that. Second is in terms of AI Kosh, so that's the data sets that's been provided. Third is in terms of building the talent, right? And fourth is really helping everybody to think about AI, to different competitions, so on and so forth. So I think now with this kind of initiative that the government has taken, we'll start seeing this convergence where R&D will start coming across more rapidly, and there'll be more convergence of adoption and R&D.
Yeah, no, great to be here, and I concur with what Siddharth has just mentioned. I think I mean, the AI era is upon us, and there's a global race for almost for algorithms. But I'll agree what Siddharth says, that as we look at the scenario, there are far more number of users. Rather, I meet a lot of young startup engineers, and I see them using some of these tools extensively. But I mean, a lot of experiments, but less number of enterprise grade tools. Good to see the government investing so much into it. But as we try and lay out the vision for the company, I think it's very important to do a deep, I would say, assessment of the current state, as well as our conviction of whether we want to lead it or just be part of it. I personally feel with all the digital prowess or the entrepreneurial energy we have or the government encouragement we have, I think we are well positioned to really lead it. However, it will require a lot of strategic capability building. And Siddharth did mention a lot of pillars, whether it is compute, whether it is infrastructure, or using AI for real societal transformation. There are various pillars which will need to be strengthened and augmented with all of this to for an AI for all sort of a mission. And most importantly, I feel there is a major upskilling push which is required. There is while the government is spending money, but we'll have to use and see how do we use private capital also in it. And somehow there has to be a mindset shift, I feel, where we have to move away from the users to being from consumers to architects. and not just be a digital transformation back office for any company abroad, but to really be in the front line of innovation excellence. So yeah, excited. I think we have the potential, but some groundwork too.
Thank you. We'll come back to that thought of getting policy and industry together, and that's how we can co-create this vision. Now let's get back to today. Let's get back to reality. And a large part of being a leader in any organization, and that too on a topic like AI, is to really walk the talk. Because going back to my iPhone 1 example, many people are in that stage of adoption and questioning and cynicism and skepticism. While it is great on your phone to do a chat GPT, is it really great to do in the company when you're putting the brand at stake? Question, right? So how are we walking the talk as chief data officers, AI officers, strategy officers? So let's have one real example of a use case that this esteemed panel has worked upon, and B, how did you bring that use case to adoption and bringing it to real life? So in a couple of minutes, if I could just go around requesting Devendra to take a stab and then probably continue on.
Thank you, Ranjan. See, adoption is a very wide topic, and picking up one example is really tough in finance as a space. But before I jump into the use case, I'll say the philosophy, and I'm actually borrowing this concept from one of the top three consulting, where you say where to use AI, right? So it uses a framework of joy versus toil. And it says that as a human, we are extremely happy if we get to do a work which is very joyful, which actually require human skills, cognitive skills. While for a mundane routine work, we are more than happy to probably pass it on to AI. And for finance, the framework is either you use AI for growth or you use it for profitability, which is basically OPEX, or for control or to support policies like PSL, etc. I'll pick up an example of profitability, which is coming through the efficiency. And there, the topmost thing that comes to my mind is collections, because that's one area where you go to the financial institutions. Not many people are happy collecting, right? We are very happy giving the money away, but when it comes to collection, it's a tough one. And it's also a very complex process, that how do you allocate the data? How do you reach out? If you are able to use AI and allow AI to do maximum job, then I think that's a phenomenal adoption. Also, just to give you some numbers for a typical financial organization, almost 30 to 40% of lending organization goes and collect. So look at the kind of OPEX you carry. Secondly, if you look at any AUM, the entire lending book, typically 6 to 8% of that sits in your what we call as a gross stage 2 or stage 3, which is again the collectible surplus. Imagine doing a 10-20% better job. You can actually double the profitability of the organization. And from that perspective, I have seen personally in my last few organizations that the use of AI to decide who should be allowed to collect, whether a human or a call center or a AI agent, how should it be approached, when should you settle, and when should you repossess if it's a secured lending product. That's where AI is used significantly. Of course, it's being used by the use of either as a co-pilot or as a complete full-fledged agent. Good example of co-pilot is when I am negotiating with a customer, can my AI agent probe that at what level you should settle, or should you settle at all, or go and repossess the vehicle? And the agentic is completely where the agent is able to go and negotiate and close the deal. So that's one area where I do feel that there's a great adoption.
Thank you. Nikesh.
Yeah, so before I talk about use case, let me explain you what is the insurance industry. So insurance business is very simple. You pay us the money, we just give you one piece of paper and a promise. When you are in a trouble time, we are there to support you. Like you would have heard LIC advertisement, आपके साथ भी, आपके बाद भी. So what is the moment of truth for an insurance company is the claim. If we're putting in a claim and we are able to pay that claim within certain time period, we are living in the era where we want pizza to be delivered in 30 minutes. And the company like Chepton, Blinkit has made us so lazy. We want our grocery to be delivered in 8 minutes. This generation also expects similar behavior from insurance industry. The moment you are putting in a claim, the claim should get settled within 30 minutes, maybe within 3 hours. Think about a scenario when your near and dear has met an accident, your near and dear is hospitalized, you put in a claim to the insurance company, and they're not able to settle the claim within the stipulated time. That creates a lot of anxiety and a lot of financial pressures on you. So to solve that problem, we have built an agentic AI framework. The moment you make in a car accident, you can just need to just take videos and picture, send it to us. My AI agent will analyze the images, will try to detect the kind of damages, external or internal. If it is external damages, we'll try to estimate the repair or replacement strategy. If it is a repairable, we send it, we guide it to the garage directly. If it is if it required and the replacement and the cost of the replacement is coming less than certain threshold, we immediately pay money to your account. And one more thing in insurance industry, the biggest problem is the fraudulent. Like we suffer a lot. We have a lot of leakages due to fraudulent thing. And there is a very nice proverb in the Bihar. Since some people are doing fraud behavior with us, तो जो के साथ घुन को ही पिसना पड़ता है. So if some people are really doing bad to us, we treat everyone like they might be trying to fraud with us. So what we do, we build a kind of AI algorithm which can predict the chances of fraud. But and later on, we also predict what is the not having chances of having a single fraudulent behavior in this claim. If that case turn out to be a very green case for us, we immediately go and expedite the process. And instead of taking 10 days for investigations and processing your claim, we try to process that claim within 1 and 2 days to make your customer satisfied. And what is the, since it is the customer involved, and being a customer-centric company like Bajaj, anything which are involving with the customer, the adoptions are going to be very high. This is the one project when we started doing this, we first get a high claim satisfaction score. And then on return, insurance is like a Netflix subscription. Every year, you get a chance to change your service provider. But if you are getting this kind of services, your STP cases, your turnaround time is very less, your customer satisfactions are very high, you continue business with us. So what we have seen, any customers who receive this type of treatment from us, their renewal rate has gone 40 times more than the regular customers. And in return, they're able to drive the top line. So the project which was designed to aim for operational excellence, reduction in the turnaround time, making my surveyor life easy, that has given us an additional outcome which is impacting my top line. For any project which can hit either top line, bottom line, operational excellence, or maybe three of this project adoptions are going to be very high. Hence, this project becomes very successful. And we always quote this in an example how AI can help making a customer life easy and also make you profitable.
Like Ranjan asked for very specifically like big use case. Obviously, we have the traditional ones in terms of chatbots and co-pilots for software development, as well for marketing generation, so on and so forth. But if you look at hardcore use case, right, like Motilal Oswal prides itself in the research that we provide to our clients. And we spend a lot of time in sifting through huge amount of data to really create research reports that is really valuable for clients. So we have used and leveraged AI across the life cycle of generating the report, including pre-processing humongous amount of data that goes into understanding of what the outcomes can be, right? So that's huge. Also, we stand for democratizing this information across all the clientele. And what that means is sometimes the research report can be dense and it can be very informative, but very dense for general users to understand, right? So how do we take that research report and then piecemeal it so it's more consumable for different people in areas of their interest, right? So that's really become very easy, and in different languages we can do that now. That's what's the power of AI, really democratizing access of information to our clients.
Thank you, Siddharth. Over to Tarun.
Yeah, no, we too, I mean, while we have been experimenting a lot with various tools and LLMs which exist, I think we have adopted a slightly more cautiously optimistic approach. And while we have used some of the chatbots and voice bots, especially for renewal callings, etc., but our focus is to actually use it for real productive cases in our core businesses, which is underwriting and claims. So we are trying something where we could use AI to give us a better risk selected cohort and to be able to assess claims, the first aspect of it. But early days, and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, on track.
Thanks. I belong to general insurance. So, in general insurance, and especially with SBI, we have more than 10 crores customers, and we have settled more than 5,000 crores business claims. So, is it possible to do everything manually? So, where does AI comes into picture, or it's evolving? Has it taken everything? No, but it's evolving. So, where are we using as a part of a use case? So there are three areas. One is the underwriting piece where there is a huge activity which can be done, and we are working on the same. Basically, we are working on claims and fraud analytics, wherein uh, there are multiple areas from where you get the data, the customer behaviors, the data coming from IIBs. An IIB is an institute where all the insurance companies of general and life, they shares transaction data. So from there, a lot of insight starts coming in, and we start preparing those analytical models, which then translates into AI related activity. Further, there are documents which comes from hospitals where a lot of LLMs, a lot of OCRs, a lot of intelligence which we built upon. And basis on that, certain risk taking activity, risk score gets calculated, and we start understand whether this is a fraud, whether this has to go into investigations, whether this has to be settled within 30 minutes or 1 hour. We are in a regulated entity, but does hospital or garages are regulated? No, but we are responsible. So we have to ensure that necessary tools, necessary technology, data, and the applications, they are integrated in a way which can help our customer, which can help settle the claim processing much better, much faster. So this is the area of use case that we are already worked upon, and it's already live. Apart from this, there are other use cases on motor, wherein any claim which comes of any of the OEMs, there are AI enabled activity which happens through which identify, detects, and necessary damages get identified, and we offer the out of box settlement and other things as well. Regarding crop, regarding rural, regarding climates, I believe Nikesh has already spoken about. So with this, how do we identify a appropriate use case for an AI? A high impact, high volumes, and to begin with, it helps us in identifying as a support, and then we try to take over the entire AI for risk-based analysis. So that's how, and that's where we are into. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you. I think we heard across the panel, and there's a clear demonstration that leaders are walking the talk. It is not just theory, it's being applied. In my own organization, we actually framed our policies way back in 2019. Some AI use cases are in the fifth year. For example, fraud is a great example where a global bank like us has trillions of transactions going on and humanly just impossible. So forget productivity. These threw up data points that we never knew earlier. For example, intercorporate transactions and which could be trade and exports imports frauds. Very, very complex. So moving over to things like productivity. So clearly fraud, risk management, productivity is where we see a large frame of use cases where you clearly have a upside. I think knowledge management, thanks for the example from Motilal. I think knowledge, research, how do you enable and help people become better and help people on information? I think that's the next level. And that's some of the use cases we are seeing. So moving on to knowledge and linking to the theme of talent, today in all of our organizations, we have two different kinds of problem sets. One, how do you have the right team who's developing for you fit for purpose LLMs, fit for purpose use cases? Who is that ninja team? Who are those team you really want to nurture? Who will be the role model? The second is 99% balance of your company. How do you ensure they don't feel left out? How do you include the rest of your company to uptier their own productivity by using self-help tools and do it yourself kind of AI, as well as adopt and give good ideas, participate in hackathons, sandboxes, and help the ninjas really come out with new models, right? So on the theme of talent, if I could request Devendra, maybe if you would like to share some thoughts.
Yeah, thank Ranjan. I think you have already answered part of what I wanted to share, which is the why part. So anything that when we say we need to skill or maybe build a skill set within the organization talent, we must first of all ask why. Uh, you spoke about why part, the ninja team versus the mass. I would probably further bifurcate mass into the leadership and also the translators and the executors. And of course, the ninja team, which is a SME, which needs to be skilled. Now, once we know that why we need to do it and who we need to really skill, the question is how do we skill it? What kind of skill set, what kind of tool sets which are available with us? Uh, for the leadership, which has to walk the talk, and the most important layer as well to drive that vision, uh, mentoring and reverse mentoring as a concept works big time. What While of course all of us understand mentoring, but what is reverse mentoring? It is uh, at the SME level, going back to the leadership and sitting with them for the adoption. Now, why does a leader need AI? Today, what used to like my friend Saurabh was covering, in his discussion on MIS and different numbers from different sets of people. Now, today, the leadership is used to instant data and inciting, right? So, the adoption of a Gen AI toolkit that you build by the leader itself is a training and workshop, and that requires reverse mentoring, the SMEs going and walking up and in fact training them. Second is, of course, about the ninjas. Most of the organizations, including mine, is now getting into something called as the AI Academy route, where there is a clear layering of foundation, advanced, and expert level of ninjas, and there is a clear metric which is driven over a period of time. So today, if I probably take a vote here, that do you know that how many of your employees, even in the ninja cohort, can be qualified as an expert level SME? We may probably struggle because we don't really carry a number while we do a lot of study. So I do feel that a clear academy approach with metrics and layering is a must. And if you look at a larger global ecosystem of training and skilling, one is, of course, the talent rotation. It's very, very important. We just spoke about the role of regulator. We spoke about the role of fintech in the previous discussion. We need people from regulator, fintech, and the adopters to switch over and rotate over a period of time. And we need to really build also forums with forums like SIDBI, NASCOM, and also RBI Innovation Hub to create a complete ecosystem of AI talent. So that's pretty much what I feel is the coverage that is needed today.
Thanks. And indeed, we are already seeing platforms, softwares, operating systems come out with powerful AI releases on their own, right? So if any of you are on Microsoft Copilot in your organizations, or if you're using Gemini, the vendors are already empowering your laptops, your iPads with AI. Any of you would like to touch upon the unprecedented power that your staff already has? And as CDAOs, how do you deal with that?
So in Bajaj, we wanted to make Gen AI is like a day-to-day usable tool. We created a centralized platform which we call this Basic GPT. And we have bring all the professional Gen AI tools available is one of the platform, and we have given this access to all of my employees. And we are monitoring what kind of question you are asking. Based on the kind of questions you are asking, I'm going to create something called an FAQ. What is the most being asked, like a recommendations engine. And then basis on the recommendations engine, we are going to train rest of the employee. If you are using this type of tools and you're asking this type of question, if you are getting this type of answer, and then we are trying to link it to the impact. Let us say somebody from sales are asking a questions, and I see one department which are asking maximum question about where to sell, what to sell, and I'm seeing an uplift in the sales. I can completely correlate that to the activity which they are doing with the Basic GPT tool. Apart from that, in Bajaj, we also run a program which is called internal job rotations, which I am running a central analytics team. And then within the central analytics team, each department also has an embedded analytics team. We identify a couple of bright guys, we take them because they're a domain expert, we train them on a data science tool, and then we deploy them back to their specific domains so that they can start contributing. How this is helping me, I built a model and hand over that model to that person. It take that model and ML ops remain with that individual department. So that way it is helping me a lot to free up my time to do more and more R&D. And this is the way I am driving these things in my organization. Yeah.
Thank you. Conscious of time, probably linking the theme of talent and experimentation into outcomes of experimentation, outcomes of innovation, which also lends itself to ethics. And we've all seen, probably experienced hallucination in AI and type 2 errors, for example, in machine learning. So as organizations, as society, when you talk about ethics, it becomes a very important consideration when you frame your policies. So if I could probably just run around to hear what your own company is specifically doing towards ethics. And before I hand over, I was just mentioning in 2019, we started off formally governing AI. We actually set up an AI governance board and an ethics ethics policy. So 2019, HSBC became the first bank in the world to have a formal ethics policy. We are talking 6 years back in time. Over to you. Maybe you can start.
No, you're absolutely right, Ranjan. And no conversation of AI happens without, the mention of governance and ethics. And it's important because explainability is becoming important. Regulators are asking, and you can't have an output given by a model without you understanding it. So at Zuno, what we have done is at least we have a AI usage policy for the question which you were asking, whether how much control and how much freedom do we want to give to our employees in terms of trying out new stuff. There is a committee which we internally call as AI vanguards who govern the usage and allow certain access to these tools. But besides that, at a board level, what we have set up is an ethics committee who looks at how at various levels, how is model risk management being ensured? How is internal audit looking into it? How is AI or ML ops being managed operationally? And, what are data stewards doing and how data as a value asset being catered to? So I think there is a strategic focus on it. And I think we intend to continue with that.
Mahesh, if you could continue.
So thanks, Ranjan, for bringing out this topic. And I really appreciate about the AI governance framework. We need AI governance framework. It's nothing that we can't. But to have a AI governance, we need to first have a data quality or a data governance framework. If that is not there, your fundamentals, your basic blocks are not in picture then. So I believe everyone has some layer of data governance and data quality. Apart from that, when we talk about AI governance and such, it has to be a transparent model.
it has to be fair, it has to be auditable, so that tomorrow, whenever we want to verify the models, the auditability needs to happen. And in a way, the consent based mechanism as well. So now things are moving into a consent based. So how can we ensure that necessary consent based are also a party to it? Yeah.
Thanks. I think I completely agree with you. And the way we have structured it is we think about our models from two lenses. One is the manufacturing aspect of it, and the other is adoption aspect of it. So in the manufacturing, I think you covered well in terms of how do we build a model, what is the data lineage, can we reproduce the model, the auditability, and so on and so forth. On the adoption lens, the way we look at it is, what is the cost of getting it wrong, right? If we take that simple metric, what's the cost of getting it wrong? We want to make sure that based on that, we have the proper guardrails put in place. We have human in the loop put in place. So for example, if I have AI model which is doing a marketing campaign, and if I reach out to a customer which may not be my customer, no biggie, right? But if I give a wrong information to my client, that's a challenge, right? So for those kind of things, you want to put human in the loop in process, and the ones which are low cost, that's completely autonomous.
So while we are talking about AI governance, the two things are very important. One is your what kind of data you are feeding. Like if data quality is poor, AI is going to give you a poor outcome. Okay. So right now the data is equal to AI. If there is low value data, low value AI. If it is no data, no AI. Most of the company before talking AI, they are not checking the data health. If data quality is not there, you don't have a right to talk about AI, Gen AI, agentic AI. The most, as a ML practitioner, I make sure while building the model, I at least check fairness test. My model should pass through the bias test. My model must pass through. And third, for my business user who are very native to AI models, there should be explainability. If I'm saying this guy is going to be profitable for me, they want to understand why did you say it like that. They want to understand. Once they understand why we are saying it like that, they will marry that with their experience. If that experience is really explained by AI, they're going to adopt your model very fast. A second thing, in India, India is a very large country, we have a multiple culture, and the way we are building the centralized model may not be the right things to do. We have to build federated learning. Person from Bihar, person from South India may think different for the different scenarios. Now, how do you keep those learnings as a part of your model? Do you want to build a centralized model which normalize all those things? Do you want to build a federated learning model? We're building a single model for this part of India and the second part of India, some other part of India. Then you collaborate all the model all together and then create an unique model. So this is concept called federated learning, which is going to be picked up very well to make sure that all the regional bias which is available in India should not impact your central decisions. So this is few things we have to take care of: data quality or that regional bias. Your model must pass through these things, the fairness test, and by explaining the model in a very simplistic term, build a trust for a user to adapt to your model. This is what I would like to say about when it comes to the AI governance and AI adoptions with the trust.
10 seconds, I just want to add one point in the ethical AI that we should be very sure also as part of policy, AI ethical policy, that we are not to use AI, right? So if the customer is under distress or there is a complaint from a distressed customers, are we going to first let the customer face agent and then probably as a third layer coming to human, or the other way around? That needs to be clear as well. And I think most of the organizations, including mine, has taken a conscious call of not including AI in a space like this.
Thanks, and that reminds me, what not to do is a great point. And again, in banking, we have a very good old principle of 4I check. What it basically meant is that any maker has to have a checker, and makes me think that should we actually have agentic AIs doing a policeman role on other AIs? Why not? If one AI produces an output, can another LLM be trained to only see output and check their source, check their validity, check their probability of being right before it actually goes out? So we started with the problem statement: where do we want to see India at? Then we went into today, the ground reality. We talked about use cases, how we are bringing this to life. And then we talked about the people who are bringing it to life. How do we get our talent in place and get a future fit for purpose talent in our shops? And finally, we talked about guardrails, the ethics that play around, innovate, but be within the rule book, be within your limits, right? That's a great framework and poises us probably to the end of this panel, which is about the vision for 2047, a Viksit Bharat. What does a Viksit Bharat look like enabled by AI? So conscious the timer is showing we are up on time. So maybe just a couple of comments on the end game. Mahesh, if I could request your views.
So the vision for a general insurance as laid by the regulator, the IRDA, Insurance for All 2047. And the job is not easy. We are less than 2% penetration currently. So how are we going to ensure that within these years we do it? So my take is a regulator, the innovation needs to marry with the compliance as well as get the journey on AI to fast track the insurance, the claims, the customer service better, and a journey where everyone we get a better services around with a proper pricing. Yeah.
Thank you. And maybe last one from Tarun, and given you've worked with Geo, I mean, the company which has made data so affordable in everybody's hands, and probably we read about the statistics that India is around 20% of the world's data traffic. So from that lens, if you were to pivot to 2047.
No, absolutely. I think what you mentioned is the infrastructure part, which is very crucial as we really envision this, roadmap. And while the government is actively working, and I must say that all the regulators and all the regulatory bodies I've interacted with, they've taken a very collaborative stance. And rather, I encourage all enterprises like ourselves to really reciprocate with, by contributing expertise. And I think Ranjan also mentioned various sandbox programs and, various consultative papers which come out. I think we should actively help and co-create and create the rule books for it, because what we'll need is a very different playbook. See, outspending, then any other country might not help us. So we'll have to really look at ways in which we use our multilingual adverse data or whatever demographic dividend and other aspects we have as a strategic lever for us. So collaborating with the regulator is a strategic one. It's very crucial. I think, I would end with while AI is a technology, it's not a tech craze, it's a governance marathon. So you have to, continue at a steady pace and fill in, check all the boxes and do it. So yeah, but I'm definitely upbeat on the potential of the country and the talent which we have. We surely would be able to achieve that. Yeah.
I think in conclusion, thanks. If I could request Nikesh, if you could.
Yeah, for me, the Viksit Bharat, when it comes from the AI perspective, you remember that those days when the Western world was creating a software, we label ourselves like a software coolie. We becomes like a service provider to those software company. But this time I want India to be front runner. They should develop an AI which will be used by the Western country, and instead of creating an AI coolie, we should create an AI leaders, and we should create exactly the same moment what we have created in terms of digital UPI payment. That whole world knows that nobody can do better than us. And a similar story should come for AI India. That's the Viksit Bharat, the trusted AI for India for the Viksit Bharat.
Thank you for that. On that note, if I could open it up for any questions. Okay, maybe we just take one over there.
So, AI in India is iPhone 0.5. Okay, we're still not evolved. There are three reasons, and I'd love to get comments from the panel. One, Google has only 5 Indian languages and dialects in their artificial intelligence language. Microsoft, 22. And I come from healthcare, and we created a COVID bot at the peak of the COVID to analyze it and put it on National Health Mission. We created 33. Now, any Indian and Indianness, maybe whether it's Ayurveda or Sanskrit or whatever Indian dialect, that's not available. So how much is the Indianness of the data and the output coming out of AI? I would believe it is iPhone 0.5. I don't know how the panel concurs with me.
I think my quick reaction is that why should we wait for two American companies to give us Sanskrit or Hindi? The Sovereign LLM project is a great example where the government is actually taking that first step to generate indigenous LLMs and nurture how we can cater to AI. And I think the last mile, the inclusion, getting AI into agriculture, for example, getting AI into last mile, natural language processing, and so on, can really take the needs of the common man to the developers who will be solving problem statements for India. Just like we have done and we have shown, whether it is Jandhan, whether it we solved for problem statements in our country. Sorry,
can you check the mic, please?
Yeah. No, it's come back. So I think that would be my quick response that A, yes, you're right, but B, action is underway. As conscious of time, so probably just winding up here. And thank you for being a very patient audience and passing it back for the awards.
Thank you so much, sir. And, it's always difficult when you're doing the final concluding discussion. So give them the biggest round of applause, please, everybody. And thank you so much for being with us over here. We value your presence and time. I request all of you to please kindly come forward and pose for a nice group photograph to make our event all the way more memorable. Shukriya. And ladies and gentlemen, like I mentioned, this was the final discussion. Have और जोर से तालियों की गूंज for them, please, if I may request. Thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing and hearing all of you the next year as well when we do this. Thank you. We'll quickly request to clear all the chairs, please. Thank you. Before the Chief Data and AI Leaders Awards, which is all set to unfold very, very soon, and I'm sure a lot of you over here are waiting for that to unfold. We have a very, very special closing keynote. This is going to be about Data Leadership 2030, preparing for the age of intelligent agents. I'll repeat the topic once again for everybody. The closing keynote is going to be about Data Leadership 2030, preparing for age of intelligent agents. To do the honors on stage, we have somebody incredibly special. I have very interesting few lines to share regarding this gentleman's introduction. He's a 1993 batch Indian Telecom Service Officer and is the Deputy Director General at DOT, Mumbai, leading 5G, LOT, and telecom policy implementation and monitoring 4G saturation projects. A founding member of the UIDAI under Nandan Nilekani, he drove Aadhaar's rollout across Western India and later led enrollment and update nationally. With 25 plus years in the field of telecom, he also holds degrees from MIT, UC Berkeley, MDI and RTU, and is a TEDx and FinTech speaker as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my immense pleasure to welcome on stage the Honorable Deputy Director General, Ministry of Communications, Government of India, the one and only Mr. Sumnesh Joshi. Can I have a big round of applause for Sumnesh ji, please? And what a pleasure to have known him. This is, I think, my 5th or 6th event with him. Always a pleasure meeting sir. Sir के लिए जोर से ताली, please, everybody. We truly value your presence over here, sir. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए यहाँ पे. आप please बताइए, आप ये mic use करना चाहेंगे या ये वाला? Okay, cool. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Can I have the presentation? Yeah. So, good evening, all distinguished guests over here, participants, eminent speakers, and I'm confident that throughout the day, you have learned a lot about all AI, data compliances, architecture, IoT, and how we are going to reap the benefit of the AI and how in future we are going to transform different service deliveries or product design, etc., etc. So all these technological development that is happening in our country and that is mirroring that India's own journey at the global level. And we have done a lot, and I just heard I think last 5 minutes, the last panel also, yeah, a lot of things that we have to, work hard and show the world that yes, we can lead the world in technological sphere using the India's prowess in the IT. So, yeah. So here the role of all of you as a chief data and AI officers is very, very critical. And maybe some of the things maybe you think that I'm repeating. So you can take it like that. It is very important that I'm endorsing what throughout the day that you are hearing from the different speakers. So, the way we are looking at the ecosystem is now changed. That maybe initially when computerization took place, it's just, digitization of all the paper things. Then we say, oh, we have computerized my office. It's not so. It's not now. In this age, not only the data collection that I have collected so many data, but the accountability also be there. And then when we say about the data automation, so it's not only the automation, we have to govern the data. The data governance is taking, a main role in this. And maybe we are delivering the efficiency, but efficiency is what? Is the positive side, negative side, how that. So ethical part is also that. So I can term that all you chief data officer, AI officer now custodian of the digital trust. Trust is very important. And you can say if trust is there, then people will use your product and what we are designing. People are sharing the data because they have the trust. People are, convinced that yes, I can, take this service. I'm giving my identity, I'm giving my data, but I have a trust. Otherwise, maybe, maybe not for us, but the coming generation G, they are very, very, tax heavy. I asked my daughter that why you are not using the face authentication on the iPhone on the banking app. Papa, you are a fool. Why should I give my biometric in the face for the banking app? It's my own PIN. So I don't know, see the kind of thinking in this generation, it's totally different. So we have to understand that also, and then we have to design. And as we are stepping forwards in this age of, artificial intelligence and transformation, that, threat is also increasing. So that also we should take care. So in Ministry of Communication also, where I'm working right now, so we are doing a lot of things in the AI and the 5G, IoT, and many, initiative to stop the, cyber threat and some action on the cyber security point. So using all these tools, we are making the telecom network, more efficient, the self-healing mechanism, maybe for example, the traffic is automatic, is getting, changed, sometimes, if some route is empty. So this is not automatic. There's no manual intervention sort of thing. So, and then very important thing that I would like to tell, there's some of the initiative, maybe it's not, directly the AI tool that we are using, but in this data-driven era, we have to take care of the last mile. And last mile is nothing but the mobile phone everyone is having in their hand. It's a very critical device. If it is lost, then I can just imagine that how, you know, total, the person is nowhere. Maybe the state, I can't find the word that the state in which when your mobile is lost the moment, and you are not finding me 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, you can't do anything. No other thought will come in your mind unless until you will find your mobile. It's just imagine, and I'm not finding a correct English dictionary word for that type of, maybe we should coin English word also for that type of, feeling or that comes in our mind. So Sanchar Sati application has been developed by Department of Telecom to empower the citizen against all the, fraudster, all the calls are coming, SMS are coming, phishing messages are coming. So you can report all these things to the ministry. So data is coming that yes, these numbers are fraudulent from where the messages are coming. So we have, again, back-end AI tools or analysis to stop all these callings and take action against those mobile numbers. And maybe you are not aware that how many mobile numbers on your name are working in the ecosystem of 1.2 billion. Please, I think after this program, everyone should have the Sanchar Sati app if you are not having, and find out that how many mobile numbers are working on your name. And if it's not correct, please just get those numbers disconnected. And another thing that in new initiative, because the fintech is, area where most of use of the technology are being carried out using the DPI in our country. So, and every day we are reading the stories about digital arrest, financial fraud, etc. So how to stop all these things? So DOT is getting the data from the banking fraternity, National Crime Report Bureau, and through the citizens, through the Sanchar Sati app, and we are, giving some weightage to the mobile numbers, that these mobile numbers are very risky or medium risk or low risk. And now the wallet companies are using, because we are giving the API. So the moment, someone is making the payment, the message will come that yes, it's a red, maybe it's very risky. If you want to go ahead, then go ahead, it's your risk. But this is how, we can prevent all this. So this indicator is very important, and at RBI also issued advisory that all the banking fraternity or fintech company should use this indicator. And now another thing that the Ministry of Communication is doing, digital twins, we are working on. And not only we have to work on the digital twin, because I will discuss later this part because they're very important. And then use of artificial intelligence and 5G and IoT, because from where the data come, and someone was speaking about the data quality, I think the full day maybe many of the speakers have spoken about if the quality of AI tool depends upon the data, because data is the first brick that you are using in all this AI. So when 5G is coming, that has the capability to, communicate with millions of, sensors, and machine to machine, communication. Everything is possible through the 5G. So lots of data will come. And already 5G labs in 100 universities have been opened to, test the prototype, all the 5G related applications. And even the MIT has also have 600 AI labs. So all these things we have to work and do innovations and keeping in view all the existing rules and regulation and the customer, the last mile in the mind. That is very important. And of course, all these things, maybe someone was mentioned, and no talk, is complete if we'll not mention about the India's digital public good infrastructure, right from Aadhaar. Because when we talk about the personal data, so whose data personally, so we have to tag that personal identification 100% correct, so that is the Aadhaar. Now, even now, telcos, maybe you have seen that messages are coming, then everyone has to, biometrically verify that, yes, I am such and so. So we have to clean the data. So bank also, we are, giving our Aadhaar and biometric authentication. So everything is getting cleaned. So single source of data that, yes, this data belongs to me. I am biometrically authenticating. So this is how we are weeding out all the fake and duplicates from the system. And UPI, of course, everyone know there's no need to, explain. This is a flagship program, or the I can say that it has shown the world that billions of transactions in a month, and that too at the chai wala, kirana store, small store, remote corner of our country. And all these things are possible because of the connectivity from which ministry I am coming. And DG Locker, of course, that is again a DPI and ONDC in 5G. So all these things, there's lots of DPI. So that whatever we are designing the system along with, coupled with the digital public good infrastructure. So nowadays we can't think in silos that yes, I have done something, I have done something. We have to think through the 360 degree, each and every area, how to collaborate among the complete eco system. Then only we can have a robust digital ecosystem and boost the economy. And one more thing before coming to this data governance point, there are two recent initiatives that has been taken from the fraud point of view. The DOT is going to start the calling name presentation. That if someone is calling you, your name will be flashed on the mobile. That pilot is underway. So that is very important because you don't know who is calling you and asking about something. So that is one thing that has come. And another thing is the mobile number validation, because whenever in system you are taking the mobile number, whether it's the HR system of the company or wherever we are taking the data, right, about a person, we ask the mobile number invariably because lots of communication will go through the mobile. But the mobile number belongs to that person or not, how you are verifying. So that API is also, being tested. So that will also come mobile number validation. And data governance that we should have more focus. So one is, of course, the quality and integrity. I again mentioned the quality of data is very important, from where you are sourcing the data, how you are collecting the data, and how you are transmitting the data. So all these things, because all these needs to trust also. Uh, for example, when I worked in the Aadhaar, so everyone is having the Aadhaar, and all of you have enrolled in the Aadhaar ecosystem. On the skin when you are giving your data. So at then and there it is getting encrypted, right? And then it is getting transferred. So maybe that encrypted packet, maybe people are now telling that using the quantum, maybe, one can break, but just leave aside quantum. When we design the system, it's in a foolproof system as such that no one can easily take the packet and extract this. And privacy and the protection. Now DPDP Act is in place and discussions are going on in the industry across the ecosystem. So, and the AI is nothing but, again, it's just data, and data comes to this DPDP, the privacy. By design, we have to ensure in any system, because data is flowing like anything. Maybe data is generating here also. I'm speaking, the CCTV, you are communicating. So everywhere data is getting generated, that data is going. And I think I'm hearing, I think in the morning someone was telling that example of the Uber, that many data points are getting generated. So everywhere, maybe it's not only Uber, the Apple phone, even the way you are seeing, you are typing, and what is the difference between the two stroke after A, I press the B, and all these things, one can figure it out that actually I'm typing or someone else is typing. So you can collect so many data points and analyze and give the intelligence to the system. And again, of course, the ethics and accountability, because someone can misuse the data. So that also, we have to ensure that all the AI decisions that machines are taking, right, that is the human aligned. We should have a ethical AI. That's why the term has come, and many people are discussing now and ensuring that yes, you use the AI, but for the benefit of the humankind, right, not for the destruction purpose, like we see in the all sci-fi movies, etc. And two more important things, the interoperabilities and the inclusion, that we should ensure. And these are the two things that, basic pillars. So whatever system we are designing, inclusion is one important aspect. We are including each and every one, because Honorable Prime Minister's vision is the Antodaya, that is the last mile we have to empower, right? So that we have to design the system in that fashion. And interoperability, the system should talk. And because of this, this UPI is working so wonderful, because whether it's a WhatsApp, PhonePe, any bank, any app, it's being used. So we have to create the innovation. We all are here, and we are contributing to innovation, whether it's the AI-driven network management, predictive congestion control. That's just some of the things I have written. So maybe you all are experts, so I'm not going to dwell into this. But yes, we can have a more and more, solutions and innovative ways, right, using all these tools. And because 5G is there and data is coming, so we have to ensure that the power of the 5G, the ultra low latency that's enabling the real-time intelligence. So here, again, I will explain the digital twin. That is, maybe many of you are already aware about what digital twin is simply just a virtual replica of the physical asset, you can say, or any process control, any industry, manufacturing, or telecom towers, and how the traffic is going. But the data that we are feeding in the real time. So maybe the real time data is coming from the manufacturing industry to the digital twin. So you can test whatever new things you want to do. See, before putting into the production. So you are saving a lots of things. There's no need to experiment with the running stable system. There's the digital twin, and you increase your productivity. You are reducing your risk. Maybe there are some manufacturing where cost is very high. You can't just simply just plug in something new and start. Maybe the entire factory will get shut down. So if digital twin is there, so and real-time data is coming, and maybe the training also you can give in the virtual digital twin, AR, VR, all the real-time data. So maybe someone can understand the system very well in real-time manner as such. So it is as good as working in the running factory sort of thing. And then edge AI, because now you can compute the things on the edge because the 5G is there, real-time data is coming, fast connectivity, and all these things that we can have a synergy between all the what I can say, the whether it's 5G, IoT, AI, all technology. Technology is day by day. Today X technology, tomorrow Y, and then Z. But you have to design a system that yes, you can adopt the technology seamlessly without there's no disturbance in the ecosystem. So this is the best architecture I can say. Technology may get changed time to time. Every year may it change, but it's not that you have to again create the entire building. So that you have to design your system properly that you can enable any technology that is coming. So this I have already explained, the digital twin, that one should see. And then finally, because you all are here, so something, when I'm working in the field and seeing lots of things, where I take the decision, even in the government and my interact with industry, so that what we are doing, we have to go on by design. It's not the audit. It's something we have made, and then we are simply saying that, okay, you audit it. So, but it should be, automatically taken care of. So data governance is very, very important, and balance your openness with the security. So these are some of the principles that one can use in designing the system and leverage the digital twins for risk readiness and collaborate across the system. And the last is very important, that measure trust as a KPI now. See, all these things everyone is doing, but the trust is very important. You can see why UPI is successful. The trust, because the kind of trust they have created, that the sabji wala, even what I am seeing, at that level, they are believing, sir, it's done. Maybe he has or she has not listened the message or not seen. Maybe sometimes you are making the payments going to the son or daughter of that sabjiwala, but they have the trust, something. No, system is okay. So you have just shown me that it's done, I have received. This is the trust on the UPI. So this is very small example. So whatever you are doing, so please create the trust. And then for the next 10 years, or maybe by 2030, what we can say, so we have to prepare all intelligent agent and explainable AI. But what we have to, see that security and the privacy of the data, that should be of utmost importance, because right now we are not finding much cases with respect to the privacy invasion, but very soon, because lots of data is already there, right? And on the social media, and people are having the data, but they can start the messaging of the data you don't know in the virtual world. So we have to design a system that is inclusive and the transparent and the consent-based mechanism. This is what the DPDP Act says, where the consent managers are going to be appointed, and there has to be, again, private-public collaboration and promote the responsible AI at the scale. So these are some of the, the points that I thought that I would share with this August leadership. And finally, I will end that the data may fuel the economy, but trust fuels the society. So I explained the trust with the UPI example because trust is very, very important. Whatever you are designing in coming days, without trust, no one is going to share the data. And maybe uh, I was, I think, speaking in one of the event on the same topic that very soon we may have, the ratings also on the trust that, okay, this is the triple A rated, sort of that entity where you can have 100% trust sort of thing, or here the less trust double A, or very risky that, so just like that, we have coined this financial risk indicator. So India's digital model, so Bharat digital model, what is built on the inclusion, consent, and the accountability, and that is guiding the world in responsible AI and the digital uh, uh, governance. And I'm sure that the way we are working in the data-driven, ecosystem and DPI that we have created, and many DPIs are coming. Specifically, fintech, we are doing a lots of things, and what is eyeing on it, they are coming here to learn from us. So what I can say that in next 10 years, we are going to build a trusted digital Bharat. So everyone can trust and start using the AI tools that is going to be developed in our country, all the models that we will have, and complete trust on them. So this is how I end my talk. And in the end, because it's award function, so congratulations to all the participants and award winners. And let's build an intelligent, inclusive, and trusted digital future. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. Can I have a mic? Or maybe I'll use this one. Give a big round of applause for Shumnesh ji, please. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to have you, sir. I'll request you to take your seats, and also please kindly wait with us. We would like you to present a few awards with us as well. So thank you so much. Uh, I'll request for a hand mic, please, at my end. I don't see it over here. What I'm going to do is we are going to be, ladies and gentlemen, right now, beginning with the awards, the much anticipated, the much awaited BW Chief Data and AI Officers Awards 2025. Thank you so much, first of all, for being with us over here. We had a fascinating conclave indeed, and we now move forward to the awards, the much awaited awards. Thank you. So, welcome everybody, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward from the compelling discussions that we witnessed today to the evening's celebration. I welcome you, everybody. It's my humble honor and privilege to the BW Chief Data and AI Officers Awards 2025. Today, we gather here to celebrate and honor the trailblazers in the data and AI space, the pioneers who have demonstrated exceptional commitment and, most importantly, dedication towards championing the data and AI strategy in our country. I would once again like to thank our partners for the day, as without their support, we truly couldn't have pulled off this event successfully. So a huge thank you to our Powered By partner, Blue Star, and our knowledge partner, EY. Can I have a big round of applause for our partners once again, please? Thank you. Bahut bahut shukriya. Event partner for the day, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels, Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Pitch, Fandrum, and Beanley Coffee. Thank you so much to all of them. Before we start with the award ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to take this special moment to thank our jury members for their deliberation and contribution in deciding the winners. It's always a special feeling when you win an award, but I think it's one of the most difficult tasks to pick winners, especially when there are so many meritorious and meticulous winners present over there. So it's always a difficult task to filter amongst them. So what we'll do right now is I'll request the console to please kindly play the jury AV for all of us to give us a glimpse of the entire jury process.
It was a pleasure to participate in the jury for the Businessworld Awards, and congratulations to all the winners. It was a real good set of entries which came in, and it was a pleasure to review the rich quality of entries. It was a very difficult decision for the jury, and therefore congratulations to not only the winners, but to everyone who applied. I think this reflects the quality and the depth of work which is going on across India Inc. And big thanks to all the leaders, all the CDOs, all the CDAOs who are leading the horizon in this direction. Thank you and keep up the great work.
It was an honor to be part of the jury that evaluated the nominations for Businessworld's Chief Data and AI Officers Awards. To be in the company of eminent industry professionals itself is an experience, but even more exciting were the presentations made by the nominees. Most of them were so good that at times it was difficult to say who is the second best. My congratulations not only to the winners, but to all others too. And of course, Sharon and her team deserve a big applause for handling the evaluation process so well. Thank you very much.
It was a great experience and true honor to serve as a jury member for the BV Awards. The level of innovation we saw across all of the nominations was remarkable, and the engagement from all participants made the process both inspiring and enjoyable. Congratulations to every candidate. Your passion and commitment to advancing data and AI is shaping the future of all of our industries. Of course, special thanks and congratulations to this year's winners. Well-deserved recognition for the outstanding achievement you have made so far in your careers. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this exciting journey.
It has been a real honor to be part of BW CDAO Awards this year. As one of the judges, I had the chance to review some of the incredible nominations, full of innovation, creativity, and real-world impact. It is inspiring to see how data and AI are transforming industries and improving lives. A big thank you to BW organizing team for creating such a strong platform that brings our community together. And of course, congratulations to all the winners and nominees. Your work is shaping the future of AI and analytics. A big thank you to everyone.
It has been a privilege to serve on the jury for the Businessworld Chief Data and AI Officer Awards. Reviewing the nominations was truly insightful. It was inspiring to see the remarkable progress being made in data governance, data analytics, and responsible and innovative use of AI across sectors. I also enjoyed my interaction with the Businessworld team. They worked hard with commitment and attention to details to make these awards a grand success. My heartiest congratulations to all the award winners and nominees. Your initiatives truly reflect the transformative power of data and AI in driving innovation, smarter decisions, and a more intelligent future.
Thank you so much. Can I have a big round of applause for all our honorable jury members, please? Always a difficult task to pick and filter out winners from the best of the best indeed. It's now time to move on to the opening address. I would like to call upon stage the Honorable Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and Founder Exchange for Media, to please kindly join us on stage to officially open the award ceremony. Thank you. A big round of applause for sir, please.
Called me honorable, I almost cringed. That's normally for politicians. I'm very direct with you. No touch of diplomacy. But on a very serious note, good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here. This is the inaugural edition of the Chief Data Officers in AI Awards and Summit. And I can only say initiatives grow. In my 25 years as an entrepreneur, I've seen many initiatives grow. They started in a room like this and they've gone on to become really impact-making initiatives in very large scale, and in some cases the marquee IPs in those domains. Enough has been said about data during the day, the power of data, the role of CDOs, the role of AI in data. I can't talk to this audience about what is the role of a CDO. You are doing it, your leaders, your practitioners. I think I can learn from you. But just to contextualize, over the last 2 decades, we've been hearing data as the new oil. And there was a saying which I heard first time in my business school. I went to MDI. I got in when the quality control was bad. I'm from the first batch of MBA in '94. And first time I picked up a Peter Drucker book. It said, what gets measured gets managed. It gets improved. And then, because we're in an era of AI, the data is the nutrition for artificial intelligence. If you don't have that nutrition, AI doesn't work. And the goal is to turn data into information, information into insight, and insight into action. Data will talk to you if you're willing to listen. So clearly, there was an old saying, uh, a picture speaks 1,000 words. I think there can be a new saying which says, data can give you several visualizations. I mean, you may choose whatever works with your context. And data sets are just summaries of thousands of stories. There are stories in data. You have to be willing to pick the story, to be attentive enough to listen. And some of these stories will tell you uh, more stories to make the data meaningful. So clearly, without data, we're just another person with an opinion. And that's why data is so important. As I said, I'd like to talk to you a little about other philosophical things given my age and experience. Um, how many of you like to read? Right? All of you like to read? Okay. Has anybody read this book by any chance? One person. Okay. It's a book I read 6, 7 months back. I can't be sure. And since then, I've been talking about it. It's a book written by a social scientist called Dr. Brian Kloss. And he basically says, how many of you think you're successful? Krish, you're raising your hand? Yes, clearly you are. I do a podcast called The Dropout. I just recorded my second episode with Krish, whom I'm meeting for the second time. I met him at Nitesh Mittal Sen's home for the first time. And he's 19. He dropped out when he was 16. Formally dropped out when he was 16. And, you know, I won't encourage that. But how many of you think you're successful? There's no successful people we've invited, Shubho and Sharon. So why are you successful? Can we get him the mic?
Hello. Yeah. I feel I'm successful because I'm happy. I'm adding value to my family. I'm adding value to my organization. I'm adding value to my society that I live in. That's why I'm feeling I'm successful.
When I was in the business school, one of the 2 terms I learned was it depends and adding value. If you use this, that meant you went to a good business school. But is your wife happy?
110%.
110%. Then we will make this guy our guru and you'll write a bestseller. And next time when I'm talking, we'll show that. How to keep your wife happy, 110%.
Thank you so much, sir.
The 110% principle. That's the name of your book.
Thank you, sir.
But for point, the reason I asked that question honestly, but thank you for volunteering and thank you for being a sport. What's your name, sir?
So my name is Dr. Biswajit.
Thank you. You're Uriya?
Yes, sir.
I can say from the accent, you know. So this is a book, and I have to send it to Vedant. I'll give you a copy too. Krish, it basically says that we give ourselves too much credit for our success. But success is a series of tiny miracles. We can call it serendipity, chance, luck, preordainment, if you're a Hindu, prarabdha, right? It's all accidental. Fluke means accident. It means tukka. Urdu mein tukka, right? And just to illustrate, the world would be a very different place if Donald Trump hadn't ducked, right? It would be a very different place. We wouldn't have the last 7 months that we've had. And there are many stories in it. And, you know, we give ourselves as CEOs, founders, CXOs, CDOs, we give ourselves too much credit for whatever we achieve as a team. And I genuinely believe it's the luck of a lot of people that comes together to make something happen. So one of the things I would like to say is it's a lovely book and you'd love to read it. And Krish, I'm sending one to you. Now, we're talking to data officers. This is a book about a company. I'm not endorsing the book, saying it on video. So legally, I'm not liable at all. But how many of you know about this book or read this book? You must. It's a book written by a former head of public policy at a large tech social media company. It makes so much money, it's not funny. And she was the head of public uh, policy at that company. She quit. She was earlier a diplomat in the New Zealand government. And she basically says these social media companies care only about one thing. What is that? Money, moolah. They don't care about the health of our children. They don't care about democracy. They don't care about what is social media doing to the mental health of young people, right? Comparison. Um, it's a fascinating book. It has lots of anecdotes and stories. It's written by Sarah Wynne Williams. It's called Careless People, a story of where I used to work. Power, Greed, Madness. It's a lovely book. It's a very good read, okay? Because you're about data and it focuses a lot on data. And my mother passed away 1 year and 6 days back, 5 days back. It'll be 6 days tomorrow. And the publisher sent it to, I buy a lot of books, and because of what I do, people send me books. And for some reason, this landed on my desk. I was at home. It came to my home. I was at home around, it landed exactly, maybe exactly a year back. I was at home. Diwali was 1st November. My mother passed away on 25th October, early morning. And, you know, again, this is a lovely writer. I've read other books from the writer. It basically, again, it's about storytelling. At your age, at my age, I think we know most things, or we know a lot. You can never know. I met Krish, and I know a little more things, how young people think. But, there was a certain chapter, I don't know where is that, but there was a certain chapter, I think Prashant has removed that. There was a chapter which basically said that, there was a rabbi who carried two pieces of paper. One, he said, Bishivila Novel Holam, and I don't speak Hebrew, but it basically meant that, I'm the center of the world. The world revolves around me. Very immodest statement. You're not the sun. The world doesn't move around you. And the other, he said, I'm a speck of dust. I'm a small speck of dust in a large universe. And he said, depending on what I was doing, where it was needed, I'd take one slip and follow that. I'd behave like that. I hope you don't behave like that. I'm the center of the earth in front of your wife or your boss. But uh, again, it's about humility. And, humility is a great tool for building collaborative effort. And since I was coming to a forum of CDOs, this is a McKinsey report came out early this year, and it talked about the future of various industries and where they're likely to be in a couple of years. And in 2030, which is not very far off, it of course talks of e-commerce as a $20 trillion industry. And if you take any of these industries, what's common is data. Data will make sure these industries become what they need to become. Whether you take AI software, you take cloud services, you take electric vehicles, you take the advertising, digital advertising domain, which is a data play, programmatic is a data play, right? So go on. So the role of a CDO is going to become very important. And since I was lucky enough to be part of building India's top community for CMOs, exchangeformedia.com, I started it 25 years back to build a marketplace, a business-to-business marketplace, to bring media buyers and sellers together, brands, and I was ahead of time. So we started a newsletter. It became the homepage of everybody in marketing, advertising, media, and then I became a media person. So I can tell you that the role of a CMO, CDO, CTO, CIO, there are overlaps. I won't say they're colliding, but there are overlaps. They need to have appreciation. And maybe the role of a CMO will go away because if you have e-commerce platforms, you can correlate where you're spending advertising dollars and where is sales. Of course, the smarter brand building thing is to spend enough on programmatic, which is performance, and enough on brand building, because the day you switch off your, performance marketing budget, sales drop. So the only insurance is brand. So you got to develop the brand by communication, right? And I want to, uh, we at Business World do many initiatives. One of the things we do is to discover new people. The role of a media product is to discover new ideas, new people. This is our issue that came out a couple of weeks back, or maybe 10 days back. It's India's Next, and this is our 40 under 40 list. Three of those have, since the time this list was finalized, which was 1.5 months back, have done IPOs. Some are on their way to IPOs. And in most cases, it's their first award. We don't believe in putting the sons and daughters of big industrialists on the cover, especially if the industrialist owns the magazine. We don't do that, okay? My kids are anyway very small, 21 and 17. After meeting you, I think they've done much lesser, right, Krish? And this is the latest issue which hits the stands day after. It's our annual luxury issue. Tapsi Pannu is on the cover. So I welcome you to this first inaugural edition. And today we are also starting, we're kind of seeding it. We thought there was a group of CDOs and people who are in this ecosystem, and with the DPDP regulations kicking in, and the role of a data privacy professional or a data custodian, whatever term you want to use, will become very important. And how do you navigate around DPDP? How do you ethically navigate around DPDP will become very important, whether whatever domain you are in. So we are seeding this. I would use the word, I won't use the word curtain raiser, but I would say we are kind of putting a seed of that. So we have the BW privacy world and data cybersecurity community. To contextualize, we'll have two panel discussions and we have your attention. I want to end by saying that, Prashant, I'd sent you a slide to be shown, which was about attention. I don't know where he's in the room, but if he is not here, I will. The black slide. You know, I'm not a teenager, but I'm a screenager. I'm also always looking at a screen. Not almost. I keep my phone away in meetings, or when I'm recording podcasts, or I'm doing anything important. I don't keep my phone around me. I keep it away from me. Prashant, shall I send it to you again? I'll just send it to you again. That's it. The two black slides I sent to you. You can the biggest currency is attention. It's not money. And lots of people do lots of things to get attention. Social media is one. And I read this quote. This is a person I follow, and I'll read it out. इतने टाइम में तो मोदी जी 3 कंट्री होके आ जाएंगे, प्रशांत. It's a reality check about your potential. You're not too old, you're not too young, you're not too late. You're too comfortable. It's the story of your missing window. And it basically talks about how we are never fully into anything. We're partially here and partially there. We're thinking about next event, in my case, or my next community, or my next meeting. And partial attention is no attention. Not this one. Anyway, I'll welcome you to the first edition of the BW Chief Data and AI Officer Summit and Awards. Prashant, you missed the one. You missed the one, so leave it. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Prashant, we don't need this. So I'll welcome you to this first edition. Thank you. The first edition is the toughest, and some of our jury members acknowledge the role of Sharon and my colleagues at BW Businessworld. You cannot do anything without a team. Nothing. Not in personal life, not in professional life, definitely not in an organization. Even if you're a gig worker, you have a support system. Even if you're an entrepreneur or investor, you have a support system. So my support system, our support system, is the team in Business World that works day in, day out. Like yesterday was our two education conferences in Delhi. We had the BW Education Top Education Brand, and we had the BW Education Lighthouse Awards. And tomorrow we have the BW Business World Fittest 40 above 40. And we have an excellent lineup. Prashant, if you can show that lineup, and you know, I've told myself that next year by that It's an annual conference that we've seeded. It's spectacular in the first year. And I don't say spectacular word for our events easily. By that time, in every parameter on fitness, I'll be fit, right? So that's a goal I've set out for myself. And so I would like you to give a big round of applause to Sharon. Sharon has put this together. I don't know where she is. Maybe backstage, maybe at the console. Yeah, Sharon has put this together. Uh, and there are lots of colleagues in marketing. Tanvi, Shweta, Moksha is there somewhere I saw, who really support her in doing this, because whatever we do is a team effort. And do you have the agenda for tomorrow, Prashant? This is tomorrow's, you know, this is a these are the jury members. Some of them are speakers also. Can we have the agenda exactly for tomorrow, minute by minute agenda? Prashant, shouldn't be that tough. So some of these are there, and I saw the stories of some of the people who applied, and we got them through a jury process where all our jury members joined. It took us 2 days. We had budgeted 2 days, so we took maybe an hour more than the time we budgeted. I've sent you the agenda, Prashant. It may be relevant for some of those people who are here. And since we are talking of fitness, the most important constituent of fitness is sleep. The most underrated. If you don't sleep, you will not be mindful, you will not be attentive. I eat more when I'm low on sleep, like today, because I had, I had an early morning flight, which was delayed. I came in here at about 11:10. They know how I look, Prashant. If you can't do it, we'll move on. So sleep is the most important thing. So we have a sleep expert also. We have an experiential breath session tomorrow. Breathing is the most important thing for slowing down autoimmune diseases, for longevity. This is too small font, but we can send an agenda to everyone who's attending today. Prashant and Priyanshi, we can send an agenda to everyone who's attending this. We'll need binoculars to see. I don't think anyone's carrying binoculars. Next conference, we'll give them one binoculars, Prashant. Okay, but this one we haven't. So this is broad lineup. I don't know who's speaking what time, but I know all of these people are coming. Gaur Gorangadas is coming in the evening. I know, and they're all talking about their fitness journey. They're only talking about health. And there was unfortunately, number of women leaders who applied were much lesser than the men leaders. But we have some amazing stories of corporate executives, CEOs. There's a friend of mine, she's the CEO of a large advertising group. Anupriya is the CEO. Publicis in India is her story. There are other stories. I'll not take the punch. Hugo, you're hosting the event tomorrow also. It's a good event. It's sometimes good to get away from speaking and sit in the audience and listen to the stories of people who really built healthy lifestyles, build healthy bodies and healthy minds. And some have built amazing physique. In their presentations, they put their videos of their physiques. Oh, what, you won't believe some of them are 50-year-old. If you looked at them, you won't buy that, right? So it's another differentiated IP. And of course, Right Shift from ITC it's a millet brand. It's a, healthy, nutrients, so to say. So they're supporting the initiative in a big way. And these are some of the speakers and winners. We have 45 winners. Normally, some of our awards, sometimes our jury chair and jury members don't even select enough number of people. But in this, we got 300 plus entries. We got almost 100 people to present to the jury. And I think we've selected 45. Our jury has selected 45 and 3 from the app challenge. ITC had an app challenge on its thing. So I think 48 winners. I think all of them are coming. So those of you who are interested in longevity, fitness, I think Sharon can get you an entry. During the day, we have sessions where they talk about their journey. And in the evening at 7:30, we have the awards. The president of the Mumbai BJP is the guest of honor. He'll be here. and give away some of the awards. So all the best in terms of the work that you're doing in data and AI. And I run a media company, and AI and data are essential to what we do. Today, you can create content in one format, and seamlessly using AI, you can create it in multiple formats. You can do a triple play. If you create text, you can create a video out of text, you can create an audio. So if you go to the Exchange for Media site, every article is an audio article, and it's a plug, and the agentic world is changing. There can be a whole day of deliberations and demonstrations of what agentic collaborative tools are doing in almost, and every product or a SaaS product has a co-pilot today, right? Whether it's an Adobe, and I can go down. So I think we'll do a lot in that domain. AI is clearly eating into the revenues of the big four consulting, but it has also created an opportunity for tier 2 and tier 3 firms to create transformation workshops for CEOs. And nobody wants to be left behind in terms of learning these tools that can make them more AI literate. So thank you. Our awardees are done through a jury process. No jury process is perfect. It can be honest. And again, when you do a new initiative, it takes about 3 years, 2 to 3 years of that initiative for us to be able to build our set of understanding of that domain deeply, for our colleagues to have understanding deeply. And then we are able to bring entries both qualitatively and then quantitatively, which really add value. But it's an honest process. I don't even know who's won until the list is done. The jury members, some of you are in the room, you selected, you had no brief from us. Also in the second, third year, the number of entries really grow tremendously, because the moment we announce the winners, uh, the IP gets recognized, and that's how the IP gets built. So you are the first cohort. So congratulations to the first cohort of the BW Business World Chief Data and AI Officers Awards. I'm sure your role models and your work that you're doing will give the right message to other people, and hopefully will be a body of work that we can learn from. My only message for all the winners is that do create mentees who can really take your thing forward, because the one culture that is in the US is, you know, having formal mentees. In India, informally we mentor people, but the formal process is missing. So I'm sure the winners will be able to take under their wings more mentees who will go on to learn from you and create work that makes impact. Thank you once again, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody over here in this room, can I request all of you to give the biggest round of applause for Dr. Batra, please? Thank you so much. It's now time for a very, very special jury address, ladies and gentlemen. And to do the honors on stage, it would be my humble honor and privilege to call upon stage Mr. Ranjan Bhattacharya, who is the Honorable Managing Director, Head of Strategy, India and Middle East, Chief of Staff, India, HSBC. Can we please have Ranjanji on stage? A big round of applause for Ranjan, sir. Once again, thank you so much, sir. Very grateful to you that you are here with us. You would want to use this mic, whichever is more convenient. Okay.
Thank you. I don't think I want to say too many words and keep the awardees waiting. We already heard from all the jury members. I'll just probably mention one word, which is trust. I think adopting from Sunmeshji, if data is the new oil, data is also the trust that all of you CDAOs here bear on. I mean, the power of data that we sit on is just so phenomenal. I've spent 25 years in an industry, industries whose English word means trust. The word bank means I bank on you, I trust you. So if everybody here, your money sits with a bank. Even when you buy a share, it's ultimately a company who's issuing a share, and that money goes to them. When you're buying a mutual fund, ultimately you're paying a seller, right? So the sum total of wealth in the country sits with a bank. Now, if we translate that to wealth of the future, that is data. And that is the trust that all of you as CDOs here are going to be accountable for. And increasingly, the trust that people take in data is going to overweigh every other kind of trust. So incidentally, I'm not for Blue Star, but a company which is a company that Indians have come to trust and that says build on trust. So I think around this room, a lot of trust, and the award is here. Congratulations again. And congratulations also to those who nominated themselves. I mean, thank you, Anurag ji and Businessworld, for putting this concept together. It is great to nurture these ideas. The very fact that people came forth in this maiden program and put forth your ideas, that itself is a huge congratulations to the organizers for bringing you all here, and to Sharon and to everyone who make this happen. Without further ado, please take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause for sir, please, everybody. Thank you. Can I have that? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we had some interesting sessions right now. We had a brilliant welcome note and we had the jury address as well. It's now time to go ahead with the awards ceremony over here, and it's going to be live streamed across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels as well. And also you can find us on the website, www.businessworld.in. So I request everybody, this is the world of social media, so everybody's hooked onto social media platforms. We want to engage with your incredible posts, all the stories and everything. So please, whatever that you're posting, we would request you to use the hashtag for the evening, hashtag BWCDAIO Awards. That's the hashtag. We would love to engage and see your posts and victorious moments and celebrate with you. You know, before we start with the award ceremony, I would also like to request all our winners to kindly please get down from the left side of the stage over there for the photo for the magazine. So what we'll do is we'll be first doing a photo of all the winners over here with the honorable presenters, and then we'll request you to click your solo photo with your trophy, and then you can get down from the other side. So that's ideally the plan. And on that note, it's now time to reveal, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the inaugural BW Chief Data and AI Officers Awards 2025. Before we get going, can I request all of you to give a huge round of applause for yourselves and all the winners who are winning today. It's a result of their hard work and consistency, and we deserve to celebrate every moment of that with them. So thank you so much. What I'm going to do is to felicitate our first set of winners. I'm going to be calling up on stage our esteemed presenters. May I please request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder Exchange for Media, alongside Ranjan Bhattacharya, sir, Managing Director, Head of Strategy, India and Middle East, Chief of Staff, India, HSBC, to give away the first set of awards. Can we have a huge round of applause for our first set of presenters, please? Thank you so much. Very, very kind of all of you. All right. It's now time, ladies and gentlemen, to get going with the awards. Can we begin? Are we ready? The first award is the individual category award. The subcategory is AI Transformation Leader. And the award, ladies and gentlemen, it goes to Nihar Pandit. Congratulations, Mr. Nihar Pandit, Head of Products and AI, Navneet Toptech. A big round of applause for him, please. Congratulations, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we continue the momentary celebration with a big, big, big round of applause for Niharji, please? Absolutely.
Can you give Nihar a bigger round of applause? Someday you'll need the applause and you'll not get it because you haven't done it for others. And clapping is very good for heart muscles, your heart muscles. So can you give another round of applause to Nihar?
Thank you so much. Niharji, I'll request you to get your solo photograph with the trophy done as well over there, and big congratulations to you once again. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next award. We have the data. Now time for the best AI ML driven data solution Congratulations to head of organization, Mr. Vivek Thackeray. Can we please have you over here, Honorable Vice President Solution? Can we have a big round of applause for Vivek ji, please? Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. I'll request you to get your photograph done. All right, can we move on to our next winner, AV, please? Now time for the best business intelligence producer. Congratulations, EY Global Delivery Services. Can I have Dr. Praloy Ghosh, Associate Director, AI and Data Science? Big round of applause for Praloy Ghosh, sir, please. Big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, और जोर से तालियों की गूंज, we can do in the best way possible to make him feel special on this momentary occasion. Thank you so much. And like Dr. Batra mentioned, there's no GST when it comes to clapping, so we can stick to that thought. Thank you so much, sir. We'll request you to get your solo photograph done. And on that note, can we move on to our next winner, AV, please? Now time for the best data and analytics culture. Give a big round of applause. Visionary Technologies Private Limited. May I please have Mr. Mohit Malik, Chief Operating Officer, with us over here. Thank you so much, Mohit ji, for being with us over here. We value your presence. Congratulations. As he's walking up on stage, that's the moment we need to clap and appreciate, ladies and gentlemen. That's the moment he needs to feel special, warm, and welcomed. Congratulations, sir. Can we have more applause coming in when the photos are being taken? I'm sure the smiles will widen up a little more in that moment. Thank you, sir, for being with us over here, and request you to get your solo photograph done. We'll move on to our next winner, AV, please. Best data management, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Big round of applause to EY. Can I please request Sandeep Meril and Kalatil and Lydia Joseph, both of you, to please kindly come up on stage. Congratulations and a big round of applause to the fabulous duo. And I'll request you to clap louder for them. I have a reason. Right from morning, every session they have been there. They have been appreciating others. So when it's their time to be celebrated, I'll request everybody to clap or zor se for them, please. Congratulations to both of you. This is your special moment. Congratulations. We'll request you to get your photographs done. Thank you. All right, moving on to the next winner, AV, please. Now time for best use of AI in business strategy. Big round of applause. Congratulations, HSBC. Can I please invite Rajas Abhyankar, Data Commercialization Lead. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations to you and your esteemed team member for being with us over here. A big congratulations to all of you at HSBC. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we understand by SWOT goals. SWOT goals, it is teamwork, it is team spirit, it is. Congratulations to all of you at HSBC. I request you to get your photographs done over there, and we'll move on to the next award. AV, please. Now time for the best enterprise transformation 2025. Congratulations, Managed Digital Services Bharat. I request Mr. Dhananjay Kokre, CTSO and Principal Consultant, to please kindly be there on stage. But then I believe we have with us, on behalf of him, Santosh Upadhyay ji. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. Sir ke liye zor se taali, please, everybody. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, sir, for being with us over here. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll request Ranjan sir to please take his seat. Thank you so much. Give him a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And as an esteemed presenter, joining us right now is Advocate Dr. Prashant Mali, President and Founder, Cyber Law Consulting. Give Prashantji a big round of applause, please, as he joins us for our next set of awards. We'll move on to the next award, AV, please. Now time for best use of AI ML in organizational strategy. Huge congratulations, Raymond Drew. The award is yours. Can I please have Dr. Biswajit Raj, Chief Data and AI Officer, CDAO over here. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Congratulations. Congratulations, another milestone added. Give him a bigger round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you so much. We'll request you to get your solo photographs done. We'll move on to the next award, AV, please. Now time for the most innovative data-driven product. Make some noise, everybody, for Elastic Run. Can I please have Mr. Yogesh Kulkarni, Senior Director, Data Practice. That's the way. Thank you so much. Can I have a big round of applause? Everybody clap and appreciate the victory of these two incredible people. We have many more awards coming up. Can I please have some more energy coming in from the house, everybody? Raise your hands, everybody, for all our winners. Elastic Run it is. Congratulations to the fabulous duo. We'll move on to the next award. It's now time for the Data Governance Visionary of the Year, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause. Tanmay Agarwal ji, Honorable Associate Vice President, Tata AIG General Insurance Company. Congratulations, Tanmay ji. The award is yours. You deserve every bit of the Data Governance Visionary of the Year. A visionary in the true sense of the term. Ladies and gentlemen, our source for our esteemed winner, please. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations to you once again. We'll request you to get your photograph done. We'll move on to our next award, AV, please. My lovely guests over here, brace yourself for the Young Data Scientist of the Year. Huge congratulations and shout out Dr. Samrat Rai, Head of Department Business Analytics, International Institute of Management Studies, Pune. Samrat ji, big round of applause. Congratulations. I believe he has flown all the way from Kolkata for this. So bigger congratulations. They definitely deserve every bit of the special moment. Dr. Samrat Rai. Thank you, sir, for being with us and making our event so special. Congratulations. We'll move on to the next award, please. It's now time for the Data Governance Champion. Give it up for Animesh Biswas, co-founder, Base Matrix AI. Animesh ji, can we please have you over here on stage? As he makes his way to the stage, all of you over here, all you incredible people, raise your hands and make him feel special the way he deserves to be made feel. Congratulations, sir. That's Mr. Animesh Biswas accepting this award, Honorable Co-founder of Wave Matrix AI. Data Governance Champion tag is yours. Thank you so much. We will now move on to our next award honor, please. Give it up for AI Transformation Leader. Everybody, brace yourself. The winner, Anish Mukhar, President, India, Philippines, and NZTP. Congratulations, Anish ji. Can we please have you over here? Thank you so much, ma'am. के लिए जोर से ताली. I've just got to know that Anish is traveling abroad, but we have somebody incredibly special to accept this award honor on his behalf. Give ma'am a big round of applause, please. And I'm sure Anish ji will be seeing the videos later on of his award moment. So let's make him feel special as well by odds or se taali baja ke. Thank you, ma'am, for coming. I'll request you to get your solo photograph done as well. Shukriya. Thank you. We'll move on to our next award, please. Give it up for Data Transformation Leader of the Year. Big round of applause. His name is Amit Gandhi, co-founder and CTO, Parker. Big round of applause, Amit ji. Thank you so much for being with us over here. We love your look, we love your attire, and we love your victory. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we need to clap and appreciate Mumbai. You're known for your powerhouse of energy and support. Let's show it when it matters the most. Thank you, Amit ji, for being with us over here. Congratulations. Thank you. I'll request Advocate Dr. Prashant to please take his seat. Thank you so much. Give him a big round of applause, please. Thank you so much. And now to join Anurag sir on stage, I'll invite Sumnesh Joshi ji, Deputy Director, General Ministry of Communications, Government of India, as an esteemed presenter. Give Sumnesh ji a big round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us and waiting throughout. On that note, we will now move on to our next award winner, please. It's now time for Analytics Rising Star 2025. Mark the name Anjali Sidhu, founder and CEO, OmniStar. We have Ankit Singh ji, Global Operations and Recruitment Head, accepting it on behalf of Anjali ji. So thank you so much, Ankit ji, and thank you so much. Congratulations, Anjali ji. Can we have some more clapping and appreciation, please, for our winners? Thank you, sir. I request you to get your photograph done. Thank you, sir. We'll move on to our next award winner, please. Data Rising Star 2025. That's it. Get ready to welcome and celebrate with Tanay Shah, Senior Lead Engineer, Elastic Run. Tanay Shah it is. Remember the name, ladies and gentlemen. Senior Lead Engineer, Elastic Run. And I believe with the kind of hard work that he's doing, he's always on the run in terms of hard work and efforts. So congratulations. We'll request you to get your solo photograph done. Thank you. Moving on to the next award, please. It's now time for the Chief Data Scientist of the Year 2025. Vikram Milapuri. Congratulations, sir. Chief AI Scientist, Entangled Lab Private Limited. Congratulations, sir. We love your victory. We love your happiness. And we wish you many more of these incredible awards coming your way. Vikram ji ke liye zor se taali, please, everybody in this room. Samne se leke piche tak, sabka haath upar, if I may request. Thank you for all the love and support. We'll move on to our next award winner, please. It's now time for the Chief Analytics Officer of the Year. Once again, give it up. Double dhamaka it is for Dr. Vishwajit Raj, Chief Data and AI Officer, CDO, Raymond Group. Raymond का एक tagline है, a complete man. Here it is, a complete man, winning it and how. उनके लिए जोर से ताली, please. We'll request you to get your photograph done, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, few more awards to go, and then we will be having the Privacy World curtain raiser as well. Just a gentle reminder, all our winners over here winning right now, I'll request all of you to stay back for a nice group photograph, which is very important. It's not every day that we get so many stalwarts under one roof, so we want to make sure that we capture that moment. So I'll request all our winners to please stay back. Few more awards to go. On that note, can we move on to our next winner, please? Brace yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Chief Data Officer of the Year. Give it up once again. Yogesh Kulkarni is the name. Senior Director, Data Practice, Elastic Run. Yogesh ji, congratulations. Every bit of it is well deserved, and how you've conquered this space, and no wonder you deserve the Chief Data Officer of the Year. इनके लिए और जोर से ताली, please, everybody. Thank you. Shukriya. We'll move on to our next winner, please. Now time for the Visionary Data and AI Leader Award. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for our winner, Dr. Chiranjeev Roy, Distinguished AI Transformation Leader, C5i.ai. And we have with us on behalf, Sagar Gandhi. Congratulations. Thank you so much, sir. And give him a big round of applause. He's been there with us since morning, I believe, appreciating each and every session. So we value that. Thank you. Thank you so much. We love that spirit. We'll move on to our next award winner, please. It's now time for the Visionary Data and AI Leader Award. Get ready to welcome on stage once again the man, the moment, Indrajit Mitra, AI and Data Science Head, SVP, Polestar Analytics. इंद्रजीत सर के महान चीफ के लिए आप लोग ताली बजा सकते हो और जोर से. I love to repeat the dialogue that Dr. Batra says. GST नहीं लगता ताली बजाने के लिए. Please, अभी तक नहीं लगता. Please, आप लोग बजाइए जोर से ताली. Congratulations, Indrajit sir. The Visionary Data and AI Leader Award is yours. Thank you. We'll request you to get your solo photograph done. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to our next award winner, please. Now time for the Chief AI Officer of the Year. Give it up for Dilip Manipalli, Vice President Innovation at Oracle. Congratulations, Dilip ji. Big round of applause for him, please, everybody. Congratulations, Dilip ji. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And now it's time to move on to the final award of this incredible evening. Can we have the final award, please? Once again, get ready to welcome and celebrate Chief AI Officer of the Year. The award goes to Asit Trivedi, who's the Chief Digital and AI Officer for First Solutions. On behalf of him, with us somebody special, Mr. Manish Bararia, SVP and Global Head of Platform Engineering, First Source, to accept this award on his behalf. So Manish ji ke liye bhi tali bajaiye, and Asit ji ke liye bhi tali bajaiye. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and being with us and accepting this award honor. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our esteemed presenters. I'll be requesting all our esteemed winners and all our esteemed jury members to please come up on stage, all our winners with your respective trophies. If we may please request you to come on stage and pose for a very special and memorable group photograph at the Chief Data and AI Officers Award 2025. It's you all who have made it so special, and we want to capture every moment of that. I'll request everybody to please kindly come up on stage with your respective trophies, all our winners and esteemed jury members. Please, I request all of you to come on stage and pose for a very, very memorable photograph. I'll request all our winners and our esteemed jury members to please join us on stage for a special photograph. And we truly, truly hope, we don't want to miss out on anyone. So please, if I may request everybody to kindly come up on stage with your respective trophies and ensure we don't miss out on this moment. This is truly special. and we don't want to use AI to replace anyone's photo. So of course, we want the genuine people. Thank you so much. And just a bit of a request to all our winners. I'll request everybody to kindly please proceed towards the speakers lounge for the winner bites. We have our speakers waiting for all of your winner bites. We would want to capture that as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having the Privacy World curtain raiser as well in the next 5 minutes, which is a very, very important event for us. I'll request all of you to join us in the room in the next 5 minutes, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having the Privacy World curtain raiser, a very, very special community launch. I'll request everybody to please kindly join us in the next 5 minutes. We'll be starting in the next 5 minutes. Thank you. Just a humble request to everybody, please kindly join us back in the next 5 minutes. We will be having the Privacy World curtain raiser. So I request all of you to please join us in the next 5 minutes. We cannot begin that without all your presence. So I request everybody to join us back in the next 5 minutes.
listening to Cafe de Anatolium Music.